Welcome to the January 13th Planning Commission hearing. My name is Jeff Gagnon, the Deputy Planning Director, subbing in for Kevin Fisher, the Planning Director. Today we are without a chair or vice chair, so I am calling the meeting to order, followed by roll call, pledge of allegiance, and we'll open up the floor for nominations of chair and vice chair in that order. Roll call.
Sarah Pardue, John Carr, Rick Stopik, Barbara Roth,
Here.
Dagmar Ross, here. Jay Nisberg, Penny Pompey,
Present.
Glenn Groman,
Here.
Spencer Siegel, Lori Benecor,
Here.
Kylie Harper Larson,
Here.
Marcia Hayden, Angela Van, here. David Searle.
Here.
We have quorum.
Shall we pledge? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So at this time, we'd like to open the floor for nomination of chair for today's hearing.
I'd like to nominate Laurie Vinegar.
And I
second
second that.
I'll accept, thank you.
Hearing no other nominations, Lori, congratulations. Dr. Vinokur,
Thank you.
are chair for today's meeting. I'll pass the gavel to you, and we are looking for a vice chair now.
Don't all jump at once. How about Barbara Roth for vice chair?
Okay. Any other nominations? Hearing none. Congratulations, Ms. Roth. And Dr. Vinokur, as you get settled, just for point of reference, we are on proof of publication.
Yes. Yeah. I don't see any cards up here. I don't see any cards up here. Public speaking cards. It would be great if we had them. For those who want to speak in the
Certainly.
public, it would be good to have those up here. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for electing me for chair for today. It's always an honor. Do we have proof of publication?
We do, yes.
A lot of stuff going on here. Okay, great. Do we have any postponements?
No, we do not.
Thank you. And agenda approval? We have no reordering of the agenda here or anything. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Move. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. We have a consideration of minutes from December 9th.
Madam Chair, I'll move for approval of the minutes from the meeting set forth on January 9th.
Okay, Commissioner Groman moves to approve the minutes, seconded by Commissioner Pompey. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Comments by the public on non-agenda items. Now this is, I just jumped in here, so it's 2A, and this is only on non-agenda items, and I don't see any for 2A. Okay, all these are, the public will be able to speak on every item here with these cards. So nothing for non-agenda. By the chair, well, hello. Just the one thing, the way we work things would be a good thing to do. We give the presenter, who is the applicant, we give them 15 minutes. And then we give the staff will give a presentation following that. Then we have comments by the public, and they are 3 minutes each. And then we have discussion and questions and discussion from the everyone here on the dais, and then we have a motion and then we vote. So that's the way it works. And we're very organized. And if you're very excited about something and want to clap, please hold back because they don't sort of like clapping or talking out, speaking out. So thank you so much for attending today. It's great to see the public here. And yes,
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
As we were reorganizing the dais, I also just want to mention for the record that Commissioner Hayden and Commissioner Pardue are now present.
they're now present here. Yes. They're terrific. Thank you. We can just go right on to the public hearing. We have 3A, County Proposed Text and Map Series Amendments. The first one is Alternative Affordable Housing Approval Process Text. And who's going to be presenting
Chair.
that, please?
Yes, thank you. So this is a county-initiated amendment, and I'd like to introduce Matthew Briley, who is one of our newer members, Planner 1 for Planning Division. He'll be taking the lead on the presentation of this item today.
Good morning, Matt Briley with the Planning Division, and I'll be presenting on the Alternative Affordable Housing Approval Process Text Amendment. So this proposed amendment is in response to recent legislation passed at the state level that affects all cities and counties in Florida. I'll briefly outline the legislation that affects counties, but there is counterpart legislation that affects cities in the same way. So in 2020, the Florida legislature passed House Bill 1339, which in part amended a subsection of Chapter 125 to include the following provision. Notwithstanding any other law or local ordinance or regulation to the contrary, the Board of County Commissioners may approve the development of housing that is affordable, as defined in Statute 420, on any parcel zoned for residential, commercial, or industrial use. And then in 2022, the provision was further expanded through State Bill 962, which added that if a parcel is zoned for commercial or industrial use, an approval pursuant to this subsection may include any residential development project, including a mixed-use project, so long as at least 10% of the units are affordable, and the developer agrees not to apply for or receive funding from a specific state program. So the purpose of all of this legislation is to facilitate the delivery of more affordable housing throughout the state by removing requirements for future land use amendments and rezoning, and allowing for deviations from land development regulations. And it's also important to note that this legislation does not mandate that BCC approve any projects. They still have the final decision to approve or deny any applications that come before them pursuant to this statute. So in 2022, county administration directed staff to assess what the best approach would be for processing requests that might be received under this provision. Staff researched the approaches taken by other local governments, including St. Petersburg, Jacksonville, and West Palm Beach, and we consulted with the Florida Housing Coalition on minimum requirements and common best practices. So essentially, there are a few minimum requirements that must be present for a project to be eligible. If zoned residential, the project must be 100% affordable. If zoned commercial or industrial, the project must be at least 10% affordable. And the affordable units in these projects must be affordable to households with an income between 0 and 120% of the area median income. And these projects must also be approved by the local governing body following a public hearing. So from our research, we found that the best practice for how to handle this is to create a policy and a comprehensive plan that acknowledges this option, which is the text amendment before you today. Then to concurrently establish a process that guides the consideration of these projects. So this process should include eligibility criteria as well as standards for review, since local governments may still regulate development standards as deemed appropriate. So in the fall, BCC initiated an amendment to incorporate a comprehensive plan policy. So this is the key policy before you today that recognizes the BCC's ability, again, not a requirement, to approve projects under this statute. So this proposed policy is in the future land use element and is titled Alternative Affordable Housing Approval Process. It reads, the Board of County Commissioners may approve the development of eligible permanent affordable housing projects pursuant to Chapter 125 Florida statutes on any parcel designated on the future land use atlas and the official zoning map for residential, commercial, or industrial use following a public hearing. Affordable housing approved under this policy must comply with the definition of affordable as defined in Section 420 Florida statutes. So this amendment also includes a few other minor policies. There is a revision to the future land use element objective 2.2 to maintain internal consistency. There's also a new policy in the housing element that recognizes the new process that the county will implement for this. And there's a revision to the definition of affordable housing, so it is linked to the state's definition for projects approved under this process. So as far as the process, this would not be embedded in the comprehensive plan, but it would essentially consist of the following to guide the board's consideration of these requests. There would be a pre-application review. This, in part, would be to determine if the process is even necessary for a particular request, as there may be an existing process in the code that is more expedient. For projects that will go through with this process, we would recommend a site plan be provided to assist with understanding what the project entails. For the procedural requirements, since a public hearing is required, we would anticipate using the existing Class A process, which takes items to BCC for public hearing. We would also expect to use the existing Type 2 waiver process. This would allow BCC to consider where the project proposes to deviate from existing land development regulations. So after internal review, these projects would go to the Zoning Commission for a recommendation, then to BCC public hearing for final consideration of the project and requested waivers. And again, BCC is under no obligation to approve any projects under this statute. They just have the option to do so. So that would be the gist of the process, but now returning to the text amendment that's before you today. In summary, it adds a policy in the future land use element that recognizes BCC's authority to approve affordable housing projects on any parcel zoned for residential, commercial, or industrial. In addition, it revises an objective in the future land use element for internal consistency. It adds a policy in the housing element that recognizes the new process, and it revises the definition of affordable housing when applied to projects approved under this process. So we presented this concept to the Commission on Affordable Housing. They're tasked with advising the county on matters relating to affordable housing. Their recommendation was for approval, and staff is also recommending approval. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. I just want to know the motion that we would be making today. Would that motion for this approval, would it be to approve staff's recommendation to revise the future land use element, the housing element, and the introduction and administration element with the added text as underlined in Exhibit 1 in response to the legislative authority granted in Chapter 125.010556 Florida statutes?
Yes.
Is that the motion?
Yeah, you probably don't need quite that long of a motion, but essentially it's to approve, yeah.
Motion
Okay.
to approve.
Okay. Motion to approve
That's what it would be.
by Commissioner Groman, seconded by Commissioner Hayden.
No, I was making a comment. Making a comment.
What's that?
What I was saying is that staff had indicated that we don't need to read that all out. It would be just a motion to approve.
Right, so it's motion to approve by, you approve, Commissioner Groman, yeah?
Correct. No, but I can't make my motion yet because we haven't finished our internal discussion and public comment.
We could always make a motion, well, we don't have any,
I'm happy to make the motion. I'm
sure,
just
no
saying
problem. Yeah, no problem. We do not have, I don't have a public comment cards on this,
Okay,
okay, unless there's anybody. And we,
so I'll move to approve.
yes. And, well, initially, I'd like to give it to Commissioner Hayden because she did second it the first time, so, great. Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Groman, second by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion on the motion?
Just real quick.
Go ahead.
For everyone watching at home and in the audience, basically this is just a logistical way to implement the state statute that had been passed by the legislature. So
Okay,
that's
thank
why
you.
I'm in support of it.
And I just have one question. The income level to qualify for affordable housing is from 0 to 120%. Is that correct? So some people have no income at all, who pays for their unit?
0 to 30 would be the lowest income category.
0 to 30.
30%.
Okay, I read 0 to 100, but
0 to 120 is the
okay,
entire.
yeah. But my focus is if the income is 0, how does this person pay for this unit that's going to be built?
You could receive gifts, be public assistance, things of that nature.
So it's all subsidized.
Could be.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
With no further, go ahead, Commissioner Van.
Just one quick question on the applicant is 100% in residential can come in and propose any project at any density, and the staff will look at it. So any density, any height, and then you just go through the process, and then ultimately the county commissioner will look at it.
Yeah, we will have a process that would have further standards, and that would be looked at in the internal staff review. And that process is just to guide the board's decision, but in the end, it is their decision to approve.
Very open-ended. Okay.
One more thing, but there will be, as in a regular zoning change, when something happens to a property, there will be notification to the surrounding residents within the 300 and whatever feet it is, and so it's. I just don't want something slipping under the carpet, real quick, and then everybody's like, "Oh my gosh, how did that happen?"
It can't. The statute requires the BCC to make the decision. So it will be a BCC hearing, duly noticed, et cetera, et cetera.
All right, thank you.
With no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, staff member. We have 3A2, Heritage Farms Rural Overlay Text.
Before we begin, I believe Kylie Harper Lawson has a conflict of interest.
I do. Chair, Vice Chair, I must abstain and recuse myself from both discussion and voting on this particular item, as I have a business relationship with a party that could see profit or loss. And therefore, as a very responsible appointee, I have followed proper protocol and procedure and submitted a form to the county attorney, which has been reviewed, and it has also went through our ethics commission attorney.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, so she'll be abstaining from the vote. You'll be abstaining from the discussion as well, but you can remain up here. Okay, thank you. Okay, we have the staff.
Good morning, Commissioners. Travis Goodson for the Planning Division. As indicated, this item before you today is a county-initiated text amendment and map series amendment for the creation of a Heritage Farms rural overlay. And so this amendment proposes to revise the future land use element to add a new sub-objective and policies in order to establish an overlay for the Heritage Farms area and to update the special planning areas map in the comprehensive plans map series to depict the boundaries of the overlay. So some recent events on how we got here today. Beginning in February of 2022, a few residents had reached out to staff and met with us regarding some development proposals in their area. And these conversations led up to a BCC initiating a request for a neighborhood plan for the Heritage Farms area at May 4th, 2022 public hearing. However, after residents had approached the then district commissioner and had conversations, the BCC initiated the creation of an overlay at their August 25th, 2022 public hearing, and at which point staff began the work and coordination with area residents and property owners on this overlay. So as a general overview, Heritage Farms encompasses an area of approximately 1,300 acres, generally located west of State Road 7, south of Lantana Road, within the rural tier. To the north and east is the urban-suburban tier, and the ag-reserve tier borders to the south and the southwest. And you'll see the Homeland subdivision, which is also within the rural tier, extends to on the northwestern side. So the area has a predominantly rural residential 1 unit per 10 acres future land use designation, with 3 parcels having a commercial low future land use designation. The Heritage Farms area supports a mix of rural residential, equestrian, and agricultural uses. This map depicts the proposed boundaries for the Heritage Farms rural overlay. The proposed boundary includes a majority of the Heritage Farms area just shown, with notable exceptions, first being the hiatus parcels, as they're commonly referred to the north. These are physically separated from the rest of Heritage Farms. There's no access through Heritage Farms area to these parcels. The other exception is the Trotting Center Amendment site, shown in the yellow striping, which came before you last November and has its own overlay approval application in process currently. And then the other parcel is the southeastern commercial parcel that would be non-contiguous to the proposed rural overlay boundaries. The area shaded in blue is the Heritage Farms Transitional Overlay amendment application that was submitted in November, which is on your agenda today for consideration of initiation later on today. Ultimately, the Board of County Commissioners has full discretion on these final boundaries, and they may make adjustments if so desired and necessary through the public hearing process. As discussed in the staff report and detailed in Exhibit 1, the proposed text amendment to establish the Heritage Farms Rural Overlay establishes policy guidance to support the continuation and preservation of the rural-like character of the area. The proposed sub-objective and policies would apply to parcels within the boundaries of the overlay and are built upon existing rural tier policies. It encourages continuation of rural residential densities by requiring approval of at least 5 members of the BCC for applications requesting density increases within the boundaries, promotes the retention and preservation of native vegetation, and encourages the continuation of agricultural and equestrian uses that are typical of the rural tier. Staff's assessment finds that the proposed overlay supports the continuation and preservation of the area's rural, agricultural, and equestrian character consistent with existing rural tier policies. It furthers related goals, objectives of a comprehensive plan, and is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan. Planning Division staff coordinated with property owners and interested parties beginning in September of 2022, shortly after the board's initiation of this text amendment, utilizing several methods to communicate information and encourage community feedback, which included a web page, informational meetings, and postal and electronic mailings. The first 2 meetings were held virtually, and the October 12th meeting was held in person here at the Vista Center. Staff has also notified IPARC, for which no objections have been received to date. As far as community feedback, at the time of report publication, staff has calculated around a 44% property owner response rate, with 42 of the 95 property owners in the area providing feedback to staff. Of the correspondence received, 64% of responding property owners support the overlay, compared to 36% indicated opposition. When these responses were analyzed by the total acreages owned by each responding property owner, as several property owners within Heritage Farms own more than 1 parcel of land, those numbers become 40% in support and 60% in opposition. Again, that's by acreage owned. In considering the information and analysis presented today and further detailed in the staff report, staff is recommending approval of the Heritage Farms Rural Overlay text amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Let's see. We have several cards on this. So we have the lecterns marked 1 and 2, and remember there's 3 minutes to speak, and I'll call 2 people, and please, the first person go to number 1 and the second person go to number 2, and we'll continue like that. Darren Arithopath at lectern 1, and it's Michelle Burns, number 2, or Michele, one or the other. Michelle. Okay. And the clock is right there that you can see.
Okay.
Thank you. Please state your name and address. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for your service and for your time. My name is Darren Arithipa. I have a tropical plants nursery at 6700 Park Lane East, and I oppose the overlay like many of my fellow growers. A decision like this requires a consensus amongst the communities and all parties. In 2009, the overlay was rejected because of a lack of consensus, and the report produced by staff shows that there's still a lack of consensus. One important point in the report on page E14 is that the majority of the residents in favor of the overlay live on Barn Road. And Barn Road, in the map depicted, is one sliver of 15 acres on the southern part of Heritage Farms, which represents about 1% of the total acreage in Heritage Farms. Barn Road, there's no agriculture there. It's not equestrian. It's not rural. It's actually a high-density area. And all of that goes against the intent of the overlay. It's just hypocritical that the majority of the votes in favor for the overlay for an agricultural, equestrian, and low-density use comes from residents living in a non-agricultural, non-equestrian, and non-low-density area. The needs of Barn Road are very different from the needs of the agricultural community to the north, which represents 99% of the acreage and should be considered separately. I request that you ask staff to do a secondary analysis, moving the boundary 300 feet to the north to remove Barn Road from the analysis because they are not agriculture, not equestrian, and not low density. And the 1% living on Barn Road who do not have an agricultural, equestrian, and low density use should not be governing the 99% who do have real agricultural uses. If the proposed boundary is moved to exclude Barn Road, you'll see from this report that the facts show a consensus for no overlay. I appreciate your attention. Thank you very much for your time and your support in rejecting the overlay.
Thank you. Keely Haverland. Keely Haverland, please approach lectern 1. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Burns. I live at 10301 Heritage Farms Road. And I didn't know he was going to say anything about Barn Road, but those people have been out there for years and years. They are part of the Heritage Farms community, and they are subjected to things that go on in the whole community, even though they don't own a lot of acreage. So I think it's wrong for him to say it should be removed. One of the objectives in the future land use element is that it's a protection of the quality of life for present and future citizens. They recognize the unique and diverse characteristics of each community. Heritage Farms is in the rural tier and ag residential area. People have purchased homes, run nurseries and equine facilities, and run small businesses out of their homes. They live and work out here because they like the rural way of life. We are supposed to be protected by the comprehensive plan, but that protection is slowly being eaten away. I am supporting the overlay. Those that are objecting to the overlay, I feel, do not understand the protection it is offering us from future developers and the loss of our unique area. It's always been 1 to 10, 1 to 5. Nothing has changed. It does not take away any existing rights. Some have come out here and purchased property thinking they can develop their property to make big profit. When you purchase any property, the first thing you should find out is what it is zoned for and what you want to do with the land. Obviously, some people think they can do whatever they want, and it does not matter to them if they disrupt the rest of the community. Heritage Farms is one of the last frontiers in Palm Beach County. It is such a unique area, close to everything, and yet when you turn off 441 onto Heritage Farms Road, you arrive in what is now a quiet neighborhood with open space, wildlife, and peace. On a daily basis, you can see deer and eagles, and that's what these people have come out here for. The way the county has developed in the past 5 years, we are so lucky to still be able to live like we do. It is only with the help of the overlay that this parcel of Palm Beach County can remain as it is. Thank you, and hopefully for your support.
Thank you. Please don't clap. I asked that in the beginning because it takes up time, and also it's not protocol. Martin, and I have TREJ, and it might be an O or an E. Martin, Heritage Farms Road, 10716. Okay, great. Terrific. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. My name is Keely Haverland. I am the president of the Florida Nursery Grower and Landscape Association. I also have a farm in Heritage Farms. These farms are protected by state. Some of them are federally protected. Palm Beach County has no jurisdiction here. And I would ask that you take that into consideration before imposing things on these farms against their will. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin, from 10716 Heritage Farms Road, he does not wish to speak, but he opposes this application. We put that on the record. Thank you. Can we have Drew Martin, and can go to lectern 1, and Eugenia Cespedes to lectern 2. Oh, she does not wish to speak. She's in favor of the overlay. Okay, that's Eugenia Cespedes at 10842 Barn Road. Okay. Susan Pauley to lectern 2, please. Go ahead.
Yes, good morning, Commission. Drew Martin, I'm here on behalf of the Loxahatchee Group of the Sierra Club. We represent the Sierra Club in Palm Beach, Martin, and St. Lucie counties. We support the overall concept because we want this area to be what it is now and not to change. This is one of the last places there is not heavy development. And, you know, there's a lot of nice homes out there. There's deer. You know, what a nice idea, real animals. You don't have to go to Disney to see a fake animal. You could actually see real animals. And the people out there are very nice, and they've been out there a long time. I remember when I came, I met Rosa Durando, and she lived in Heritage Farms, and she was very proud to live there. We think that you should do what the people who live there want. So if Michelle Burns wants the overlay, she lives there, she's invested there, then I would support what she wants, because she has put a lot of energy, as well as other people in the community, into protecting this area. They have a right to enjoy their life. And these people have beautiful houses and beautiful properties. And there should be parts of Palm Beach County that are not open to high density development. And if this overlay prevents that, then we support that, because we want to see nature preserved. We want to see places that enhance the value of Palm Beach County and its property, and enhance the living quality of life of the people who live in Palm Beach County. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Linda Zur. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, folks. Good to see some of you again. I didn't know I don't know how to pronounce his last name, so let me say Mr. Dennis was going to speak about Barn Road. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Susan Pauley, 10865 Barn Road. I live on Barn Road. I didn't know he was going to speak about Barn Road. He's totally wrong about not being agricultural. He probably hasn't spent much time there. I think he's fairly new to the Heritage Farms anyway. I think he has a nursery. I don't believe he lives in Heritage Farms. He probably hasn't even seen Barn Road very much. There's a guy across the road from me, has horses. My next door neighbor used to have horses and probably about 100 chickens. I happen to have poultry. I was trying to do pedigreed chickens, like for show chickens, although the economy kind of shut me down temporarily. So it's very quiet on Barn Road right now, but it is certainly agricultural. Anyway, I'll go back to what I was going to start to say, in that I'm sure you've all read the staff report. I did too. And I happen to notice that the people with the largest amount of land seem to think that they're better or count more than the rest of us, like the little plots on Barn Road. Not so. I mean, come on, we're all the same. but and not everyone like myself was able to buy a large parcel when I first moved out to this area 23 years ago. And there was a time, especially back then, when you could only get something when somebody died because the area was so nice that nobody could buy anything. Nothing was ever available. Somebody had to die before you could get a house or a home or a parcel out there. Let's see. So back to the dissidents. With large amounts of land, many of them don't even live in the hood, so I really don't think they have an idea of what a great place it is to live there. Yet they seem to think that since they own acreage, they count more and they're more important, and it's not. So I'd like to respectfully remind all of you, one person, one vote, and it stands that the majority want the overlay to be in place. 32 people are for the overlay, and only 12 are against, and that was in the staff report. So please remember this when you vote, and please recommend that this passes. Okay? Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Carolyn McKay.
I'm Linda Zur. I own 6943 Park Lane Road and 6255 Park Lane West. And I support the overlay. Just quality of life I want for myself and my son, and that's about it. Everybody's covered quite a bit of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Smith.
Good morning. My name is Carolyn McKay. My husband and I live at 7302 Park Lane Road. Our property is a 30-acre parcel that is adjacent to the Yee property on its eastern border and the Trotting Center on its southern border. We purchased this property in '06 and have worked 7 days a week for 17 years to build and grow our business. To this day, we have not once been included in any neighborhood conversations regarding any possible changes like this overlay, which will negatively impact the value of our property. And I understand they have been ongoing for several months. My property is being represented later on today's agenda for an initiation of its own text amendment. I am here today to neither support nor oppose the Trotting Center overlay. I simply am asking to be excluded from it. I was never asked about wanting to be included, but for the record, I do not wish to be included. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa McCune. Go ahead.
Linda Smith. I live in Jupiter, Florida, and I stand with the residents that support to keep the to support this initiative, keep the agricultural and low density and subsequent requirements. Sorry. I echo Drew Martin's comments and Susan Pauly's comments. We want to keep the agricultural areas wild and natural. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Melissa.
Wendy Thompson.
Good morning, Melissa McEwen, 1270 Southeast 14th Court, Deerfield. I am a previous employee of Darren, who spoke to us this morning regarding the overlay and opposing this overlay mainly for nurseries. We heard from Keely and Darren this morning, who both have nurseries in Heritage Farms, and I support the nursery businesses and rejecting this overlay on this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Moyrod. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Wenda Thompson. I own A&W Annuals, which is located on 2 10-acre parcels in Heritage Farms. I'm here to rigorously oppose the overlay. I think that since the beginning, the public communications and even private communications have been very misleading, that there was no change being made, when clearly it's exactly a change. We are changing the code. We are changing the status quo. And to say that nothing is changing and nobody is being affected, it's just not it has not been properly presented. I also think that there is an unequal application of the law going on. to the extent that at the same time, the people who I don't even know who they are, who on the Trotting Center, are asking for their own text change, and you're taking the same thing away from me, like on the same day, literally. And I don't see how that is possible, that like in the same area, some group is able to like go ahead and ask for their change, and the same right or process that I have currently is being restricted. I also agree with other comments that the residents of Barn Road do not fit. Like the concept and the idea, I don't want an overlay, any overlay. Not in favor of nurseries or horses, let alone the other way. I would just prefer no overlay at all. But to put and count this tiny sliver that vastly outweighs, if you take Barn Road out by rough math that I figured from the report, I mean, it's 50-50, which also then leads to the fact that there's no consensus here. If there were a consensus where the vast majority of the neighborhood wanted this thing, great, but it just doesn't exist. And even at 60-40, I would never call that a consensus. If I were to have an overlay, it would not be the way it is written. It would be expansive. It would be pro-business. It would bring more like agriculture to the area. It would not be like saying, I'm sorry, I don't know how to say it, but like what we're doing is adding restrictions to restrictions that already exist. The restrictions we have are fine. They worked to like eliminate the so-called illegal businesses, which was like a while ago, but the status quo worked. So let's just leave the status quo and have it. And so, if I have time to quickly recap, I don't think it has been presented well. I don't think it's being applied equally to those in the area. I don't like the way the lines are drawn. I don't believe that this is, there's a consensus that exists at all. And I would really like for all of you to vote against it.
Thank you for your comments. Risa McCarraher. Go ahead.
Good morning. Melissa McGaughy Moyrud, 7713 Park Lane Road. I'm actually catty corner to Barn Road and Park Lane Road. My husband and I own 11-acre nursery, so we are both agriculture and a business, and we live there, and we have an operating nursery. So I think that any argument for Barn Road is kind of out the window. In any case, I've been a resident and a business owner in Heritage Farms for 17 years. I have come to love the quiet and wildness that Heritage Farms brings. I've sat with my family and watched bald eagles fly overhead. I've watched otter families swim in our back ponds and bobcats chase rabbits. I've watched hummingbirds at my kitchen window and fireflies illuminate the edge of the forested wetland. My husband and I were married here. I have raised 2 children here and have celebrated weddings, baby showers, holidays, and even mourned the loss of neighbors and friends here in Heritage Farms. I've also worked here in our native plant nursery for 17 years and shared the love of trees and plants with our neighbors and friends. Heritage Farms is an amazing place to live and work. I am so grateful that the county has taken an interest in Heritage Farms to help protect our rural community and country lifestyle by governing an overlay that will declare who we are and protect our community and its rural state. It saddens me that there is another element in Heritage Farms, and even those that do not have property in Heritage Farms, that want to exploit this community by cashing in with businesses that are not legal and desires to sell at high-density development that is not currently allowed in Heritage Farms. Some of these same people who are opposing this overlay have newly arrived in Heritage Farms after cashing in on property that they sold in the Ag Reserve for commercial uses. Perhaps they wish to do likewise here. I suppose there is no limit to the greed that drives some of these people. Certainly land and property has increased value in Heritage Farms and could be sold at a profit at its current zoning value and use. And that isn't being taken away by anyone, especially the overlay. Please count my vote in support of the Heritage Farms overlay. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 2 cards here, the final 2, and they have BA2 and BA2 on them. I think they mean 3A2, so that's Roland Yee and Richard Moyrod. Is this what you wanted to speak on? Both. Okay, it's 3A2. So can we have Roland Yee, please? Yeah, I wrote it. Okay, great. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you guys for all your service. We really appreciate it. Our ag areas in this county are under siege, and it's clear by the speculators in this room who are opposing this. They want to get the best bang for their buck, and they've done it before. There are many of them who have spoken recently who have sold other properties in the Ag Reserve and in other areas of Palm Beach County to developers. That's what they want to do. That is why they oppose this. They do not live there. Some may, but they don't care. We all care. We live there. We work there. We are ag businesses. No ag business with equestrian wants to be located or co-located next to someone who's bringing in these heavy-duty vehicles. We need protection. Palm Beach County has in their, whatever the thing is, you are saying you will protect diverse lifestyles. This is your opportunity to protect us. Barn Road, my mother lives on Barn Road. It is very much agricultural. There are many people who tend chickens, have horses. This man has no idea what he's speaking about because he's never probably even been down there. He's new to our community. He lives up by me. And he was in the Ag Reserve with a commercial business. And now he's there. So let's take a guess what he wants to do next. So please help us out. We are under siege. They are coming at us. I have to come here all the time. I don't want to come here. I don't want you guys to have to see me ever again. I want to stay home. I want to raise my kids. I want to have fun. I want to ride my horses, my golf cart, whatever the case may be. That's what we came out there for. It's for that rural lifestyle, to be tucked away and protected. And the rural tier is supposed to do that, and we are chipping away at it. Every one of these developments that you allow in an unauthorized zoning area is only serving to perpetuate the affordable housing crisis. When you allow them to build more homes at a high value, there's nowhere for the other people to go, and you're causing the need for more affordable housing. Thank you, and please protect our rural area.
Thank you. Richard Moyrod.
Good morning. Roland Yee with Yee Farms. Madam Chair and members of the Planning Board, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm here representing my family to respectfully request exclusion of our property from the county-initiated Heritage Farms Rural Overlay. I will not be opposing the county-initiated overlay so long as my property is excluded. My family's parcel at 7501 South State Road 7 is approximately 57 acres that fronts State Road 7 and abuts the Trotting Center to the north. The assemblage of my family's property and the Cypress Prolos 40-acre adjacent to my west, herein referred to as the Devasta Project, is nearly an exact mirror image of the Trotting Center project, with the Devasta Project being slightly smaller in size. Both the Devasta Project and the Trotting Center Project share a common boundary and have the same linear feet of State Road 7 road frontage. Both are sandwiched between two commercially zoned parcels. Directly to the east of both projects is LR2 density, and 2,700 feet to the south, east of State Road 7, is LR3 density. Both are requesting identical density with lot gradation. Ultimately, both projects have nearly identical text amendments that have been submitted. My family has been farming since 1940, and of those 83 years, over 50 of those have been in Palm Beach County. We purchased this property 39 years ago in 1984. This was well before, I believe, anyone currently living in Heritage Farms moved into Heritage Farms, and 15 years before the establishment of the county's management growth tier system, placing my family's property in the rural tier. The purchase of our property was 38 years before the Trotting Center was sold to the Links at Lake Worth LLC earlier last year for the sole purpose of increasing density for development. to allow a property that was knowingly purchased in the rural tier under speculation less than a year ago to be excluded from the county-initiated Heritage Farms rural overlay, yet not allow an adjacent near mirror image property that has been owned and operated for 38 years by a bona fide agriculture business with over 50 years of history in Palm Beach County, the same opportunity would be nothing less than favoritism. For these reasons, we respectfully request our property to be treated as the nearly identical Trotting Center parcel and to be excluded from the county-initiated Heritage Farm rural overlay. Thank you.
I have no other cards after our final speaker here, so if anybody thinks differently, I don't see anybody saying. So go ahead, Richard Moyer. Go ahead.
Richard Moyer, 7667 Park Lane Road, Lake Worth, Florida. That's in the south end of Heritage Farms, where I have operated a native plant nursery for 42 years. Also a good friend of Rosa Durando, who was the first resident in Heritage Farms. Not a fictional place. Heritage Farms was designed as an equestrian and agricultural area in 1958. It shows up on the maps. It was recognized in your comprehensive plan. It is a rural area, RR10, and really should remain that way. Nothing is changing by adopting this overlay. What you're doing is simply recognizing what is there. Landowners who are there are free to sell their land, all of which has increased in value since their purchase. If they purchased this last week, I'm sorry, maybe it's gone up or down. That's a chance you take. As far as the acreage concerned, look at your map. The biggest landowner is the South Florida National Cemetery. Do you think they would like to have massive changes and development in an area that's supposed to remain quiet and sacred? This is the only place they could actually exist in Palm Beach County. Look at the map, look at the acreage, let's count them as well, not just the few individuals who own a few tracts of land, much of it for speculation. As far as the residents, Barn Road, we have friends all the way to the other north end. The residents and the numbers, the owners, the landowners who live there should have their voice heard. In the end, buyers of land are welcome to continue what they're doing there with equestrian and nurseries. Land speculation is not appropriate. Please support and confirm this overlay. Thank you.
Thank you. Does staff have any comments related to what the public said? No. Okay. What we'll do is we're going to bring the discussion here, and it's, as the chair, what we'll do today is you can ask questions, but not only ask questions, you can make comments at this time too. And then whenever it's appropriate, we'll have a motion, and then we could discuss the motion. And if you've already said things before when you were asking your questions, you wouldn't repeat it, of course, because we've heard it. But I don't want to limit people to just asking questions, because let's see your whole train of thought. And if nobody has any objections to that, I'm just going to let the board here do that. We could start on my left with David Searle. Do you have any questions or comments? No. Okay. And can we have, we have Sarah Pardue.
I have none at this time.
Okay. Angela Van?
Just that one question, also of staff. I'm trying to understand in terms of, so what they are asking, and the people who are opposing, I'm trying to understand, they're saying that the agricultural part of this, which is more toward State Road 7, they saying that they do not want to be in it, or, let me rephrase that, what can they build today as opposed to the overlay? So what's changing? I read through this, so I'm trying to figure out if nothing's changing and why are they so opposed?
So there's no changes to the future land use designation. The overlay just establishes a set of
policies in the plan that are intended for if someone wants to come in to request a residential density increase above RR5, it would require a vote of at least 5 members of the Board of County Commissioners. And some of the policies also speak to the continuation and expansion of agricultural uses.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Barbara Roth?
Yes, thank you, Acting Chair. 2 issues. Could you please explain for those watching the issue of 5 Board of County Commissioners being required for a vote to change the density?
Yeah, sure. So that's the new policy 1.4.1b. So it, I'll just go ahead and read it if that's okay. It says the county encourages rural residential densities within the Heritage Farms rural overlay. Applications requiring approval by the Board of County Commissioners that would result in a density greater than RR5, 1 unit per 5 acres. And so it includes tier changes, land use amendments, or rezonings. Those would require approval of at least 5 members of the Board of County Commissioners. So it's just an additional step that has to be taken in order for, so that there's a consensus among the board that it's an appropriate change for this area.
So a stronger consensus than just majority.
Correct.
Was that the objective?
Yes.
Thank you. And another question, please, if I might. In listening to Richard Yee and his issue to staff, is there going to be anything about this that will exclude his freedom to deal with his property in the future?
So he has a text amendment in process right now. That's the item that is actually last on the agenda today. He's able to request, and anyone in this overlay, if it is adopted by the board, could still request land use amendments. Again, it's just, it would require that additional vote by the board.
But nothing that excludes his process of asking for this.
Right, yeah. So if that amendment gets initiated by the board in February, they could then submit their land use application in May.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Marcia Hayden? Okay, thank you. Yes, Penny Pompey?
To staff, I'm confused on maps. So we have the data that was sent to us. Thank you for whoever does all that copying and printing. Much appreciated. But the map that I have doesn't include the trotting center as part of the overlay, but this map clearly has it as a rectangle.
Okay, so this is the mailing boundary. So we went ahead and we just kind of over noticed everyone who could be potentially in the overlay before we had kind of determined the boundaries that were appropriate.
Okay, so what we have in our packet is the one that is actually we're talking about today.
Yes, that's correct. The one that, yeah.
All right. Thank you for that clarification. And you want comments too?
Anything you want to say. Go
okay. Well, I like the argument, and I'm sorry I didn't get the name or write it down, that this is United States of America and one person, one vote. So I think that to me, that carries more weight than amount of property owned. Just my own personal thoughts.
Thank you. Glenn Groman.
So I have a couple of questions for staff and following on Penny's comment. Is there the methodology by which you were counting each property individually versus the size of the property? Is there a defined policy anywhere in the ULDC that says you should do it that way?
No, that's really just for informational purposes for you all to consider. It's just 2 different data points, one looking at acreage and one looking at by parcel. It's just information.
Okay. So no policy, nothing in the ULDC, nothing. It's just that's the way you decided to do it.
Correct.
And any reason why you wouldn't give more consideration to people who owned greater size properties?
I don't think we have a particular opinion on that. So we're neutral as in terms of which one you all consider.
And I was wondering, did you ever take into consideration it's not in the report, but any reason why you wouldn't take into consideration the amount of taxes that are paid by various property owners? And by the way, this could go both ways, because if you have agriculture exempt property, they might not pay as much taxes or any taxes versus someone who has a single family home, but no analysis on that, right?
Right. It was just a matter of support or oppose.
What gave rise to the county initiating this amendment as opposed to, say, the Barn Road Homeowners Association or something like that? I'm just interested why the county initiated that. I'd be more preferential to a sort of a resident-initiated amendment. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, and it was. So the residents of the area, when they started to see some of the potential applications coming in, they did reach out to the district commissioner at the time. And then that amendment request was initiated by the board as a whole back in August of this last year.
And speaking to Mr. Yee's concern, was there any, while this process was going on, was there any consideration given to folks who wanted to exclude themselves from this overlay, specifically someone who actually was contiguous to another property that actually is excluded, as opposed to somebody, the shotgun approach? I'm surprised. I mean, I would think it would be pretty easy for Mr. Yee to have come in and say, hey, listen, I don't want to be part of this. And look, the other piece of property I'm contiguous to is not part of this. And although it would be an odd-shaped area, it's a huge area. It's 1,000 acres. Any consideration to that pre-initiation?
Yeah, so we did meet with Mr. Yee, and we've had several conversations with him. The main consideration for us was that, Trotting Center was already in process. This application for the initiation didn't come in until November. So well after we were beginning discussions with the neighborhood. So we just felt it was appropriate to maintain the boundaries that we had discussed with the neighbors at the time. And then through these public hearing processes, the board could make alterations to those boundaries if they saw fit.
Okay. Just some general comment. It's pretty obvious to me that the folks on Barn Road are involved in some way in agriculture and things of that nature. I guess that's why they call it Barn Road. But so I don't accept the argument that they're not involved in agriculture. As to Ms. Pompey's commentary about one person, one vote, that's great in a municipal election or a national election, but in the world of real estate and taxes, if you have a larger home, you pay more taxes. A more valuable home, you pay more taxes. The way that most property owners association work is that if you have a larger piece of property, you pay a larger proportion of your property association dues as a result of that. That's how most office parks and things like that work. So that's not necessarily a great argument. And finally, to close, there were some good arguments as to why someone should oppose this, but the question is, I didn't hear any arguments as to why. I mean, there were some good arguments about opposition, but I didn't hear why. Why is there not one person who opposed this said why they opposed it, which is an interesting aspect of that. So, no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Dagmar Bruss.
If this overlay does not happen, the most anybody could do on their parcels of property, because it is in the rural tier, is one home on 5 acres. Is that correct?
Right now, the designation in the area is one unit per 10 acres.
1 unit per 10 acres. Okay, I thought that was the case, but I heard somebody say one unit on 5 acres. You know, I get this. My dad had a foliage nursery for like 15 years, and in the nursery business, you know, you try to make a living and you stay. You know, you try to keep your head above water financially, and you know, make a decent life for your family. But at the end of the day, you know, when that golden egg becomes valuable, which is your land, you turn around and you sell it, and you try to make a lot of money. So, you know, you have that golden egg. You know, unfortunately, this is an area, and I've driven through it many times, where it's an agricultural neighborhood. There are homes that are associated with, you know, their horse farms and their chickens and their, you know, native nurseries and stuff like that. You know, I understand, but a nursery person that bought for the intent of an investment, and if you have 2 10-acre parcels, Lord knows what they're doing to Palm Beach County now. If you have 20 acres, you know, the density that they're cramming on it. This really only has one access point, which is Heritage Farms Road on 441, and I really would not want to see happen in here what has happened so many other places in the county, where there are developments that are approved where people have cashed out, and you have bottlenecks and the uses aren't there, the facilities that they need. This is just another layer of protection for these residents. As far as the Yee Farm property, I believe the Yee Farm people just were a little late getting off the starting block. I think when the Trotting Center started their conversations regarding what they wanted to do, I'm surprised the Yees weren't, you know, saying, hey, remember me, from the very onset. It's a different story with the Yee Farm. It's on 441. And it is very comparable with what the Trotting Center is, you know, offering us as well. But at the end of the day, if we approve this and the Yee Farm is included in this overlay, basically, they are proposing to go through to 2 units to 1 acre. If they go to the county commissioners, the only difference is they will have to get 5 out of 7 votes instead of 4 out of 3. Is that going to be the difference for the Yee property?
4 out of 7.
4 out of 7. They'll have to get 5 positive commissioner votes in order for the Yee Farm property to be approved, versus the normal 4 out of 7 votes.
So I think it depends on the timing of, you know, if this amendment is transmitted and adopted by the board and when. So I think there's some questions about whether or not, and I'll let Darren speak if he wants to add anything.
I just agree with Stephanie. It would depend on the timing. If this overlay is adopted before the adoption of the Yee's application, then it would be the 5 votes.
It would be. So, okay, but he still could do what he is hoping to do. He would just need 1 more county commissioner.
Right. He wouldn't be prevented from submitting.
And that would be the same as anybody else that owns a piece of property in Heritage Farms. They could go for a land use change or a higher density or something like that. They just need to get 5 positive votes out of the 7 from the commission.
Exactly. We're not prohibiting anyone from requesting a future land use amendment or tier change or rezoning.
And I hope the people that all speak against this understand that. You know, you're not being locked out. I mean, it is 1 to 10, but if you do, you know, if times change enough where you know, do go for a higher land use, you know, it is still doable. You just need to get that 1 extra positive commissioner vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, Angela Van, go ahead.
One quick question of staff. So the 5 votes, is this the first time we've done that? You've done this in a overlay, or is it something we've done before?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question. So these policies pretty much mirror what was done for the Pioneer Road neighborhood overlay, which was in like sometime 2022, I believe it came in front of you. And there's also several other areas in the comp plan where it requires an extra 5 vote. We have it outlined in the staff report. They're just escaping me right now. I think one of them is for annexation within our unincorporated protection area, and there's a couple of other instances. So it's not unusual.
Okay, I don't have any questions of staff or the public. I just have just a couple comments. Terrific job that the staff did. They're fair. We have the smartest staff, I think, in the country. And this 5 of 7, maybe we should consider this for anything west of 441. Okay. Do I have a motion for this from anyone?
I'll move to approve, how should I word this? To approve the staff recommendation on Heritage Farm overlay. Does that work?
I think that's appropriate from Commissioner Pompey. Anybody second that? Seconded by Commissioner Roth. Any further discussion?
I have an alternate.
You want to make a substitute motion?
Make a substitute motion.
Go ahead.
My motion would be to approve the proposal, the staff's recommendation, with the exception that there be an opt-out provision for any property which is contiguous to a non-heritage farm parcel. In other words, Mr. Yee's property could exempt itself, or he could exclude it from the overlay, because it's contiguous to the Trotting Center, which is not part of the Heritage Farms overlay.
Okay, I have a question before I get a second on that. My question is that able to be? Could that be done?
Yeah, I'm just not sure exactly.
Like, is there any other than the Yee property? Is there any other property that could take advantage of that? That's just my question.
Well, where I was going with this is that there was some other speaker who had, I guess, 10 acres or something, and so my motion would be that property would have to be contiguous to some other part of some other area other than Heritage Farms. In other words, if it was in the middle of the map, it couldn't be done. But if it was contiguous to, say, for example, to Mr. Yee's property or to the Trotting Center, that they could request an exemption. That's where I was going with that.
I could see that. Yeah, I could see that, but
keeps moving north.
Yeah,
I mean,
now let's understand what I'm saying. One of the things that we just talked about with staff is timing. So you can't have mission creep, because once we adopt the ordinance with the exemption, it would have to be maybe within a certain time frame, and then that would be it. So I'm sort of putting that out there to staff.
Okay, does everybody understand what he's asking?
Yes, but I'm not sure that process could work, the exemption, because it requires map changes. So it's a whole comprehensive plan process we would have to do once the boundaries are established. So maybe your recommendation could include what you see as the appropriate boundary instead?
Well, then in that case, I could limit it to excluding the Yee property from that, because there's actually something pending before the county at that. So my motion would be amended to approve staff's recommendation with the exclusion of the Yee property because it's contiguous to the Trotting Center, and I see council is up at the dais. So,
yeah. So are you probably talking about the Yee? So there's Yee and Miss McKay are both applicants together for the Heritage Transitional Overlay. I'm believing that's what you're referring to. Is that entire parcel that's under?
It's actually
has an application in process.
Right. It's actually geometrically symmetrical to the Trotting Center.
And I'll show you real quick. So it's that blue
Correct.
box right there. Okay.
Correct.
Just so we're clear. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
No, not the blue. No, the stuff on the west, right?
No, the Yee property is north of the Trotting Center. So
Trotting Center is in yellow, and then the Yee McKay properties are the blue to the north of the Trotting Center.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know. My question is, you're finished with the motion?
I'm finished.
Restate the motion.
So my motion is to approve staff's recommendation for the institution of the Heritage Farm rural overlay, excluding the Yee and the other applicant's property, which is indicated in blue on the map. I don't remember the name of the other.
McKay or something?
McKay.
Oh, McKay. That's correct what that?
Yes, that's a proper motion.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay, well, you have to either, attorney,
There's no such thing as a motion for discussion.
Yeah.
If you're going to second it, then you have to be willing to vote on it.
you have to vote on it. Okay. So it's seconded by Angela Van, Commissioner Van. Okay, now we have discussion, and Barbara Roth has her hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, I think there were two questions, mine and perhaps Commissioner Braz, that were getting at the issue about whether Mr. Yee's property was at all, whether his actions would be restricted by this. And we were told no, that in fact he can go ahead. Now I believe the issue is one of timing, and I really need clarification on this. I do remember the Pioneer Road overlay discussion very well, and I remember at that time we also excluded, I want to say perhaps the Winners Church and something else, abutting Jog Road, not on, and perhaps a property right at that end of Pioneer Road. So we have precedents for doing this, but it's the timing. Are we doing this just because we have something that has been initiated or is looking for initiation? If we were to vote in favor of this alternate motion, is it because we have something in process, or is it something that will just carry on? Do you know what I'm saying? Are we legislating, even though we don't make the final decision, for just one item?
Well, I think you're determining whether or not the site is appropriate to be located within the proposed overlay.
So I ask again, is action by Mr. Yee restricted by this? If we go back to the original motion, which was to adopt staff's recommendation for the overlay, is Mr. Yee restricted in his application?
Madam Chair, a point of information. So I believe that what staff said, and this is the basis for my motion, is that the answer to is Mr. Yee restricted? He's not restricted to go forward. The problem is that he needs that supermajority vote. If we pass this today, he needs a supermajority vote. If we exclude him, it excludes it fixes the problem before it happens, and that is the timing issue. So that's the basis of my motion. What staff has said is, and staff can jump in here, is that Mr. Yee could potentially be stopped from doing what he wants to do as a result of what we do here today based on timing. And the timing relates to the fact that if we adopt this and the county commission adopts it, depending on when they adopt it, Mr. Yee could be forced to get the supermajority vote where he otherwise wouldn't have to do that. And by excluding that, we fix that problem. And again, to my fellow board member, we do have precedent in excluding these things. And again, I think on the front end of this, and not to talk too much, is I think Mr. Yee should have probably been given the opportunity to exclude himself from this from the get-go, just because of the contiguous nature of these parcels and the fact that it was coming into to the county.
Okay, so it's all about timing. It may or may not happen depending on what kind of postponements or whatever, but this would put that to rest, right?
Correct.
So I understand that completely. We have a motion and we have a second. Any further discussion? Go ahead.
Well, if we're going to do that, I hope that my fellow commissioners all saw the letter from Mr. Al Hendrickson, who owns 32.55 acres on Heritage Farms Road and 441. You know, and he's kind of contiguous too, and he's got access to 441, and that's right on a corner. And you know, Lord knows what he's going to want to do in the future. You're putting holes in an overlay. Tommy Yee can develop his property. If he gives us a good plan, it's going to get approved. He's asking for 2 units to the acre, which is not awful, but let's not punch holes into it this way.
Okay, is there any further discussion from anyone? Wants to say anything? Okay, let's have a roll call vote on this, please.
On which motion?
On the, we have to vote on the substitute motion.
Okay.
Which would be to approve the overlay with the exclusion of those two parcel owners, Yee and McKay. Okay. Roll call vote, please, Precious.
Barbara Roth.
No.
Lori Vinegar.
Yes.
Penny Pompey.
No.
Dagmar Bras. No. Glenn Groman.
Yes.
Sarah Pardue.
No.
Angela Van.
Yes.
Marcia Hayden. Yes. David Thurl.
No.
And does not pass 4 to 5.
Okay, 4 to 5, but it was close, but 4 to 5. And the county commissioners will take that under advisement because we are an advisory board. Thank you very much. We're going to go on now to.
Got the motion on the
Motion on the
on the
The
main
original
vote.
motion.
Wait a minute.
Original.
We have the main motion.
Oh, it didn't pass. Sorry. Okay, now the original motion. Oh boy, and I'm a Toastmaster. Okay. Okay. The original motion we need to the original motion from Commissioner Pompey, and it was seconded by Barbara Roth, I believe. Yes. Correct? And that for to accept to approve staff's recommendation for this Heritage Farms rural overlay. Okay, and now we have this motion. Let's discuss it if anybody wants to discuss it. No? Then we can have a vote. Let's have a roll call vote on that.
Barbara Roth.
Yes.
Lori Vinegar.
Yes.
Penny Pompey.
Yes.
Dagmar Bras.
Yes.
Glenn Groman.
Yes.
Sarah Pardue.
Yes.
Angela Van. Yes. Marcia Hayden. David Searle.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Well, that was unanimous. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to the public too and staff. You do a lot of work here. We'll go on now, if there's no objection, to 3, it's 3A3, 60th Street North. That's a thoroughfare right-of-way identification map amendment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. For this item, it's a joint presentation with Palm Beach County Engineering and the Planning Division. So I'll pass the microphone.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Kashid Mahyuddin with Planning Division.
Either if you could speak into that better or maybe they could raise the volume.
I don't think it's on.
Yeah.
Is the other microphone?
It's on. It should be on. Yeah. Wait, now it's on. They were both on before. How did it get shut off? We shut off.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay, fine. Fine, okay. Yeah. Okay, does that work now? Check it out.
Let's see. Yes.
Okay. Yes, we can hear it better.
Again, for the record, Kashid Mahyuddin with Palm Beach County Planning Division. 60th Street North Tim Amendment. This amendment proposes to increase the right-of-way from 80 feet to 100 feet to ultimately allow 5 lanes on 60th Street North from 140th Avenue North all the way east to North State Road 7 extension. This amendment was initiated by the BCC on December 20th, 2022. What is thoroughfare right-of-way identification map? It's a planning level map which identifies important state, city, and county roads necessary to meet existing and future travel demands. There will be properties affected on the south side from this amendment. The reason is that there is a canal on the north side. Residential properties on the south side, west of 120th Avenue, will definitely be affected, but east of 120th Avenue, if you see, we have highlighted in yellow
120th Avenue. There is an additional 40-foot easement by Indian Trail Improvement District, and therefore, east of 120th Avenue, the residential properties may not be affected. I will let Dr. Ultra from our traffic director take over from here on, and he will hand me back later on.
Good morning. I'm not Dr. Dr. Alturk. Morton Rose, director of the roadway production division of the engineering department. What you see here is just a aerial exhibit showing the corridor. A little closer view of the residents that will be affected and the layout of the road. The orange line that you see there is actually a depiction of where the widening would have to happen to expand the existing 80 feet right of way to 100 feet. So this is just a continuation from west to east. And the next slide, takes you through that took you through the Coconut Boulevard intersection. Now we're at Mango Boulevard, and the image the last page that you saw was at the limit of that was Royal Palm Beach Boulevard. This section in the bottom right-hand corner, that was Royal Palm Beach Boulevard. This section is east of Royal Palm Beach Boulevard and ends with the bottom pin at State Route 7. So this is just to give you a visual of the area and give you a sense of what the impacts would be.
And in this slide, the yellow line represents that extra 40-foot easement, and therefore, as you can see, those properties would not be affected, may not be affected. Staff assessment, typically 80-foot right-of-way can fit a 5-lane section. However, there are M canal facilities encroaching on the existing 80-foot right-of-way towards the north. Therefore, we believe this amendment is necessary to move forward with widening of this road. We did this previous notification in 2018, extensive outreach. Again, we held an info meeting, about 20 attendees, and one spoke in opposition. We did normal notices, including IPARC and surrounding municipalities and districts. Staff is recommending approval, and we request a motion to recommend approval.
Thank you. Let's see. We have, that's all for the staff. We do have public comment cards. Can we have Heather Bellinger to lectern 1 and William Kirk to lectern 2? And if you could state your name and your address.
Sure. Hi, I'm Heather Boulanger, and I'm a property owner and resident on 60th Street, 13044, 60th Street North. I wasn't necessarily prepared for a comment, but I just wanted it noted that I am strongly opposed to the taking of my property and the expansion of our 2-lane dirt road to a 5-lane roadway.
Hector Julio Fuentes. Go ahead.
I live at 13618 60th Street, and they come at us before about taking our property to make this wider, but have not seen anything on what Palm Beach County plans to do with improving stormwater quality and stormwater runoff. We have virtually no drainage out there now to speak about. And it's kind of like putting the wagon before the horse. So I strongly oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you.
William Kirk.
Buenos dias. Good morning. For the record, Jorge Perez with Palm Beach County Planning Staff. Mr. Cifuentes does not speak English, so I'm going to be translating for him.
Okay, thank you.
La verdad, lo que me siento es que hay muy poca información en español para mí y siempre que vengo me mandan de oficina en oficina y nunca me dan una información clara.
He feels that there's very little information in Spanish, and whenever he's attended the county facilities, the county offices, he hasn't gotten clear information about this process.
Mi casa se quemó hace 2 años y vine y pregunté, me dijeron que este proyecto no era viable, le metí $600,000 y ahora me dicen que sí es viable.
He says his house burned down some years ago, and before he invested $600,000 on his property, that he came to the county and he was told that it was not a viable project at the time, and so he went ahead and invested all that money onto his property, which is also a business. También tiene un negocio.
Yo tengo un negocio en mi propiedad y tengo todas las granjas con todos los permisos, pero la verdad me veo muy afectado por falta de información. Todo el mundo me coge como una pelota, pero nadie me dice la información clara.
He says he's got his business that he's invested a lot of money, and he complains of a lack of information. That he comes to the county and he feels that the information he has received is not clear. Hable del proyecto del camino.
Sí, lo que yo sé, lo poco que sé, el proyecto del camino afectará a mi vivienda en su totalidad. O sea que mi negocio queda totalmente anulado.
What he understands of the project is that it will affect his house, his home, and his business because of the geometry of the parcel, and that it's going to affect them completely. It's going to wipe him out.
Yo solo lo que quiero es que la información sea clara para mí, porque nadie me da información clara.
He just wants the information to be clear, and you are in opposition. Is in opposition.
Gracias.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Could maybe, I have 2 items to read. Maybe could staff look at that piece of property and he said, taking somebody totally out of their home, that's what he's saying. If you could, it's 13882 60th Street North. If you could look that up and if we can get it on there, okay. I have 2 cards here, each opposing.
Lori, can you repeat the address? I don't think they heard it.
13882 60th Street North. Hector Julio Fuentes.
Would you like me to respond to what's happening at that address?
Do you know? Okay, we could do that now. And then I have 2 cards I have to read, but go ahead and explain, please.
Okay, sure. That house is located in a very precarious location. And the gentleman has been in our office and with a translator, and we have tried our very best to explain what's happening, what we perceive is going to be happening, because we are not anywhere near a design as yet for the property, but we have looked at the alignment and how it would affect the property. It's actually at the very west end of that red dash line at the intersection of 140th Avenue where that curve is beginning. So because of the alignment of the road at that location, that property will be impacted more than the standard average property along the corridor. So he is correct that his property will be impacted significantly. But like with any other property, the county does have to compensate and make that property owner whole from a financial standpoint. But that is, sometime in the future when we do get to through the design process and the eminent domain process.
Okay, it's a ways off, and about how much you must know. You know it's going to considerably impact it. So what are we talking about? Taking down structures?
Yes, it's possibly that the property may not be a viable residential property. Right.
Well, that's a new one for me. Okay. Let's
Just may I ask it?
Go ahead.
My understanding is that this isn't just a dwelling, it's a business and a dwelling. So Or did I not?
That's what he says, yes.
Yeah, okay.
It's a business and a dwelling.
Would you like to maybe finish public comment and then we can come back to
Okay,
this?
okay.
We'll pull
Sure.
it up on GeoNav and
Sure,
We
I
can.
just,
I have two cards. You can continue that in a minute. I have two cards, both opposed. Ed Park, there is an option to move the canal. No matter the cost, that should be done before taking 20 feet of property. Okay? And the other one is Dylan Bellinger. And this proposed amendment, if passed, would create an unsafe space for families as well as taking away the remote rural feel of the acreage. Okay. Let's see. We're in discussion now, and I'm just going to let Barbara go ahead with her train of thought so we don't lose that.
thank you, Chair. My real concern about this is, if I understood the gentleman correctly, it not only his dwelling but his business will be affected. So we're talking about someone's whole life. And when we say, well, it's a way off in the future, what are we talking about? Are we talking 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? I do understand that these things need to be approved in advance in county time, but this is a person who has a dwelling and a livelihood on property. So what are we talking about here in terms of timing?
This segment has not yet been funded for construction in the 5-year road program. So we would be looking at probably approaching the right-of-way acquisition phase sometime in 2025, 2026.
And construction?
Would be outside, would be beyond 2027, would be probably 2028, thereabouts.
Clearly, we don't know what this gentleman's business model is, except that we want to encourage people to be able to stay in their homes and, in this case, maintain a business. So, I don't know. I'm disturbed by this one piece of it, and I understand where it is. It's at a critical point.
I mean, we're not planning to take the entire property, but because of the geometry that you see here, it's somewhat intricate, and it's hard for us to tell at this point because we have not actually completed a design of it. So we will be able to use some of it, and some of it will remain. We may have to pay the property owner to, for example, relocate the house, reposition some of the developments that are on it. But all of that is taken care of and pinned down. The details of that is pinned down during the design process and during the appraisal process as to how much of a cost that is going to be to the county to make sure that the property owner, this gentleman, is whole and has not lost the value, and has not lost any value from a financial standpoint. The county will have to compensate the property owner fully. And that's on the Florida statutes, Florida law.
Lori,
may I ask, who is the best advocate for that gentleman? Would it be his county commissioner in that district? In other words, who can keep tabs on this as an advocate for this gentleman?
Well, during the, keep in mind, there are quite a number of properties along that corridor. As we get to the right-of-way acquisition phase, each property that we impact will have to be appraised, and the county does make an offer to each property owner. Each property owner is entitled to hire an attorney paid for by the county, and not only an attorney, they can hire engineers and land use experts, whatever expert that they need to protect themselves under the with the cost of the all of that cost going to the county.
Thank you. That helps. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dagmar Bras.
Is the county ever open to suggestions? I mean, why wouldn't we just push everything closer to the canal? I mean, it looks like it's a very large treed area where those homeowners would not have to be affected. And that canal, I mean, I have seen canals moved before, and it doesn't seem that there's very much going on the other side of the canal. Thank goodness these are larger lots, you know, so you're not right on their backyard, but or I guess that's front yard. You know, but this is an impact again. More traffic, which has to be taken care of, and you're altering their lifestyle. Period. Having a 2-lane road go to a 5-lane road is traumatic in front of your house. So, does the county ever adjust or say maybe there's a better way to approach this by going a little bit further in that direction instead of doing what we're proposing?
What you just described is standard procedure. Because, as I explained before, the cost to the county or the taxpayers is something that we always have to try to minimize. And the preliminary investigations that we've done has indicated that to impact the M1 canal, which is a city canal, City of West Palm Beach canal, which also serves as their one of their main drinking water supply system. The ability to move and relocate that canal would be significantly higher.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Glenn Groman, go ahead.
A couple questions for staff and traffic. So there's nothing unusual about doing right-of-way takings. The county's been doing this for decades, right? And there's a whole process to determine the fair market value of properties, and property owners are compensated accordingly. Is that correct?
Absolutely, that is correct.
So one thing that I wanted to let you know is that I'm not a traffic engineer. I'm involved in development, but one thing I can say with absolute certainty is that the county staff, and you in particular, and the person making this presentation, are experts in their field. So I will always defer to the county's traffic staff as far as how things should be done and where they should be, and looking to alternatives. I'm sure that you consider all of those before you make your decision. One further question is, when you build these roadways, there was a comment about drainage. So when you do a typical roadway of this type, isn't it true that you install drainage along with it, be it exfiltration or stormwater sewers? Those go along the side of the roads. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. And in this area, we typically look for vacant lots to establish water quality or to hold water that runs off the road.
Got it.
And we've also have to permit any said impacts within this area with the Indian Trail Improvement District. And we oftentimes are allowed to expand properties that are adjacent to other canals. This one is not an Indian Trail canal. As I said before, it's a city canal. But we've had situations like the canal that you see to the west there adjacent to 140th, where we're allowed to expand properties that are adjacent to it to account for the additional runoff from the additional pavement that will be put down.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments here? Any other questions or comments from the other side? Just a comment about this. I'm very familiar with the area. I'm up there all the time. They got some really great exotic fruit nurseries there on avocado and persimmon and all that. And I do see the need for future infrastructure there. I'm happy to hear that the county pays for an attorney and even engineering for the residents. if this is the way it has to be, it has to be, and I do defer to you. So, do we have a motion for this?
Move to approve.
Motion by Glenn Groman, Commissioner Groman.
Second.
Seconded by Sarah, Commissioner Sarah Pardue. Who's that? I thought it was Sarah Pardue. Yes. And is there any discussion on this motion? No. If there's no further discussion, then we have a vote to all in favor.
Shouldn't we do a roll call on this?
No, we don't have to.
We don't? Okay.
All in favor?
Yes. Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Great. I've been told before, you don't have to have so many roll call votes if it looks in that direction.
We're saving time, so that's
I've been told by the
Madam Chair,
attorney.
before we go on to the next item, I'm going to recuse myself from this. It has nothing to do with financial, but I am an employer of one of the municipalities who objecting to this, so it's like I'm going to recuse myself from this.
Okay, there's some forms you have to fill out for that? You will? Okay.
Found out last night, so.
Just found out, so just meet with the attorney after and he'll take care of that. Great, thank you. So we'll see that Angela Van is going to recuse herself and not vote and not be part of the discussion. Okay, we go on to 3A4 North Lake West. That's the thoroughfare right-of-way identification map amendment.
Kashid Mahyuddin again for the record, North Lake West TIM amendment. The proposed amendment was initiated by BCC on January 25, 2021. And this commission heard it in August 2021 and recommended approval, but we have postponed it and now we are coming back. It was requested by Engineering Division, and it is to increase the right-of-way for North Lake Boulevard from 120 feet to 142 feet to allow future 8 lanes between western edge of the Palm Beach Municipal Golf Course, right here, all the way to North State Road 7. Again, it's going to be on the thoroughfare. We are proposing it to be on the thoroughfare right-of-way identification map, which is an important map depicting existing and future needs. A little bit history on this item, that in '89, this was a 120-foot segment, but in '92, it was increased partly to 180 and 220 feet to accommodate drainage. In 1999, it was reduced back to 120 feet because at that time, we did not anticipate more than ultimate 6 lanes. Since then, several major projects have come in and gotten approved, and I would give the presentation to Dr. Alturk this time to go over next couple of slides.
Good morning. For the record, I am Mo Alturk, Director of Traffic Division for Palm Beach County. We are looking now at the area, a map showing 3 major developments that were approved in that area. Namely Westlake, which was formerly known as Minto, which was approved for more than 4,500 residential units and for 500,000 square feet of commercial and 1.5 million square feet of office and employment developments. To the northwest, you have Indian Trail Groves, which was approved for almost 4,000 residential units, 300,000 square feet of commercial, and 50,000 square feet of office. And the biggest one approved by Palm Beach Gardens, which sits on top of North Lake Boulevard, and most of its traffic will be dumped on North Lake Boulevard and will be using, and probably the main driving reason that we are proposing this amendment for that segment of North Lake is Avenir, which was approved for 3,250 units residential and 2.4 1.14 million square feet of office and 400,000 square feet of commercial. All of these developments combined are projected to generate more than 180,000 daily trips. Now, Avenir itself will dump almost more than 60% of its trips on North Lake Boulevard. About 20 to 25% of the trips generated in West Lake will be also directed towards that road. And about 15 to 20% of the trips generated by Indian Trail Groves will also be using this corridor. Next slide, please. This table shows you the traffic counts during AM and PM peak periods. The first row is the 2019 actual counts of traffic. And it shows that in the AM we have almost 2,700 vehicles using this road. The four-lane capacity of the 4 lanes that currently exist there is only 1,960 vehicles per hour. Clearly, that road is now under capacity. Over capacity. And if we look at the projections for 2035, and we chose 2035 because that's the build-out year for all the major developments, traffic is projected to go up as far as 4,750 vehicles per hour. The capacity of the 6 lanes that is envisioned so far in our TIM map would provide capacity for about 3,000 vehicles per hour. If we were to build 8 lanes, and that's what we are proposing to allow in this amendment, the capacity will go up to close to 4,000. That's still going to be short of the projected need, but that's as far as we can go. Next slide, please. This map shows our vision and or projection of need for laneage along this corridor between Seymour Pratt, Whitney, and all the way out to I-95 almost. We expect by 2035, we will need 4 lanes between Seymour Pratt, Whitney, and Hall Boulevard, and 6 lanes between Hall and Coconut Boulevard. Then we need 8 lanes between Coconut and State Road 7. The segment between State Road 7 and Beeline Highway would be enough to have 6 lanes. Reason for that is that segment has uninterrupted traffic flow. There are no intersections, nothing interfering, so the capacity of the lane on that in that condition is much higher than the capacity for it in other conditions. The segment between Ryder Cup and Military Trail is projected also to fail at 6 lanes, and it's projected to need 8 lanes. However, the Board of County Commissioners have opted to not proceed with the TIM amendment for that eastern segment. So today we are here to talk about the TIM amendment for the west segment. We call it North Lake West, which is again shown in red in the middle on the map between Coconut Boulevard and roughly Coconut Boulevard and State Road 7. Next slide, please. We thought that you will probably ask and you want to know about the status of projects for the roads in this area. So we prepared those and they are projected here in the slides. So North Lake Boulevard from east of Seymour Pratt Whitney Road to east of Hall Boulevard will be widened from 2 to 4 lanes divided. And North Lake Boulevard from east of Hall Boulevard to west of Coconut Boulevard will be widened from 2 lanes to 6 lanes at once. And both of these projects are now almost design complete, and we are expecting to open bids for construction sometime this year. North Lake Boulevard from Coconut Boulevard to west of SR7 is currently under construction as 6 lanes, and that's actually being constructed or widened by Avenir. It was part of their development approval conditions. With this, I'll turn it back to Khurshid.
Thank you, Dr. Alter. Previous notification was done in 2020 and 2021. We also had a informational meeting this week, and about 20 attendees were there, and 3 spoke in opposition to the project. We also sent the notification to IPARC and HOAs and the properties fronting. IPARC, we have received an objection from the IPARC, which was handed out to you today, through IPARC, from City of West Palm Beach and from Palm Beach Gardens. Staff assessment. North Lake is a major east-west route that connects the central western communities with eastern parts of the county and provides access to Beeline, Turnpike, and I-95. And by the way, those 3 are state's important roadways called Strategic Intermodal System, SIS. Traffic reports for recently approved major projects in the area, as Dr. Alter stated, indicate that the widening of North Lake Boulevard to 8 lanes will be necessary to accommodate the projected vehicular traffic demand. Staff is therefore recommending approval and request a motion to recommend approval.
Okay, thank you. We do have public cards here. That's the end of the staff presentation. Okay, it is now, it's almost 11 o'clock. So just to try to work on how the rest of the day here is going to go, we have a few more. We're not going to finish in 1 hour, all of these. So at noon, around noon, we can take a break, and we'd like to make it like 15-minute break. Grab something real quick to eat or break, and then we can finish up, just to let the public know too that that's how we'll do it. If there's no objections, that's the way we'll do it. At noon, we take a break for 15 minutes and we come back. Thank you. Kimberly Rothenberg to lectern 1, please, and Kevin Volbrecht.
Good morning. Pleasure to be here this morning, and thank you for listening to me. My name is Kimberly Rothenberg. I'm the city attorney for the city of West Palm Beach, and we are here in opposition to the proposed TIM amendment. We first submitted an opposition letter. That opposition letter is attached to your packet. It was back in 2020. In that letter, the city outlined several concerns, and I'm going to kind of summarize those for you because it is in your packet. First, one of the concerns was that we feel that there are not sufficient assurances that the proposed expansion will not generate adverse impacts to Grassy Waters Preserve, which is a pristine remnant of the Everglades and a part of the water supply for the city of West Palm Beach. And in part, that's due to the additional stormwater runoff that will be generated. The current stormwater management system in that area is not sufficient with the current configuration, which I believe is 4 lanes going to 6. That hasn't been addressed. An additional expansion to 8 lanes will further impair the stormwater management system for the water. The proposed right-of-way, as it's been presented, expands and contracts an area, creating a bottleneck situation that is not designed to improve traffic flow and may end up in a same or worse position than you're in currently. The proposed expansion also appears to be premised on the assumption that the expansion of State Route 7 will be completed. Currently, FDOT has shelved that project and stated, due to ongoing environmental permit issues, the State Road 7 extension project from Okeechobee Boulevard to North Lake Boulevard in Palm Beach County has been shelved by FDOT until fiscal year 2028-2029. With that in mind, we feel that there are sufficient alternative routes to create what the county has identified as a need for that road that are further west, and that those routes should have been analyzed in the TIM amendment process instead of the State Road 7 alignment. And finally, and you'll hear from plenty residents, I'm sure, that the proposed road will impact residents of the city of West Palm Beach, businesses in the city of West Palm Beach, together with the potential impacts to Grassy Waters Preserve. If you fast forward today, that letter was originally submitted in December of 2020. It's the city of West Palm Beach's position that none of the issues that were raised have been, in that 2-year period, looked at. And based on that analysis, the city would oppose the recommendation of the amendment, of the TIM amendment, and just hope that you will consider all of the folks who get up here and speak to you and take their concerns into consideration as you vote today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sal Faso. Excuse me.
Don't forget to use the timer.
Sal.
Started and didn't hit start.
Okay. She's doing a great job. Sal Faso. Okay, good. Go ahead.
I have some handouts I'd like to provide to you to look at, if I may.
Okay. How many are there? Enough for everybody?
There's enough for everybody.
Oh, that's terrific. And can we have staff pass them out? And can I have a motion to receive them? Motion by Kylie Harper Larson.
Second.
Seconded by Barbara Roth. And any of those in discussion and opposed? That's the motion carries. Okay. Thank you. Can you please start speaking?
Yes.
Certainly. My name is Kevin Volbrecht. I'm the director of the engineering department with the city of West Palm Beach. I've been working here in the city now for the last 6 years, and some of the I agree 100% with what our city attorney has said, and I certainly will agree with what you're going to hear from the residents about this. Basically, if you look at what I've handed out here and what you've seen previously, that, pictures says 1,000 words. And you look at, it's clear what the impacts of this widening is going to do to the adjacent properties, just from the buffer zone with the landscaping and the what it's going to impact for the shops there at Ibis, in the parking lot, the gas station, the businesses that are along there. In addition to that right-of-way line extension, there's a strong potential that there may be an additional 10 to 15 feet of easement that needs to be provided for the utilities that are underground and overhead. There's existing FP&L overhead lines that are along that section that were recently hardened that are going to need to be moved back. So it's not just the right-of-way line impacts, it's potential utility easement impacts that will also be in addition to this that I don't think have even been addressed or identified in this presentation. You talk about, yes, there's a demand, there's going to be an additional 180,000 trips. I think what you've come up with mathematically works to a great extent. But there's consequential and residual impacts that aren't as calculable as what you've done with your traffic study. So from a practical standpoint, all these factors need to be taken into consideration, and it's incumbent upon us as civic servants to find the most practical solution to the problems that consider the best interests of the communities. Perhaps a better alternative should be pursued to resolve this issue with the traffic impacts that are coming from the west. And if you've considered all of those alternatives, I'm not so sure that you have. And I think that you need to look at those better. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Victor Martin. Go ahead.
Okay. I guess it's good morning or almost good afternoon. And Happy New Year and healthy, safe New Year, new 2023 to all of you. We appreciate your time and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Let me introduce myself. I'm president of the North County Neighborhood Coalition. We have 23 communities in our coalition, over 55,000 people, 38,000 voters. While we're not a PAC and we don't particularly sponsor any candidates, we do encourage our residents to go out and vote. Our voter record is impeccable, 74% average participation rate over the last 14 years. That is unheard of in any particular municipality, state, or federal government. I saw a number on the chart when Rashid presented. He said we had a teleconference on Tuesday. We did. We had a Zoom. He said there was 20 people that attended, only 3 opposed. The people who are opposing it are representing over 15,000 people. If you wanted to have 15,000 people in this room, we could have filled every chair in this room. We were told not to. I sought advice from commissioners and so forth and said, it's better to present ourselves in a very professional, respectful, civil way. And while we may disagree with people, we're not disagreeable people. Okay, we listen. I'm a senior executive from the IBM Corporation, had responsibility worldwide for a variety of things. I lived in Africa, I lived in Europe, I lived throughout the United States. I've seen what can be done. I'm somewhat disappointed. Our mantra in the NCNC is to work together with business, government, and community leadership to plan for a better county. I'm a native Floridian. I was born in Florida in Coral Gables. I know this area very well. I've lived in Ibis for 25 years, so I've seen the area grow. I've seen what can be done. Let me just position Ibis for a moment. And I've got 3 documents here I wish to enter into the record. These gentlemen could not be here. One of his wife's in surgery, and one's out of the country, and the other one. But they all represent communities along North Lake Boulevard. And every one of the communities oppose this TIM amendment for the widening of North Lake to 8 lanes. So it isn't just 20 attendees. If you wish, you can take those. They represent Ibis, they represent Osprey, and they represent one of the communities in Ibis. Based upon the engineering work done at Palm Beach Gardens, okay, all of the communities are impacted in one way or another, severely. Reduced landscaping buffers, loss of walls, they're all moved closer to the residents, utility relocations that the gentleman just mentioned, loss of turn lanes into the communities and out of the communities, loss of gates, stacking areas. We just spent $3 million at Ibis trying to do that, and now we got to rethink about maybe redoing it again. Reduction of parking and loss of parking at our public shopping center, noise, air pollution, and visual impact are all concerns. The criteria, though, we understand, has not been, in my opinion, very complete. They estimate $19 million for this project. 20 years ago, Ibis paid for North Lake Boulevard. It was $20 million 20 years ago. Okay? So just fast forward the movie. It can't be $20 million to do a stretch of road that's comparable. It should not include just an engineering opinion, but we think the residential opinion should be at least equal to whatever the engineers have come up with. Their projections, their forecasts, their opinions. We respect their opinions. Well, one opinion we take a grave exception with, we are not Okeechobee Boulevard and we are not Southern Boulevard. If you look at North Lake Boulevard from the State Road 7
You could
intersection...
wrap it up. Yeah, we know what the other boulevards look like.
I know you know that, but there's only 200,000 square feet of commercial space on North Lake Boulevard. Not anywhere close to what Okeechobee or Southern Boulevard happen to be. We are residential. We think the thinking that is being perpetuated here to widen roads is going to relieve a problem. I think you're just moving a problem. Okay. Yeah, Wellington, Royal Palm.
Can we have a final comment, please?
Okay,
everybody
comment.
Gets 3 minutes, and even the attorney took 3 minutes.
Well, all right.
Okay.
I'm just going to wrap it up. Loss of property values and tax revenues. We're high-end residential in these areas. They're all being impacted. We have a gasoline station that's got gas tanks, and those utility poles and power poles
Okay,
have to move closer to it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can we have Nicholas Moore? Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Good morning, Board, Chairman, Madam Chair, and Board. I'm Victor Martin, live at 88906 Oldham Way, Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. I am the president of the Carlton Oaks HOA. We're a community of 142 homes, roughly 300 residents. In regard to the 8 lanes to in front of the area being discussed, we feel the approach has been pure numbers, with little consideration to the lives of the people in the community and the environment. North Lake, I know it's been mentioned, but part of my notes, North Lake is not Okeechobee or Southern Boulevard, nor do we want North Lake in our area to become another Southern or Okeechobee Boulevard. But we don't think it's part of the scope of the City of Palm Beach Gardens. It's been a rural and green area in that area. About money and compensation, no amount of money will compensate for the loss of the value of the homes. Carlton Oaks will be destroyed because all the oak trees that are in front of it will have to be removed. 8 lanes will bring the road right to our wall. We'll lose our deceleration lane. And this means, from safety standpoint, when we leave our homes, we will have to cross 4 lanes of road just to get to the median to try and go east. So if you imagine also trying to come home without a deceleration or acceleration, please consider where you live and consider the fact that you would have to travel down your road at about 45, 50 miles an hour with traffic behind you, and you have to turn into your driveway. That's what we're experiencing now. Palm Beach Gardens Police have done exemplary job of cutting down speed, but it'll just get worse. We also feel that the money cannot compensate for this. Seacoast Water just put in a water pumping station on our property. I can't see how that's not going to be affected, besides the loss of what we're doing. And also, I don't think the peer cost has been developed in regard to the purchase of land, the utilities, and other things have been properly calculated. Therefore, I ask that you deny this amendment and that the entire community of Carlton Oaks is against the 8-lane development. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie Crowley. Go ahead.
Hi, Commissioners. My name's Nick Moore. I live at 7784 Maywood Crest Drive, Palm Beach Gardens. I'm the delegate to the North County Neighborhood Coalition for the Preserve at Bay Hill Estates, and I'm speaking for the board who unanimously approved what I'm going to say. The Preserve at Bay Hill Estates board are opposed to the county expanding the right-of-way on North Lake between Bay Hill Drive and State Route 7 in this amendment. While the board has always supported the expansion to a 6-lane highway, we're against any further expansion beyond that. Some of our reasons, other than the reasons that have all been expressed by the others before me, we think it's ill-matched to the rural residential area that we live in. We think it'll increase noise pollution for the residents. Road areas are pollution hotspots for metals, organic pollutants, nano and microparticles. They accumulate. They're whipped up by the traffic that moves fast down North Lake, and they spread until they're washed away by the rain. Various studies have shown that these airborne pollutants have an adverse effect on human health and wildlife. There's already been cases in Europe where vehicle pollution has been attributed to the death of children. We believe that encouraging additional pedestrian and cyclist traffic along North Lake is ill-advised. We believe that moving the traffic closer to residences will happen is a mistake. And we believe that additional lanes so that more traffic can travel down there at the high speeds is also a mistake. We understand the challenges that the county has with these developments and what to do with all the traffic. But the standard solution of just adding lanes is not going to work. After 8 lanes, what are you going to want? 10 lanes? We encourage the county engineers and the planners to look for alternatives to widening North Lake in this area, and we thank you for the opportunity to share our opinions. Thank you.
Thank you. Jin Kraus.
Yes, I live in PGA National. I have actually withdrawn my.
Yes, he does not wish to speak, but he opposes.
Correct.
Yes. And we have Todd Engel. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Natalie Crowley, and I thank you for being here, and I thank you for the time. I am the Planning and Zoning Director for the City of Palm Beach Gardens. I am here with our mayor, our city attorney, and our city engineer. So just so you know, we will be mindful of your time. We understand. But we all have put in comment cards to briefly touch on different aspects of the widening. The City of Palm Beach Gardens remains in opposition of the 8-laning of North Lake Boulevard. We previously have issued letters of objection, which have been included in your packet. The City Council previously passed a resolution 2 years ago in opposition, and last night the City Council passed another resolution maintaining their opposition to the 8-laning, which I believe our mayor is going to speak to. So I'll be brief with my comments. Like I said, I am the planning director. I was the planning director at the time when Avenir was coming forward with the mixed-use master plan that is on the books. So I do want to address a little bit on Avenir. I did notice in the staff's presentation that the 2035 model or projections are being used as sort of the sole justification for many of the different segments that range from a 4-lane to a 6-lane to an 8-lane segment. And, really, that just doesn't represent good planning if you're using these projections and these VC ratios to look at what ultimately needs to be done in communities. Sometimes the widening and the pros of that just don't outweigh the justification is not outweighed, and there's too many negative impacts. And I think you can see before you the residents who have spoken and the impacts that are on residents, commercial businesses, and city property. The city is directly being affected of that is simply not justified. Avenir was approved as an extremely vibrant mixed-use community, providing services such as hospitals, road improvements, schools, a whole mix of uses that was intended to mitigate the impacts of North Lake Boulevard, help solve the problem. I'm glad to see staff recognize the 6-laning of North Lake, because that is a big aspect of North Lake that has not been done. The developer was quite anxious and is anxious to move forward with that, but that hasn't even been done yet, and already we're talking about 8-laning. So the 6-laning segment between 140th and State Road 7 is underway. That will be a major aspect that was front-loaded in the proportionate share agreement, and that will be a big reliever, and we do support that. The Avenir Connector Road, which is the Coconut extension all the way up to the CSX connecting to the B-line, was another major factor in the Avenir development, which will help provide desperate relief for North Lake Boulevard. Those were major mitigation factors that have yet to occur, that are on the books, that are funded, and that will happen by Avenir, and we look forward to that happening. But I do want to make it, and I also want to make sure that it's really clear, because I think we did tune into Madam Chair, may I just finish?
Okay, if you wrap it up, go ahead.
All right. I just want to be very clear that there is no developer obligation to 8-lane North Lake. We've been paying attention to this event, or to this information, or to this agenda item, and we've heard some misinformation. I just want to make it very clear that there's no 8-laning obligation from Avenir. There is a 6-laning obligation, and nothing more. So I do want to make that clear, that that's in the developer agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Chelsea Reed. Go ahead.
Good morning. Todd Engels, City Engineer of the City of Palm Beach Gardens. I'm here as a representative of a property owner of the Palm Beach Gardens Municipal Golf Course, which is represented in purple there. We're currently also building another par 3, so we'll have 2 golf courses out in that area. We invite you all to come out to enjoy them. I'm here to speak on behalf of Osprey Isles, Carlton Oaks, Bay Hill Estates, to discuss how this property is going to be affected. Currently, right now, what we see is a 120-foot right-of-way moving to 142. We don't know where that is going to go. We don't know if that's going to be equally divided north and south. Is it all going to the north? Is it all going to the south? Our bosses came to us and said, hey, how is this going to affect North Lake Boulevard? But we do not know, because we don't know the ultimate alignment of North Lake Boulevard. In the staff report as well, it said that they will not negatively affect the aesthetics of the roadway, which is not true. So as you drive down that roadway, you'll understand the buffering of that roadway and how it would be affected. So we oppose the widening of North Lake Boulevard to 8 lanes. Thank you.
And Max Lohman, Luhman, and that's the last card I have. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you all so much for being here. We appreciate your time. My name is Chelsea Reed, and I am very proud to be the mayor of my hometown in Palm Beach Gardens. For the county, I am the chair of the Transportation Planning Agency Board of Governors. I am also the chair of the Palm Beach Planning Agency's Transportation Disadvantaged Board, as well as the second vice president for the League of Cities. So I am here on behalf of my city, as well as some county organizations as well. As Natalie mentioned, we did pass a resolution last night against this widening for the right-of-way for the North Lake Boulevard and this amendment on the TIM. The possible impacts on this go beyond our city. They affect people. And that is what we're here to do, is protect our people. The people I refer to are not just the residents of Incorporated Palm Beach Gardens. These are people from West Palm, the acreage, and from the communities further west and in our unincorporated areas. To consider widening the area of this roadway is to make a true hardship to our residents. And that hardship isn't property. It isn't necessarily business. It is both of those things, but it is their safety. And that is the most important thing we are all here to represent. Now, I've been driving here in South Florida for 40 years. Don't do the math, please. And I want you to imagine you're going to cross North Lake Boulevard as it is now, where there isn't a light. Just to get across right now, you'd have to go across 3 lanes. That's pretty death-defying. Now I want you to imagine there's more. And the way this is being suggested, there has been nothing put in place to mitigate for safety, to allow our residents to cross an already busy road, and you're going to make it even wider. It's not well planned out. There are other options that have not yet been considered by our county engineers, and we encourage them to do so. Shaping the vision for what transportation should look like in the next 25 years should include working together. It should include proper planning, proper zoning, and actually providing equitable access to transportation. It should not include paving over backyards, paving over businesses, and paving over paradise. This is located right near Grassy Waters. It is not advisable to continue placing this widening directly onto Grassy Waters, and we obviously oppose this. I encourage you to also encourage the county to take their time in this planning. The 6 laning already exists. Avenir has covered that. It is reasonable. There are other ways to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Max Lohman. I'm the Palm Beach Gardens City Attorney. Thank you very much for your time to speak to you today. I want to hit a couple of points. I'm going to go a little fast because 3 minutes goes pretty quickly. Just to touch on what Ms. Crowley said, to be clear, the Avenir Development Order does not require 8 laning. There is a requirement to potentially provide 8 lanes of dedication for alignment at intersections if it's triggered in the future based upon studies. As the mayor and Ms. Crowley both said, the 6 laning is underway. The 6 laning has been provided for. It's been paid for through the prop share agreement, proportionate share agreement from Avenir. Neither the prop share agreement nor their development order requires 8 laning. 6 lanes was all that was ever contemplated. The ability to 8 lane this particular section has not been well thought through. I think you've heard that. It's no slight on your staff. It's just the facts. You guys just earlier were talking about 60th, and you were talking about eminent domain. People, oh, they pay for the attorneys. No, the taxpayers of Palm Beach County pay for the attorneys. This is all tax money. It's not like this is a magic pot of money that the county just dips into that we all don't pay into. It's very expensive. You're not going to get a decent eminent domain attorney for under $500 an hour. You're going to have all of the eminent domain you're dealing with. The 60th is an order of magnitude more severe in this particular section that they're contemplating putting the TIM for 8 laning North Lake. You're going to impact the golf course on Bay Hill. You're going to impact their wall. You're going to impact Ibis and their wall. Carlton Oaks, all of the communities along there are going to be impacted. There's almost no way to realign this section so that you won't impact them and require eminent domain. Eminent domain is very expensive. The most expensive part about eminent domain is a partial taking, not a complete taking. It's a lot cheaper to take the entire chunk of dirt. When you do a partial taking, you have to contemplate the cost of severance damages and in some cases business damages. And those get litigated for an exceptionally long time. It's not quick. You get the dirt right away, but you spend years sometimes arguing over the money. And the county will pay both sides. They'll pay their own attorneys and they'll pay for the people that are defending against the eminent domain. Not to mention the human impacts of taking that property away from them and what it would do to their value, their property value, and their way of life. As has been said earlier, the City of Palm Beach Gardens does plan to challenge this. We've already filed our opposition to iPark. If it's get approved for the BCC, we will challenge it in front of DEO and DOA because there's not enough data and analysis to support this. You also have to try and put yourselves in the shoes of these residents. Would you want a road that is currently 4 lanes in front of your property, going to 6 right now, turned into 8, so that you have to cross it without a signal? And if you have turn lanes right now on 6, they still are going to be facing 8. You're either going to get rid of the turn lanes and cause rear-end collisions because people aren't going to be able to get into their communities, or they're going to have to try and slam on their brakes before they turn in. And as previously was mentioned by Mr. Salfazo, this is not a commercial corridor. It's a residential corridor. And it's not like Southern. It's not like Okeechobee. It's North Lake. It is primarily residential. And on behalf of the residents of Palm Beach Gardens and the city is asking you to vote no on this. Thank you very much for your time and your patience.
Thank you. Thank you. That's the end of the public comment. We can now, we'll start from the inside out this time. How's that? With Marcia Hayden, any questions or comments? Go ahead, Penny Pompey.
Thank you. I guess this is a question for staff. Those residential developments that we saw on one of the first maps, those are already approved and in the process of being built. The traffic counts are the traffic counts, and I don't think that you pulled those numbers out of thin air. I think they came from valid studies. And, you know, I appreciate the fact that there's going to be noise and hardship, but I wonder how much hardship and noise and exhaust will be expended when that road is impacted for a couple hours in the morning and a couple hours in the afternoon by cars stuck in traffic. Because the cars are going to be there. The development has been approved. So how do we accommodate the cars? They're there, or they're going to be there. And from where I sit, I'm delighted that the county is taking a look at, okay, this is coming, so what can we do now to figure out a way to lessen the impact of these developments? If we were talking about the developments being built way back, then that would be a different discussion. But right now, those developments are there, and those people are moving in. So I guess the question for the county is, are there alternate routes? Is there something that you haven't looked at that would be available to not impact North Lake to such an extent?
Well, there are some other routes, but they are all considered when all of these traffic projections were developed. And they were developed based on the approved densities that in that area, and they distributed traffic on all roads that are already shown on the TIM, including 60th Street, which we discussed earlier, and including the SR7 extension that the city of West Palm Beach is opposing. And also, most importantly, I want to mention is I have in front of me a copy of the City of Palm Beach Gardens resolution approving a veneer. In that resolution, and I can read it for you verbatim, they condition a veneer to dedicate right-of-way enough to build 8 lanes fronting on North Lake Boulevard, fronting their driveway number 7. It's here. So the other thing is the study, those numbers that I discussed earlier in the presentation about the projected traffic volumes, those were taken from the traffic engineering study report that was submitted on behalf of Avenir, which was admitted and accepted by the city of Palm Beach Gardens when they approved that development. And they show those numbers. And they show the need for 8+ lanes on North Lake Boulevard.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Go. Glenn Broman, go ahead.
So a couple of questions for staff. We've heard a lot about, I heard a couple of comments about eliminating turn lanes and things of that nature. Is it typical for you to eliminate turn lanes when you do widening, or you just don't, you just add them back in?
It depends on each condition. We don't know at this point if we will have to eliminate turn lanes or we will not be able to reinstate them. These things will be decided at the time when the project is due for design and construction. At this point, we are not asking the board, eventually through you, to approve construction of the widening. We are just simply asking for approval of amending the TIM so that we will show it as having that wider right-of-way to fit 8 lanes. Now, when it comes to the time when we are ready to design and fund the design and construction, of course, we'll do the study. And at that time, we'll determine if we will be able to keep those turn lanes, or we may need to ask the fronting properties to dedicate additional right-of-way to just fit that right turn lane within the corridor.
So again, a follow-up question, and this is this deals with isn't it don't you have to have this in the TIM queue in order logistically to put this through the process of funding and things of that nature? Isn't that what the purpose of TIM is to have a long-range planning exercise in order to be able to put it in a queue and then get funding and do design work and that type of thing?
All right. The purpose of TIM really is to preserve the right-of-way. And in the past, they used to call it, a right-of-way preservation map. And the purpose of it is to show the future or projected future needs for the width of right-of-way. So when properties fronting that segment come for development, we'll know about it and we'll make sure that they don't develop in a way that will conflict with us taking that property from them in the future to widen the road. So that's the purpose of it, and that's why we wanted, and probably that's the reasoning that the board decided to not press forward with the North Lake East segment, because all of the properties along that segment are already developed and built. Okay. But for this one, yeah, certainly that's the purpose of it.
So just let me put a few comments on the record, Madam Chair. So I listened carefully to the testimony or arguments of some of the municipal officials and whatnot, and I just want to recap these arguments and give my comments to them. We heard from the city attorney from the city of West Palm Beach that somehow this widening from 6 lanes to 8 lanes would, quote unquote, adversely affect quiet orders, but we didn't hear why that was. We had no reason as to what was going to happen if the lanes went from 6 lanes to 8 lanes. We heard an argument about that this is not Okeechobee Boulevard or Southern Boulevard. Of course it's not, and the reason it's not is because you have residential development and you have golf courses which are not going to throw off the kind of industrial level truck traffic that you would normally have. The traffic, we heard from Palm Beach Gardens that somehow your modeling of the traffic for 2035 shouldn't be used, and it was inaccurate, or it might be wrong, or there might be alternatives. However, there was no comment of what you should have used as far as modeling. And what would have been a better modeling aspect. We heard about utilities, that somehow there was going to be a need to move or relocate utilities. Yet I don't see Florida Power and Light here. I don't see Comcast Cable here. I don't see the water company here. I don't see anything in that regard here. So I guess they can't be that concerned about the utility movement. And bear in mind, even though this is not a quasi-judicial hearing, attorneys make arguments, but they don't give testimony. So I don't put a lot of credibility on some of the testimony about people are going to be crashing into the rears of people's vehicles because the queue isn't going to work when you pull into a residential neighborhood or not. And then I also heard about the reduction in property values. Intriguing. So I live in Boca Raton. I used to live on State Road 7, Route 441. And I transit Palmetto Park Road, Glades Road, Clinton Moore, and 441. I can tell you with absolute certainty that all of the residential real estate on those roads, which is similar to Palm Beach Gardens, similar type of residential, have all dramatically increased in value as the roads have widened themselves. Palmetto Park Road, State Road 7 in the area was only 4 lanes. Palmetto Park Road is 8 lanes. Glades Road is 8 lanes. Clinton Moore Road is 8 lanes. Yamato Road is 8 lanes. And there's massive increase. The house I bought for $225,000 is worth $1 million. So I don't buy the property value issue. We have a situation where, unfortunately, because we're such a great place to live, that there's a need sometimes to widen the roadways. So I fully support what the county is doing. And there's sort of an undercurrent here, and I don't want to get too much into it with regards to the municipalities, because the thing is that when you increase roadway capacity in the county, sometimes what that does is adversely affect the city of West Palm Beach and Palm Beach Gardens, because then they have to address their capacity, and that involves money and taxpayer money. So all is not always what it seems when people make arguments. But again, I fully support what the county's doing. I trust what the staff has done. I believe your studies are correct. And I fully support adding this to the TIM. You know, maybe in 2030 this will get built, maybe not. But here's the bottom line, and Ms. Pompey said it best. You're going to get the traffic from these developments because the developments have already been approved. So you can have 6 lanes of traffic and cars idling and pollution, or you can have 8 lanes of traffic and maybe it moves a little further and your level of service is still going to be a D. So thank you.
Dagmar Bruss, anything? Okay, we'll go from inside out here. Go ahead, Barbara Roth. Any questions or comments?
Yes, thank you, Mo, for the explanation and reading from the Avenir approval. But I just want to clarify, I believe it was Natalie Crowley, who was a Palm Beach Gardens planning director, talked about developer obligation. Is that stated as part of what you just read to us? So was there a developer obligation to cost share for 6 lanes, or was that developer obligation up to 8 lanes?
Actually, the prop share agreement that we have with Avenir shows that they are required to make payments to us at certain junctures in their development, in their construction, to partially fund the widening of North Lake Boulevard to 8 lanes plus. And this is part of the, again, traffic report submitted on behalf of Avenir.
Whoa.
That's a lie, and you know it, Mo.
You are out of order, and we'll call security if you're going to be speaking like that.
Fine,
Public comment is over. Do you have another question?
Well, that was a clarification, because I thought what I heard from the Palm Beach Gardens planning director suggested that there was no developer obligation at the 8-lane threshold. And you're telling me that's not the case.
Yeah. So let me read from the resolution.
Thank you.
And it's resolution 4/2016, Palm Beach Gardens, approving Avenir. And on page 8, item 28, at the time of driveway connection at the driveway locations listed below, the applicant shall provide property sufficient to construct the following lane geometry and shall provide signalization and or signal modifications as warranted. The applicant shall submit a phasing schedule with each site plan to identify the timing of construction of the needed improvements at each driveway. A, North Lake Boulevard and driveway number 7. Eastbound, 1 left turn lane and 4 through lanes. Westbound, 1 right turn lane and 4 through lanes. 4 plus 4 is 8. I am reading from the resolution. Okay? And I am very upset with being accused of lying by an attorney for a veneer. Again, the prop share is there for anybody to go and verify it. It requires a veneer to make prop share payments at certain junctures as part of the cost of widening to 8 lanes.
Thank you.
I'm looking here at the table from the report where it shows the traffic generated by each development and a veneer in particular, and the total traffic projected. Okay, and that was used in the slide that I presented about level of service and needs for capacity improvements.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, just a comment from the chair. We are so lucky to have such excellent staff members, and especially PhDs. And he is a PhD, and that takes a lot of work. And he's done a lot of reading, and he read that very well out of there. Okay, we'll go on to Angela Van. Any questions or comments? Going to Sarah Pardue.
She's not.
Oh, sorry. Yes, she is right. She is. Go ahead, Sarah Pardue.
I think everything has been covered. I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Kylie Harper Larson.
Just from someone who, as part of business, I do not work in the area or live in the area, but I work in the area and used to go from farm locations in the north of the county, which were explicitly rural, back to our farm locations that are no longer farm locations in the city of Westlake. I understand the bottleneck. And that was normally during both peak and non-peak times, and I still experienced bottleneck traffic conditions in this particular area during the middle of the day, because that's when the truck traffic is happening right there. And I think that was something that just wasn't, from a commentary perspective, really wasn't addressed in either of the both any of the cities or the county, is that, you know, we have peak times, we have peak travel, we have number of things that are happening because there is a residential aspect to this community. But what we do have to accept is that this has, because of the residential aspect and the services in the communities that they require because of having 4,000 build out and 2.3 million square foot of commercial space and another 1 million here and another 400,000 here. There's a commercial aspect to this node. Okay? And we have to meet in the middle for it. And I am a proponent of environmental consideration, safe drinking water, absolutely. Okay? But we have to consider that these are part of plans that have been accepted already. And if we don't move forward, we move backward.
Okay, David Searle, any questions or comments? Okay, thank you. I'm, as the chair, I have just a few questions. This Avenir, the future road improvements from connecting, did you take those into account? To the mention of connecting roads from one to the other, Palm Beach, from North Lake to up toward the Beeline and all. There's future road improvements. You took them into account to alleviate the traffic on North Lake.
Yes, yes.
You took that all into account?
Right.
Okay, and anything about sound walls or sound studies, will that be done later?
We don't, the county does not build sound barriers. And it's only the state does those along their freeway system, and they have a system or policy on when they will do it. And it's under extreme conditions, but the county does not do that.
Yeah, I'm glad to see on this IBIS 2 that was handed to us, the red line that shows the proposed right-of-way, and where it comes so close, it actually comes close to a road, and there's just greenery there and not homes, which is good. But I'm certain that there are going to be homes that are going to be impacted. I'm sure, of course. And about being the conservation and environmentalist that I am partially, besides other things, the impact on grassy waters. I am concerned, but have you spoken to does know about this yet? Have they weighed in on this at all, or the small but mighty Office of Resilience that we have? Did they weigh in on it, or that's going to be part of the future working on that to make sure that we don't impact these?
Morton did cover that, but he can go ahead again.
Yes, you're correct. This would be part of any future development of this project. At this point, we're nowhere near 8-laning North Lake Boulevard. As Mo mentioned earlier, this is purely a planning tool.
Sorry.
In planning for the future. And just to make it clear to everyone, the county does not develop projects such as these in a vacuum. I mean, there's always communication with the affected municipalities and homeowners associations and so on. We do have other public meetings as we're going through the design process to get feedback, and we provide plans, the development plans as we're going through the process at different stages. 65%, 35%, 96%, and so on. So, the affected communities will also have would play some part in the development of the design if and when we do get to that point, because the Board of County Commissioners still has to approve a project which does not yet exist.
Okay, and just one last question. The projection of when it would go to 10 lanes, I don't think I heard that precisely.
No, 10.
When did you ever project? Sorry, 8 lanes.
There are no 10
No,
roads.
yes,
Yeah.
okay, 8 lanes. When did you project that?
As I said, we chose the 2035 year for our projections because, again, all the 3 major developments have build-out year of 2035.
Okay, yeah.
So the answer to your questions, the widening needs to be done by 2035.
It needs to be done by
Yeah.
2035.
Based on the information that we have now.
Okay, because that corresponds with the chart that you showed. Okay, great, thank you so much. If there's no other questions or comments, can we have a motion?
I'll move to approve the application.
Motion by Commissioner Groman to approve. Seconded by Commissioner Pompey. Is there any further discussion on this?
I just want to know for the record that staff does recommend approval of this.
Oh, yeah. So we're motioning to approve and, right, staff's recommendation of approval. Very good.
Quick
Okay,
question, Chairman.
Question, go ahead.
Avenir is in Palm Beach Gardens.
Correct.
It was approved by Palm Beach Gardens.
Okay. Can all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. So we have Sarah Pardue is opposed, 1 opposed, and the rest the rest is 4, and we do have the 1 abstention. Okay. That's it for this. It is now 11:45. We could have a presentation for Logan B1, because I said we would stop at 12, and I think that that would be a good time. We can give exactly 15 minutes for Logan Ranch, privately proposed FLUA amendments. Does that sound good or what?
Why don't we take the break now? Yeah, let's take the break
Okay,
now. and
it's
then-
okay that I said we'd do it at 12 before?
Yes.
Okay, it's okay? If it's okay, then
You're
fine.
forgiven, you're blessed.
I'm forgiven, thank you. Okay, we'll reconvene at noon. 5 minutes after noon, okay?
Okay, we're ready to start up here, aren't we all?
She did, but
3B1. Yeah. She wants 5B1? 5. Wait, 4B1. 4. 4B1. 4B1. Okay. Yeah.
He's not coming back.
Logan.
Yes, note that David Searle, he's had to leave. Okay. We still have a quorum. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of the Planning Commission, Palm Beach County, on this Friday, January 13th, 2023. We will now have the agenda item 3B1, these privately proposed FLUA amendments, Logan Ranch. And we will have the applicant speak. Representative.
Thank you very much. My name is Jennifer Morton with J. Morton Planning and Landscape Architecture, and I'm here today representing the Logan Ranch request for a land use change. My client is Brett Gelsomino on this project. We are requesting to change the land use on a piece of property from AGR to essential housing with an underlying AGR. And just to orient you to the property, the site is located on the south side of Boynton Beach Boulevard between the Florida Turnpike and Lyons Road. It's actually located at the southeast corner of Acme Dairy and Boynton Beach Boulevard. Directly to the east of us is an elementary and soon-to-be constructed middle school. It's actually under construction, and the Canyon District Park. To the south of us is Canyon Trails and Canyon Lakes. To the east of us is a property known as the Mazzoni property, and will be coming before you in several months for a land use change. And then to the north of us is actually the BC Commerce property, which it will be before you right after this presentation. So if you look at the surrounding land uses for this site, again, to the east is AGR, to the south is AGR, to the west is AGR, and to the north is AGR, where we are requesting commerce on the north and congregate living to the east. But you can see that the essential housing land use request is compatible with the surrounding land uses. This is the very first essential housing project to be requested in the Ag Reserve. The essential housing language was written specifically for the Ag Reserve. The catalyst for the request goes back to 2021 when the Reserve at Atlantic project came forward. It's located on Atlantic Avenue. At that time, that project was requesting an increase in density and several several changes to the text. The board approved Reserve at Atlantic while at the same time directing the county staff to establish a new language known as essential housing, which only applies to the Ag Reserve. So I'm going to just hit the highlights of the specific language that the board ultimately adopted and know that this project complies with that specific language. The language limits projects to a maximum of 8 units per acre. The text language also requires that upon adoption, a concurrent zoning application has been reviewed and will be approved at the same time. There are also other criteria established in the comprehensive plan. One was a size criteria. It's limited to projects greater than 30 acres in size. The board maintained the 60-40 preserve requirement for the ag reserve, limiting development to 40% of the property and requiring preservation on 60% of the project. The text language actually allows for the preservation area to be either on-site or off-site. Most of the ag reserve PUDs that have been developed, their preserve area is off-site. And actually, most of the people that live in those different communities, they probably aren't sure where all their preserve sites are. They're spread throughout the ag reserve. During our initial meetings with the residents in this area, they requested that we locate the preserve area on site, and so it be part of the total project. So our project is moving forward with the preservation that's part of the overall project. The board limited the location of essential housing to Boynton Beach Boulevard and Atlantic Avenue between the Florida Turnpike and a half-mile west of Lyons Road. So it has limited locations. They require anyone requesting essential housing to provide 25% workforce. Another requirement that was added, if you have more than 200 units, there's a requirement for a variety of building heights. Our project is proposing 2- and 4-story buildings. And again, our preservation will be on site, and it'll be 60% of the project. I pulled this graphic. It was included in the original staff report that staff prepared for the essential housing land use category. This map demonstrates that there were 3 parcels that were eligible for essential housing along the Boynton Beach Boulevard corridor. The Logan Ranch property is identified with the star. The other 2 sites are requesting different land use categories. So along the Boynton Beach Boulevard corridor, as far as I understand, this will be the only project coming forward with essential housing. This, I'm just showing you this plan. It kind of shows you how the development area is proposed to be situated and the preserve area on the south side of the project. We are still working on the conceptual site plan, but again, the property's 39 acres in size. We're proposing 314 units, and what that does is it provides 79 workforce housing units to the that will be built and constructed on site. We are consistent with the comprehensive plan. We meet all the criteria established in the comprehensive plan for essential housing. We are developing additional housing opportunities that will serve the businesses, the hospitals, the residents, and the workforce that live and work in the ag reserve. We are compatible with the adjacent AGR land uses, and we are near community serving institutional uses that will be able to utilize the workforce housing. We have the schools, the parks, the libraries. We are located within the Cobra area. As I mentioned, we have had a significant outreach to the directly affected communities and actually just recently presented this project to Cobra's growth management. We will continue to work with growth management and the affected residents on the site design and other aspects of the project. And we do meet the public facilities policy. Just in conclusion, this project really is delivering a diversity of housing that the board had envisioned when they drafted the essential housing language or directed staff to draft the essential housing language. It's appropriately located adjacent to 2 schools, and there's already an existing workforce in the area. When you think about Baptist Hospital, the district park, there'll be park rangers. You have got several commercial projects in close vicinity. Staff is recommending approval of this application, and I just want to mention that we'll continue to collaborate with Cobra and with the area residents. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. We have a staff presentation.
Good morning, Jerry Lodge of the Planning Division. The amendment before you today is Logan Ranch Residential. So the site is 39.24 acres. It's located on the southeast corner of Acme Dairy Road and Boynton Beach Boulevard. The applicant is requesting to amend the future land use from AGR to essential housing and retaining the underlying AGR. The concurrent rezoning application is requesting to rezone the site from AGR to MUPD in order to develop up to 314 multifamily units. So this is the first requested amendment to the recently adopted Essential Housing Future Land Use Designation, which was adopted this past August. Just a brief overview, as Jennifer already just went over it. The essential housing criteria includes a minimum acreage, locational criteria, a minimum of 25% workforce housing, and a 60% preserve requirement. If this site seems familiar, it probably is. It was recently before you in 2020 and 2021. It was for two mixed-use center applications as a text amendment initiation. They're proposing a mixed-use center on the site for 8 units per acre and included almost 262,000 square feet of commercial uses. Those applications included reduced preserve requirements and also requested to change or allow additional preserve uses. Staff recommended denial as the requests were major departures from ag reserve policy concept at the time, and the Planning Commission also recommended denial, as well as the board. The board denied both of the text amendment initiations. However, this was prior to the adoption of the essential housing FLU. So here's the site outlined in red. Predominantly surrounding the site is the AGR future land use designation. West of the site are existing commercial uses and future land uses, including the Cobblestone Plaza and Canyon Town Center. Directly adjacent to the site on the west side is an elementary school and a middle school that's currently under construction, and also is the Canyon District Park, which is on the south side of the site on the west side. East of the site, across the Florida Turnpike, is the urban suburban tier. And on the north side across Boynton Beach Boulevard and on the east side of the site are 2 amendments currently in process. That's BC Commerce Center, which, as mentioned by Jennifer, is next on the agenda today, and Erickson Senior Living, which is requesting the congregate living residential future land use. Staff's assessment is that the amendment is consistent with the essential housing future land use designation, as it meets the criteria as established by the board, including the locational and acreage criteria, and is proposing 60% preserve area on site. In addition to that, the applicant's proposing 25% on-site workforce housing, which furthers county directions and increases the housing diversity within the tier. In regards to compatibility, the site is located adjacent to schools, parks, and employment centers, and is directly off the turnpike along Boynton Beach Boulevard. In addition to that, this site is compatible with the existing development pattern of the area. So staff's recommending approval with conditions. The motion before you is to recommend approval with conditions. And an overview of the conditions, which you can find a full text of within the staff report Exhibit 1, is to cap the maximum units at 314, require 25% workforce housing on site, which currently would equate to 79 units, and to require the concurrent adoption hearing for the future land use amendment and the rezoning application. And additionally, there was one letter received after the publication of the staff report, and that should be placed at your seats. And that's all we have.
Thank you for that presentation. We have members of the public here, Linda Smith and Brett Gelsomino.
Linda Smith, Jupiter, Florida. I would like to oppose this project.
It is a privately initiated project, and it will benefit the landowner and the developer, not the county or the existing local residents or agriculture in the area. They want 314 dwellings, 8 units per acre, 8 units per 1 acre, pumped up from what I understand is 1 dwelling per 5 acres. This property has already had and been denied 2 privately initiated tax amendments. I understand you can ask for anything. I'm going to ask you all for $1 million. They are requesting a 4% reduction and requiring parking in the required parking spaces and to eliminate the landscape buffer located between the recreational and residential uses. The project is dangling the carrot of workforce housing. The area does not have mass transit necessary for workforce housing. Palm Beach County has a housing workshop scheduled. We need to wait until this is completed. The increase in traffic will just put more strain on our roadways. Per the school board letter, this development will negatively affect local schools, so the developer is buying the school district for over $1 million. So my ask was less. You move projects through the process to acquire more information. If the information is acquired and the project does not meet our requirements, then you need to deny it. If you don't have all the information, then you need to postpone and wait for that information, such as the workshop. And I understand they are also working on a complete agricultural reserve traffic analysis due to the light industrial and commerce revisions coming your way. As you know, the Ag Reserve's purpose is to enhance the activity of the environment and water resources, open space within the tier by limiting the uses to agriculture, conservation, low-density residential development, and non-residential uses, which serves the needs of farm workers and residents. Please stop approving privately initiated amendments, or at least postpone this until we have all of the information. Thank you for your time.
Melissa McEwen.
Good afternoon. Brett Gelsomino, 4200 Southwest 131st Ave. I am the applicant developer for this project. Been working with commission and staff and the communities for a number of years now on both the construct of the essential housing language and the completion, we feel, of the Ag Reserve. The Ag Reserve always called for a diversity of housing and do some obsolescences and practicalities. Higher density, more affordable housing was never actually developed. In the original master plan for the Ag Reserve, several thousand multifamily units were anticipated and expected and just never delivered. So this region has a very singular, largely expensive housing option only and doesn't have provisions for the service providers and really the median income folks that are largely getting left behind in the affordability crisis in Palm Beach County. The essential housing category, which was recently passed, locationally qualified a very few select parcels within this region to accommodate multifamily housing. This is one of them. Due to its adjacencies to Boynton Beach Boulevard, the Turnpike, county parks, high-density retail, and the schools, we feel this is a very appropriate location for the delivery of some of this more affordable housing to serve, a broader swath of the constituents of this area. And as mentioned, we will be preserving 60% of this site. So right now, there is no conservation easement on this agricultural land, which is largely fallow and unattractive, frankly. We commit to converting 60% of this land into a preserve that has some public benefit, some civic value, whether that's a passive park or a continuation of the Canyon Park. But as mentioned, we're committed to work with Cobra and Bark and the neighbors and staff and the commissioners to ensure that this project meets or exceeds expectations and fits well within the context of the great community which we hope to join. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Murphy.
Good afternoon, Melissa McEwen, 1270 Southeast 14th Court, Deerfield.
I met the Logans back in 2015 when the commission called for a number of roundtable discussions regarding the Ag Reserve. I was a landowner in the Ag Reserve as well, and we understood the hardships that we all had to deal with being blanketed with the mass zoning change of 1997 in the Ag Reserve. The Logans have owned this property way before the Ag Reserve was created. And now this site is compatible to be this essential housing. Obviously, the landscape out there has changed dramatically. There's a need for a diversity in housing, and this is a great location, a great site for this particular use. So anyway, I believe the family's really grateful to have come this far after what you heard, two failed applications in the past. Finally, they've come up with a developer and a plan and an opportunity to have this property become something that can benefit the community. It has staff's blessing, and I hope it has yours too. Thank you.
Thank you. Robbie DeRevel.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Debbie Murphy, Second Vice President of COBRA. I reside at 10262 St. Andrews Road in Boynton Beach. The Logan's Ranch project was presented to COBRA Growth Management Committee on January 3rd by Jennifer Morton. COBRA supports the need for essential housing in Palm Beach County. The location of the project being on Boynton Beach Boulevard seems to provide a logical location for this project. That being said, we have concerns about what was presented to us regarding the increased traffic on Acme Dairy Road, which is the only ingress and egress for our member community, Canyon Trails, a large community located between Acme Dairy Road and the Turnpike. Acme Dairy is also the only entrance to Sunset Palms Elementary and the new middle school currently under construction. The 314 units proposed would certainly include children who would be driven to Sunset Palms Elementary and the middle school, along with the adjacent Canyon District Park, as there are no sidewalks for pedestrian access. If this project is approved, there is a definite need for widening of Acme Dairy, at least from Joe Abruzzo Avenue to Boynton Beach Boulevard. Hopefully, this will avoid issues like we have listened to earlier this morning on on North Lake Boulevard. Our other concern is the inclusion of four-story buildings. While we understand a variety of building height is required, COBRA has never supported four-story buildings in the Ag Reserve, especially being visible and abutting Boynton Beach Boulevard. It is not compatible with the surrounding residential uses. We understand that the developer is considering other site plan proposals, which hopefully will address these concerns. Therefore, COBRA's Growth Management and Board voted to recommend approval of the essential housing land use designation for the Logan property, noting that we cannot support the plan as currently configured due to concerns about density and building heights. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello. I am Roby Durrell. I live at 214 Claremont Lane, Palm Beach Shores. I happen to be a builder on the school under construction, and I'm working with the principal there who's trying to hire 104 teachers and staff to work in the school right across from this development. He has a recruiting problem because the people he would hire have a median income that would not let them afford to live in this neighborhood or anywhere nearby. Imagine the opportunity to let those teachers live across the street, shop at Publix, all in walking distance, go to the library and go to work. I'm in favor of this project on behalf of the school teachers.
Thank you. I have one card here from Tim Linkus.
I have a card.
Does not wish to speak, but he does support the project. Okay. Drew, yeah, I know. Drew, we have an issue here, Drew, okay? You have agenda item 4A1, and 4B1 to speak on. This is a card that you filled out, and it said 4B2, and there is no 4B2.
Right, so I meant this item.
You meant this one? Fine, I'll change it then. Go
Okay,
ahead.
very good. I had the flu last week, so I probably can't read the card very well. I apologize for filling it out incorrectly. The Sierra Club, I'm Drew Martin. I'm here on behalf of the Sierra Club. We oppose this. We don't oppose essential housing, but we don't think that this is where you want to fill up the county with housing. This is agricultural land. I always get a kick when people say, well, it looks fallow, it doesn't look good. Well, you know, that's what farming is. So, you know, if you think that a huge traffic jam in a car accident is going to look better, well, then that's just your point of view. And you're certainly entitled to that. But the point is that this is once again going to take farmland out of protection that is in production. And if somebody doesn't want to farm their land, I'm always amazed, you know, because these people that say they have hardship are all millionaires. So, you know, I feel bad when the people in Somalia, because I bet they have real hardship and they're not millionaires. So I'm sorry that the people here who own this land feel they have hardship, because they could have sold their land anytime they wanted for a good price, but maybe not the best price. And that's really what this is all about. It's the personal greed of the people who own the land. Now, I'm sympathetic. Yeah, they bought the land and they wanted to do other things with it. But the point is, the county had a plan for this land. The county had a bond amendment. The county said, we're going to spend $100 million, and this is going to be, you know, a farm area. And so the people who were out there had a choice to make at that time. They didn't have to sit on that land. By the way, they all have ag exemptions, so they're not out there being taxed to death. But the point is that if they didn't want to farm, just sell it to somebody else. And if it's not going to be farmland, make it into, you know, back what it used to be, which are, you know, these trees, the beautiful trees that were out there when these were all cut down. You know, the cypress trees, that this would have all been. So if you want it to be beautiful, if you want it to be attractive, that's what you would do. Now, I was a teacher, and I know what a teacher makes. And most teachers are not going to live in workforce housing. It is not inexpensive. It is not affordable for teachers, and it's certainly not going to be affordable for the first-time teachers, and they're not going to be living in those houses and walking across the street unless they want to get hit by a car, which I think most teachers are smarter than that. So again, we oppose the project. We support essential housing. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have board discussion and questions. We could start from this end, right there, from Kylie Harper Larson. Any questions or comments?
No particular questions of staff or the applicant. I did want to understand exactly, maybe if Jerry, if you could bring the slide back up where you summarized there we go, the proposed conditions. Because I don't really know if number 3 was really communicated in our packet as well. So maybe that is a bit of a question. If you could give a little more detail about number 3.
Go forward. Yeah, there it is. So those are the that's the full text of the proposed conditions. It's an exhibit 1 of the staff report. And number 3 is down there at the bottom, one you're referring to. It's just to have the proposed FLUA and rezoning applications at the same adoption hearing, so the board is able to see the full picture at time of adoption.
Chairwoman Lori, can I jump on what the commissioner down there has said, could we go out?
A little
of order?
out of order, but go ahead.
Thank
Go ahead. If you, it's salient to this. Go ahead.
And it absolutely jumps on the back of your comment. I don't understand, and I do understand, but you need to understand the consequences of immediately asking for rezoning application at the same time as a land use change. While we can be supportive of a land use change, and I understand because you want to get an idea of what you're proposing to build and stuff like that, but our backs are to the wall. We don't have time to meet with the developer, work with the developer, figure out what's best for the area. We have road issues. I just don't understand, why are we locking this parcel of property with a site plan right at the same time we're doing a land use plan?
So we've been doing this a lot lately, and it's a lot because we get questions, from the board about specifics related to the site plan, and when we're reviewing compatibility, the site plan can be a really important determination in what staff's assessment is as to whether or not an application is compatible. So there's just there's a lot of elements of the zoning application that's important for us to be able to take in while we're reviewing the future land use element.
So then I'd like to follow up with a question. The fact that the developer and the land agent are showing you a proposed site plan, do they have to go and submit? Well, it says concurrent. You are forcing their back to the wall, our back to the wall, and not giving us time to massage while we have an idea of what they're proposing. It makes it very difficult in the fact that the surrounding area, Cobra, which I'm associated with, we don't like 4-story buildings. I don't like the way they're squaring off their preservation area. I think it can be massaged, maneuvered to make a much better development. But because you are making them do it concurrently with the land use change, we don't have time to work these issues out.
Yeah, so since this is a large-scale amendment, there's still a lot more time in the process. So this will go to the board February 1st. Then the application, the zoning application will still be reviewed by our DRO officers, all of our departments in the county. So it could be months in between the transmittal and adoption hearing. So there's plenty of time in between.
Right. And the site plan isn't going to be presented at transmittal, correct?
Correct. So site plan is not going to be presented at transmittal. However, we would schedule the site plan, the zoning application with the future land use application on the same Board of County Commissioners Day.
So the month that you're looking at for them to go for the zoning approval, which locks them into the site plan, is April?
No, it would be whenever the zoning application is certified. So once the zoning application is certified, the future land use application and the rezoning will be scheduled together.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you guys?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
If I may, on page E7, it's actually a policy direction from the board as a part of the central housing to have an accompanied zoning application with any future land use application to essential housing, specifically to make sure it meets the criteria in terms of the locational, preserve, and workforce housing, which are all taken care of in a zoning application. So it's a policy initiated condition as well.
And I understand the policy, but the problem I'm having with the policy, it's locking it into, we would like to massage, and this is, I'm going on another slight subject. I apologize. In the presentation by Ms. Morton, it says 2- and 4-story buildings. My understanding is the language says altered building heights. Couldn't we possibly massage that to 2- and 3-story buildings?
Yes.
Or is it locked into 2 and 4?
No, it could be 2 and 3. It's just there has to be a varied number of stories when you have over 200 units.
I apologize. Thank you for your...
Is the 4-story going to have an elevator?
Yeah.
Yes, it will, but I just want to assure Commissioner Bross that we have time, even if this board makes a recommendation, we go to the Board of County Commissioners on February 1st just for the land use. Then the site plan, we're still working the site plan with staff, with BARC, with Cobra. So we had our meetings Actually, we've had a couple of meetings with Bark. We presented to Cobra Growth Management. We got your comments. We have time to work that site plan. So this is not approving that site plan. We've got time to work together on that.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to this area again. Any more, Kylie? Any questions or comments?
Not currently, but I'd like to reserve the right to
Sure, of
ask
course.
additional questions or comments.
Of course, we're going to have a motion. Okay, Sarah?
Well, I was going to piggyback on you, but I worked in the private sector. I always submitted concurrently so that we could at least have the zoning application moving. I'm familiar with the process. So I actually do prefer the proposed condition to have that be at the same hearing. I think it just makes for a better project. And I am also eager to have at least heard the applicant's presentation, since we now do have the AGR. That's this is the first one coming through. So although the MUPD zoning is not maybe my specific use that I would want, it also is not what we are voting on here today. And this is simply for the flu. And I'm optimistic that the essential housing might be a really important step forward, and the inclusion of the ag reserve. So my only question is, if it was to be approved with the 60%, does that stay with the life of the owner or the life of the land?
Well, that's a comp plan policy that always would be applicable unless.
So anyone who developed later on, it's still always going to be 60% being preserved on the property, as the developer has said?
Right, unless there's a change of policy by
Wonderful.
the county.
Thank you.
Angela Van?
Yes, a couple of questions. 25%, so there's 79 units for workforce housing at 60 to 140. So is it, how do you guys break that up? Because as we know, in Palm Beach County, even at 100%, a lot of people can afford 100%, but how do you guys break that up in terms of, you say it has to be spread out throughout there. Do we know how that's broken out?
Yeah, so this is rental, and maybe Maria, Maria's here. We have the distribute, yeah, she'll talk.
Oh, Maria Bello, nice to see you.
Yeah, I think it's detailed in your staff report, but they are evenly distributed, and I think the condition says so, evenly distributed among 4 income categories, so it's 60 to 80, 80 to 100, 100 to 120, 120 to 140. That said, there is nothing precluding a property manager from renting higher priced ones at a lower rate if they choose to do so.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Anything? Okay. Barbara Roth?
Thank you, Chair. I do have a few questions and issues. We spoke about traffic earlier with other projects, so I need to discuss that with the people here. I completely and totally support essential housing, and I support it on this site. I understand that use, and I have supported it. Here's the problem. We have what I'm going to call a connector or relief road between Lyons Road. Lyons Road is to the east of the canyons. Boynton Beach is to the south, and to the west of the canyons. Acme Dairy Road is to the east. There's a connector road, Joe Abruzzo Boulevard, Way, Lane, everybody's calling it something else. My perception is that there are no sidewalks there, nor are there bike lanes. And I know that people coming from Lyons Road use that as a way to avoid a section of Boynton Beach Boulevard because Boynton Beach Boulevard is so congested. I know that area, travel it all the time. So people now cut across Joe Abruzzo Way from Lyons Road heading east. There is a community called Canyon Trails. I'm going to use the term landlocked. They are blocked in. Their only entrance egress is on Acme Dairy Road. People say sometimes, well, there are only 3 Canyons communities. No, there's a 4th, and it is on Canyons, is Canyon Trails on Acme Dairy. And they have there's a little circle there that what I am suggesting is that At certain times, even with the current traffic and just the elementary school and the shopping center, that really gets backed up. Now we're talking about additional housing, which I support. But we also cannot, in a vacuum, approve something until we consider what else is coming. To the east of this project, as was presented, is the so-called Mazzoni property. We have an Erickson congregate living facility, very large facility, which will be in this area. And across the street to the north, we will be considering something called Boynton Commercial. That's a whole lot of intensity dropped in an area that cannot handle the traffic. Something has to be done with Acme Dairy, not only for that community, Canyon Trails, but for everyone else who is now using Joe Abruzzo to scoot across to avoid Boynton. And why are they avoiding Boynton? Because it's a mess. The other thing I believe, and Mo confirm or dissuade me of this, is that heading south on Lyons Road as we approach Boynton Beach Boulevard, we currently have 3 left turning lanes, 1 right lane, and only 1 lane going south, crossing Boynton Beach Boulevard onto Lyons Road. We also have more communities coming along Lyons Road as you go south. On the east side, on the west side of Lyons Road, you have Valencia Reserve. We're going to have Valencia Grand. We have Valencia Sound. On the west side, we have Valencia Bay and Valencia Cove, and we're going to have more. Don't even get me started on Delray Marketplace. I think you've heard that, and that's a little bit further south. So we have a whole lot of stuff going on, but it cannot be isolated from what is happening on Boynton and Acme, Lyons, and Joe Abruzzo, what I'm going to call that northern end of Lyons Road. I'm very concerned about that. And the residents there have expressed their concern. I see it and live it all the time, and I just ask my fellow commissioners to consider that. While I want to support an underlying land use change, I feel we're headed down a very rapid slope without having proper infrastructure. Thank you for your indulgence.
We can go to the other side again. We can start again with Dagmar. Was there anything else you wanted to ask or say?
I did talk, and I'll try not to be so long. I apologize in advance. I really need you. I'm excited that both of the engineering gentlemen are here. Acme Dairy Road is a frickin' nightmare, all right? We got an elementary school where moms line up an hour and a half before school lets out to pick up their little kids, okay? Now we are under construction with the middle school abutting this property directly to the south. My understanding is the developer has agreed to set his buildings back far enough off of Acme Dairy Road in order to accommodate 4-laning Acme Dairy Road. Can the county work with the developer in order to make, because we have been told in the past, Acme Dairy Road cannot be widened?
Actually, we worked with the school district and with their consultant on the design of the site plan for the middle school that is under construction now. And they are given a condition to add a right turn lane southbound coming south to turn right into Joe Abruzzo Road. And they designed the site plan in such a way that they will be able to stack all their school traffic on site. Some overflow will be stacked in the turn lanes, the right turn lane, which will be, again, coming southbound, wrap around, and continue on Joe Abruzzo into the entrance to the school. So that will be taken care of as part of the site plan approval and the improvements that we given them conditions for.
And I appreciate a turning lane, and I appreciate the ability to stack a lot of cars on the property for the middle school. But what about 4-laning Acme Dairy Road? Also, Joe Abruzzo Boulevard is considered a lane. It's not even an easement or a county road or anything. And from on Joe Abruzzo Boulevard, we have sidewalks that go from Acme Dairy Road to the entrance of the district park, which is under construction right now, and then from the district park to Lyons Road, not only is there no turn lanes, there's no sidewalk, there's no bike path. How can the county allow a shopping center, a library, a district park, a middle school, and an elementary school, and we have a 2-lane road with no way to step on a pathway or a sidewalk?
Yeah, the problem with Acme Dairy Road is during the school hours and the start up and the end. And widening the road would not solve any problem. The problem is that traffic getting into the school and or picking up and leaving is stacking up. The problem is that the school is not able currently to cycle or serve students on the curbside, drop-off curbside, fast enough. So they would have to wait and stack on Acme Dairy Road. So if you put even 10 lanes, unless you have them park along Acme Dairy Road, it will not solve the problem. Now, we are working with the school district on finding ways around it. And there is a standing committee between the school district, PBSO, and our engineering department to work on these problems and try to find solutions. One of the solutions that we have been thinking of is the shopping plaza just next to the school could be used or utilized by parents. Go in there, park there, and walk your kids into the school and walk back. So there are things that they are working on to try to solve that. Now, the Joe Abruzzo Road, I cannot speak with certainty because that road is owned by the facilities department, and it's part of the park. My understanding that they are adding now sidewalks and bike lanes along that segment, but we need to confirm that.
So you're telling me
it's not our under jurisdiction.
So you're telling me that I believe widening Acme Dairy Road would be better because at least there would be a way that cars that are going to Canyon Trails or the other canyons could bypass these people standing, waiting for their children on Acme Dairy Road. Are you telling me there's just nowhere on the horizon that you're going to consider widening Acme Dairy Road?
No, we are looking into it, but again, as I remember, and probably Morton may remember better, we did extend one of the northbound left turn lane that goes into the school, half a mile or so long, because that's the problem. The problem is that particular movement. They back up and they spill over into the adjacent through lane, blocking it. That's the problem. And we considered at one other point to add another lane to bypass that gridlock. But basically, we are ending up, adding more to the stacking of school traffic to stack them on our road. So we are working with them to find other feasible solutions. I don't know if Morton, do you remember any more about?
No,
But the fact that the developer is willing to work with the surrounding area to set his buildings back far enough to work with Palm Beach County to accommodate the widening, at least get the easement so we're not going through what North Lake Boulevard just went through, so that in the future we don't have to tear out sidewalks and trees and parking lots and stuff. Isn't there a way that if a developer is willing to work with us because of the traffic issue and the fact that he's adding another 314 units, come on, we got to figure something out.
I think we have enough right of way there for the widening, right?
We'd have to check that, but basically, I think what Mo is also trying to say is that I think you're also trying to say that the typical volume of traffic that would require roadway widening it's not there as yet. It's just basically whatever delay that is being experienced is because of the school traffic. blocking the road. So widening the road would be widening for people to be stacking in, not for moving traffic. But at the point at which the volumes meet the criteria for going to 4 lanes is when that type of improvement would be made.
Okay, thank you. Please, Glenn Groman, go ahead.
Mo, just to reiterate the staff report, so the staff analysis of traffic indicates that the traffic in the general area meets the policy of 35D. Is that correct?
That's correct. Again, this is a planning stage, and we don't know exactly what they will put in there. We do not have the traffic impact study done. That is done as part of the zoning application. So, but they meet the policy 3.5D.
And that's got to do with the LOS at nearby
Future,
intersections.
yeah.
Okay. Which obviously are, I guess, not quite to D. And then Chris Hagan was the gentleman who put in the traffic study from Kimley? Okay. So it meets the traffic criteria. Just wanted to make sure that was on the record. I have a, and there's no linkage or requirement that somehow this project be tied to anecdotal discussion about other traffic issues which are not applicable to 3.5D.
Again, we will be looking at the traffic report as part of the zoning application, and we will be asking for some mitigations or if needed, any dedication of right-of-way or any improvements that would stem out of that report.
Great. Yeah, it looks like there's plenty of land for right-of-way.
I'm looking now at the aerial. I'm measuring. We have right-of-way there. We have 100-foot right-of-way, which should fit more than 5 lanes even.
I have a quick question for the applicant, Jennifer, if you have a second. So there was some comment about the monies to the school board. So does your client have a SCAD letter? Is that what we're talking about? The $1 million to the school system?
That's the SCAD letter, yes.
Okay, and that's reasonable and customary. The Palm Beach County School Board does that with everyone that has a new project.
They send it. Yes, that's correct.
Got it. Is this land currently being farmed? Does it have a tax exemption status?
I believe it was able to get the tax exemption for this year, but it's not because they're doing agriculture. They shop this property to all the farmers in the area, and they were unable to get someone that was actually going to farm the property. I think they have bees and maybe something.
But
else.
when and if this project is completed, then it will be on the tax rolls.
Yes, that's correct.
I don't have anything further.
Penny Pompey? Nothing. Marcy Hayden? Nothing. Okay. Just one comment. It's very nice to see some essential housing happening. Very good. Can we have a motion on this application? What, staff wants to come in? Well, is there a motion for this?
Sure, I'll make a motion to approve the Logan Ranch residential as recommended by staff with conditions.
And I'll second that, Madam Chair.
Okay. Motion by Penny Pompey, seconded by Glenn Groman. Any further discussion on this?
I would just like to make a comment because this is really monumental for me. I've been paying attention to the Ag Reserve for 30 plus years. I do understand essential housing. I do understand the need, and I'm actually going to vote to support this project. So, wow.
Okay. We can't clap here, but if I could, I would. Okay. And so, since there's no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Great. Thank you. Okay, we go on to item B, privately proposed FLUA amendments to BC Commerce Center.
You can stay here to present if you want. Come back.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Morton with J. Morton Planning and Landscape Architecture, and I'm happy to present the BC Commerce Center. My clients, it's a joint venture between Butters Development and the Channing Corporation. We are requesting to change the future land use from AGR to the newly adopted commerce language with an underlying agris or AGR. The property is located on the north side of Boynton Beach Boulevard, west of the Florida Turnpike. The property abuts 3 roadways. We've got the Florida Turnpike to the east, Boynton Beach Boulevard on the south, and Acme Dairy Road on the west. The surrounding land use for this property is primarily made up of AGR. We do have a commercial low to the east of us and some institutional just east of that. And then, of course, the commercial at the hard corner of Lyons and Boynton Beach Boulevard. And I'm throwing this site plan up here. This is where it's still a work in progress, but there was a lot of discussion about FAR on some of the prior commerce land use change requests. This is a conceptual site plan, and it reflects about 0.31 FAR. Just to give you an idea, I know the maximum FAR is 0.45. This reflects 0.31. The other point I wanted to make is that at some of the prior transmittals, those projects were limited to 0.25. 0.25 would not work for this project, so respectfully request that we not be limited by our FAR. The requirements for commerce. This project meets all of the requirements for commerce. We have the proper frontage. We've submitted our concurrent zoning application. We're proposing both preservation as part of our development project. This map, last time there was a question about how many other commerce applications are in the system or have been submitted. This map was prepared about 2 months ago. It identifies 5 requests for commerce. 4 of them are located up and down State Road 7, and this is the only one on Boynton Beach Boulevard. It's ideally situated, again, right off the Florida Turnpike. We are consistent with the comprehensive plan. We meet the criteria that the board established for commerce. Developing light industrial uses will serve the residents that live there, the businesses in the area, the hospitals, the schools. It provides needed support services. The master plan consultant actually identified 2 nodes for industrial, Boynton and Lyons, Atlantic and Lyons. So the original consultant that the county hired for the master plan had also identified this corner as for industrial. We are compatible with the adjacent non-residential uses that include commercial, institutional, and nursery uses to the north of us. Like the prior project, we have been working with residents in the area. We've had several meetings with them. At one time, we were actually considering a combination of commerce and essential housing, and based on input from the community, we moved forward with the commerce land use request. We presented to COBRA, and we are committed to continuing that dialogue. We do meet the public facilities impact requirement as well. We're consistent with the BCC direction, and we're also consistent with the FLUA. The commerce language is adjacent. I think what makes this site unique is the 3 roadways that we're adjacent to. And we also have a single signalized intersection at Acme and Boynton Beach Boulevard. It's consistent with the prior approvals that the board has supported, and we do have a staff recommendation of approval. And again, similar to the last one, we'll continue to work collaboratively with the residents that live in this area and COBRA Growth Management. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff, please.
Hello again, Jerry Lodge for the Planning Division. This is BC Commerce Center. As previously stated, the site's 47.21 acres. The applicant is requesting to change the future land use from AGR to commerce with an underlying AGR. The site's located on the northeast corner of Boynton Beach Boulevard and Acme Dairy Road. And the concurrent zoning application is requesting to rezone the site from AGR to MUPD in order to develop up to or approximately 645,000 square feet of light industrial uses, including warehouse, recreational uses, and self-storage. All right, so here's the site shown in red. Since the last item, the uses and land uses along the corridor haven't changed, but staff does have a couple of observations they'd like to point out to you. And wanted to clarify something Jennifer had said in one of these observations. So part of the master plan recommendations was for the not Boynton and Lyons and Acme or Atlantic and Lyons, it was for the Boynton Beach Boulevard and Turnpike interchange and Atlantic Avenue and Turnpike interchange, which was identified as two appropriate locations for employment centers and industrial uses. Also want to point out the proximity to existing commercial uses along the corridor, including the Cobblestone Plaza and Canyon Town Center. And south of the site are the previously discussed land use amendments in process, which is Logan Ranch Residential and Erickson Senior Living. So this site may also be familiar to you, as it was previously before you for requested text amendment initiations. They were proposed on the site to have mixed-use centers with no preserve requirements and allow, sorry, I lost my train of thought there.
Happens to me all the time.
I know it happens to me way more than it should. But ultimately, staff recommended denial as it departed from current, or not current, but at the time, ag-reserve policy concepts. Planning Commission also recommended denial, and the board has adopted policies since then for the commerce future land use, including the location and extent of industrial uses in its tier. So staff's assessment concludes that the site is consistent with commerce policy requirements, including the on-site preserve, and it's located along a major thoroughfare. The amendment is compatible as the request is in close proximity to the existing commercial and non-residential uses, and is consistent with the development pattern of the area. For those reasons, staff's recommending approval with conditions, and the motion is to recommend approval with conditions as proposed by staff. So proposed conditions are to limit the development of the site based on trips generated by the proposed uses, and this is in order to comply with policy 35D, and to have the proposed land use amendment and concurring zoning application heard at the same adoption hearing. One letter was received after publication of the staff report, and that's placed at your seats as well. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. We have public comment. Judy Hill and Scott Bowling.
If I may, I'm Martin Perry. I'm here on the Happy Hollow issue. And when we went to sign in to discuss on topics on the agenda, we were told it was 3B2. I believe it's actually the trim on 4.
3B2, BC Commerce Center. What is the question?
Oh, no.
First of all, I'll just say you're out of order, but that's okay. Go ahead.
I apologize.
That's okay.
Actually,
What is the issue?
The two people you just called up actually do not want to speak on this item.
Oh, I see.
It's
Okay.
going to be on the one that's on the next trim issue.
Okay, Judy Hill and Scott Bowling would like to speak on 4.
4A1.
4A1. Okay, I'll change that. 4A1. Or A1.
And also myself.
3B2. Oh, is that Liz? You had figured this out before. Okay, these are okay. Okay, if anybody, I'm going to call out cards. I'm going to call out the cards here. If anybody doesn't want to speak on this, I see the issue here. Camilla Zemansky, Melissa McEwen, Drew Martin, Dennis Bedner. Yeah, I know. But who wants to speak on 4A1 and not this issue? Just call out Denise Bedner, Mark Perry. You don't want to speak on this issue, correct? 4A1. Okay, Denise Bedver, 4A1. Okay, this is just a little paperwork we're doing here. Todd Grand. That's also 4A1? Okay, no problem. 4A1. Okay. Linda Smith, Debbie Murphy, Malcolm Butters, Zach Channing and Risa McGardner. Okay, all those people want to speak on this. Okay, I'm changing these over to here. Go ahead. No problem. This is easy. Hey, Camilla Zemansky and William Zemansky, they put one card in. Are they here? Excuse me, they left?
They want to be also on the 4A1.
4A1. Okay. Did they? Okay. Okay, let's go with Melissa McCune to Lectern 1. Great. Oh, to support. Oh, great. Thank you for saving the time there. That's good. That's fine. Drew Martin to Lectern 1.
I also filled out another card to make sure I had a correct card.
Yeah, yes, you did. You did. I saw that you did it. So now I have a few cards from you. Thank you. And Linda Smith on the other one, please.
I want to say how happy I am that other people were confused today and that I wasn't the only one that filled out a card incorrectly.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you. Go ahead.
Drew Martin, first of all, I'm here on behalf of this Sierra Club. Did you receive our letter from Robert Hartzell, Heidi McCaffrey? Yes. Okay. Yes. All right. So that outlines a number of our concerns. Again, the larger issue is this Sierra Club supports leaving this area the way it is. And, you know, I think Risa said, gee, I wish I didn't have to come to this all the time. You know, I kind of envy that statement. Yeah, we wish we didn't have to be here all the time to protect the ag reserve, but we do. There's a huge misunderstanding. First of all, say, well, nobody wants to farm this. Well, that's because, you know, the people that would farm this just don't really know about it. And there are people that would farm it. And, you know, and somebody said, well, there's bees there. Well, that's really important. Bees are really important right now. So I'm just going to mention some things that our attorney said. The proposed project, which would have a value of over 6.5 thousand daily trips at a maximum potential of 3.7 thousand daily trips. Now, I said to myself, God, that's got to be a typo. I hope so. For God's sake. Do you think you're going to be able to handle that kind of traffic? And the other question is, the whole purpose of the Ag Reserve is if you were going to put something in there, a warehouse, industrial, whatever, it was to support agriculture. But this isn't there to support agriculture. This is there to create traffic and congestion. I'm glad I did not invest $1 million to live in the Ag Reserve. Because if I went out there 10 years ago and I paid for one of those beautiful houses because I thought I was buying into a rural area, I would be extremely disappointed. And the only reason you don't have 1,000 people in here is because they don't really know what's going on. They don't know what's going to happen to their housing and their values and their quality of life, and they won't know until it's too late. So when the few of us that are paying attention are throwing up the red flag and saying, you don't have to approve this. This is the one item today you don't have to approve. It's not necessary. It's not essential. There's nothing about it that's needed. It's simply to make somebody wealthy so they don't have to farm and they can do something else. Thank you.
Debbie Murphy. Go ahead.
Linda Smith. I still live in Jupiter, Florida. Again, this is a privately initiated text amendment, not from existing residential folks or local businesses or the Palm Beach County Commissioners, which was brought up earlier in the day. This is just a privately initiated text amendment. This project, we all know the numbers. I was encouraged that the FAR was reduced to 0.31, but why not 0.25? She said it wasn't possible. I don't know what the impossibility of that would be. Probably financial. The area cannot increase the increase in traffic as discussed, as Drew said, about the thousands of daily trips, so I'm not going to repeat that. The county has not had their workshop on density. Just because a privately initiated amendment is requested, we don't have to make a decision until we have all of our information. I understand again that they're working on a traffic analysis for the ag reserve due to this light industrial commercial zoning changes. The FLU itself has been called into question due to ambiguities within it. We need an absolute cap on light industrial and commercial uses in the ag reserve. There seems to be this huge light switch to go from 0.15 to 0.45, and I put forth that perhaps that was too big a jump and poorly considered. Many of the commissioners that initiated this are actually gone now. There might be a reason for this. This project is too large for the area, and I would encourage you to deny it, or at least postpone it until after we get some of these workshops and traffic studies. To date, there's over 1 million square feet of light industrial in transition through this process, so we'll be seeing a lot of each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Malcolm Butters. Go ahead.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. Debbie Murphy, Second Vice President of COBRA, 10262 St. Andrews Road, Boynton Beach. I had the pleasure of attending the COBRA Growth Management meeting on January 3rd, when Jennifer Morton presented the BC Commerce Center. It was the same evening as the Logan presentation, so it was a long night. But it was an interesting meeting. It was presented to us that with the understanding that it would have the look and feel of the PGA Commons, a beautiful project also done by the Channing Corporation. The reaction of both the committee and then later COBRA board was that the site plan was exactly what the COBRA area residents were hoping for. It included the flex space that you saw. In addition, it had an indoor pickleball court, gymnastics facility, rock climbing business, along with a microbrewery. All things that have no presence anywhere in the West Boynton area. Our only concern at that time was the 4-story on the building proposed as wine storage. As you know, we are not in favor of 4-story buildings. The problem for COBRA came when we became aware that none of the uses that were presented to us are allowed under the commerce designation for which this site is requesting as the land use change. The allowable uses under the commerce designation would not provide the things that are of real use to the area residents. COBRA strongly supports economic growth and business development in Palm Beach County, while also balancing the needs of the COBRA residents. Therefore, unfortunately, COBRA cannot support the land use change because what may ultimately end up being the end uses are not businesses that would enhance the quality of life for the residents of West Boynton, which is the goal of COBRA. We strongly urge you, as the Commission, to recommend to staff to revise the allowable uses under the commerce designation to support the wants and needs of the COBRA residents. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Zach Channing. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Malcolm Butters, 6820 Lions Technology Circle, Coconut Creek. I'm also a resident of Boca Raton, Florida. Like the previous lady said, we did have a tremendously great meeting with both BARC and COBRA. Overall, the atmosphere and I think the support was there. I think we are working, and the county is working on all these uses now, so I think that is work in progress. Like she said, though, our goal is not to create a distribution center. It's to create a light industrial center. It's to provide uses that are not in the ag reserve now, like gymnastics, like the pickleball court, like facilities for air conditioning companies so they don't have to go east, air conditioning, plumbers, etc. It's a small bay development. It does not cater to the bigger users like the Walmarts and the Amazons. On the traffic study, Yeah, we are, I think our traffic study limit us to 3,800 trips, not 6,500, like I believe Drew said. We submitted a traffic study and met all of the criteria with it. And as a matter of fact, I'll just read you one conclusion from Simmons and White that I think is part of our submittal. As previously mentioned, the proposed future land use plan designation modification will not significantly impact any roadway segment that is projected to be operating above the adopted levels of service on the year 2045 transportation system. Additionally, all roadways meet the requirements of the Test 2 analysis under the proportionate share ordinance for the restricted development potential. There's a whole development that goes along, study that goes along with that. Our company, along with Mr. Channing, we're going to develop a Class A project. I think if you've seen other projects of ours in Dade and Broward County, I know we worked with Mrs. Vinegar and the Delray Alliance on 441 and Atlantic for a future project there. So the goal is the same. It's a Class A smaller bay use that caters to smaller users, and nothing like that exists in the Ag Reserve, and it will eliminate traffic on a countywide basis because people will not have to go from west to east for these type of uses. I thank you for your time and look forward to any questions. Thank you.
Reese, thank you. Risa McCardner. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Zach Channing. I'm here representing Channing Corporation. Our company is a family-owned real estate development company started by my father and my uncle over 40 years ago. We focused mainly on developing a lot of great projects in South Florida. One of those projects happened to be the PGA Commons on PGA Boulevard between the Turnpike and 95. And something I want to point out about that project is the landscape buffer overlay that we helped create, and looks great when if you've ever driven by PGA or driven down PGA Boulevard. That landscape buffer is about 50 feet. It has walkways, a lot of great different native landscaping, and that's exactly what we want to mirror on this project. Right now, and you can't really see it on that site plan, but we have a minimum of 50 feet up to 80 feet of a landscape buffer. And this was all requested by the neighbors, and we were happy to work with them and work with local landscape architects to create this. And we hope that this landscape buffer is something that other projects could follow down Boynton Beach Boulevard and can really be the gateway to Boynton Beach. When you come off that turnpike, the first thing you see is this great, beautiful landscape buffer with walkways. And, you know, I think our hope and also the neighbors is that this is something that would mirror and create something really special on Boynton Beach. We love this site. We think it's really appropriate being on the northwest side of the turnpike and being right next to the turnpike. We have a lot of exciting uses that we're trying to put in here and stuff that the neighbors are excited about and doesn't really exist at the moment. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, Risa McCarraher, Heritage Farms. I initially wanted to speak on the previous one but couldn't get in, so I'm speaking on this one because it's the same thing. Basically, my point is you can't keep approving all this stuff. This is not Dade County. This is not Broward County. We don't want to live there. We came here from there because we didn't want to be bombarded by all this stuff. In Palm Beach County, you have it designated urban, suburban, rural. Each person gets to choose where they want to live. And when you choose that place, it's not fair for you guys to come in and approve things that don't fit in the area. I mean, I don't understand why we need more traffic, more overcrowded schools, more people. I mean, it doesn't make sense. You are whittling away at Palm Beach County and what makes it so wonderful by allowing all of these developments. And I'm not against development. Put it where it belongs. Put it where it's already zoned and approved. Don't keep chipping away at the Ag Reserve. Don't keep chipping away at the rural tier. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board here. we can start inside out again. How about that? Barbara Roth, go ahead.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. I'll start by saying that in context and a little bit in response to the last speaker, we are now faced with a Board of County Commissioners decision that there will be 2 new land uses within the Ag Reserve. So this is one of them. It's the commerce use. I have to say again, I voted for the last one as the underlying land use of essential housing. This one I am more troubled by, not because I don't trust the developer. Developer has a history of really exemplary projects, Mr. Butters, Mr. Channing, and that company. The problem is, and I would have to ask, why weren't these proposed uses, these are very specific uses that the residents in the area, the residents of the canyons, and the Valencias along Lyons Road felt that would serve their communities, their families, their needs, without having to take them far north, far south, far east. And that would be good, but these uses do not appear in the matrix that has been prepared by the county. So, as much as I admire the proposed uses and have listened to the communities, I think we got a little bit of the cart before the horse here until I see an amended matrix with these uses. I cannot support this commerce center. I support the commerce use in the Ag Reserve, but I can't support this center when exactly what communities have asked for, those uses do not appear as acceptable. I don't know if staff can address, is there something in progress that we're going to see imminently?
So I think you're referring to the Unified Land Development Code amendments that are.
There's a
occurring
list?
now. Yes, right. So on Wednesday, the Zoning Commission took to the board for permission to advertise the implementing code regulations for the new commerce future land use. And I believe the 2 uses that you're referring to are the microbrewery and maybe it was the freestanding gymnastics fitness center. Is that, those were the uses that you were looking for?
Indoor pickleball?
Okay, so the commercial recreational uses would be allowed as long as they're in a tenant within one of the bays of the industrial building. The freestanding fitness center would not be allowed because that's in conflict with the comprehensive plan language, which prohibits commercial uses within industrial, and same with the microbrewery.
Mm-hmm. May I just might it be wiser to postpone this so that the community members who have worked very hard, and the developer and certainly Ms. Morton have worked very hard with the community members, so that if a substitute use has to come in, that can be worked on by zoning. I respect that, but otherwise, what are we going to get?
Yeah, so these amendments will go back to the board for first reading. I believe it's January 26th is the BCC zoning date. And, at that time, if the board does want those uses allowed within commerce, along with the text initiation that they did on Tuesday for the FAR for commerce, that could be accommodated at that point, but there would need to be some text amendments.
Can't hear
involved.
that ear. Okay.
Excuse me. I can add a little bit more to it. The idea is just like you had on the prior discussion about, the site plan and the rezoning and the land use amendment. By the time this would be scheduled for adoption, the board would have weighed in, most likely adopted the code, or it would be probably on the same meeting, worst case scenario. So the answers would then be no. And this is the problem with going through processes is now there's a lot more attempts to synchronize things up. Things go through multiple processes simultaneously. That's what we've been directed by the legislature to do through statutory changes, is to get things to move faster. That's what we're doing. It just means not everything is fully baked at this point, but they will be at the time of the final decision.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Did you want to allow the applicant to respond to that? If you wanted to. And it's the chairs, you can, if you don't mind.
Always, Ms. Morton.
Thank you very much. I just want to clarify on the uses. Yes, we've been working closely with the community. So the uses that we are proposing are what the community is asking for. We got the matrix, which identifies what uses are allowed in commerce. And we have requested a meeting with staff to discuss those uses. One is the microbrewery. Microbrewery is allowed in industrial, but the matrix, it wasn't checked for the commerce language. We want to talk to staff about modifying the matrix to allow for a microbrewery. If not, the item goes to the Board of County Commissioners on the 27th of January, which is prior to this item going to the board on February 1st. So we will have an answer on the uses. The other use, we are allowed to do the indoor gymnastics, indoor cheer, the indoor pickleball. There was a provision that it couldn't exceed 50% of a single building. Again, we needed to meet with staff to understand what that means. The matrix just came out. We're working with staff. I'm confident we're going to be able to get there one way or another, whether it's to add a note on the matrix. We'll be talking to the Board of County Commissioners, but to delay this project, I think is detrimental to our client and contracts that he has on the property. And we are going to have the answers before we get to the board on February 1st, because that language will be done.
Okay, thank you. We have our zoning director here, Lisa Amara.
Yes, thank you. I'll speak on that. Zoning will not process ULDC amendments inconsistent with the plan. Excuse me, I'm out of breath. Ran downstairs because I was watching from upstairs. We will not have items move forward at LDRAB that are inconsistent with the plan. And microbrewery is not consistent with the plan, so that can't be in this packet. What Stephanie was trying to explain is that yesterday or the day before, the Board of County Commissioners initiated more plan amendments for commerce. We could completely work with planning to develop a commercial pod inside the Commerce Flu with a text amendment to the comp plan. But there is no microbrewery, and there will be no microbrewery at this time unless planning recommends to the Board of County Commissioners that such a change is consistent with the code. This is not something that I can do in zoning to override the plan, and that is not something that the applicant can do either. So I just want to make that perfectly clear. It's just not something that we can work out. Planning has already decided that a 50% cap on square footage is suitable for fitness center. Right now, there is no fitness center allowed in any industrial, anywhere in unincorporated county. This is a brand new proposal. We put it in the plan, but we said put it in an industrial building. So I cannot let you have the understanding that I am going to violate the plan. That is just not going to happen.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go on to the next one, to Angela Van. Any questions or comments?
Okay, quick question for you now. In terms of the uses that's shown here in our staff report, those are the uses that the applicant wants to put in there, correct? Now, you guys have uses that are allowed generally in the commerce land use designation, and some of these uses are not allowed. So what I'm trying to understand now is that planning has to do a text amendment to allow more uses, to open it up to more uses that would be allowed in the commerce land use designation, correct?
So the conceptual plan that's in the backup for this amendment has uses that are allowable based on the comprehensive plan, commerce. What the applicant is trying to say is that they would, be amending that to possibly include a microbrewery and the freestanding fitness center.
Okay. What?
your
But
question.
what?
And-
But what?
and that's
what I
not
just.
gonna happen.
But what I just heard. So I'm just trying to figure out what I just heard. The zoning. So I'm just trying to figure out what we're approving today. Right now, they can't
So-
do a microbrewery. They can't do.
Right. As it stands today, the uses that are within the comprehensive plan application are the office warehouse, the recreational uses that are within within the industrial bays, and then self-service storage.
So one last question. So by the time this gets to the Board of County Commissioners, is there something in the process as far as planning and zoning together that's going to allow this to happen, to allow them to do the uses that the neighborhood wants?
I believe we would look to the board for direction if they wanted to change the text to the commerce language that would allow those uses.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we go to Sarah Pardue. Anything?
No, nothing for me.
Nothing right
It's
now.
here.
Okay. Kylie Harper Larson? Nothing? Okay, we can go down here from Marcia Hayden. Penny? Nothing. Penny? Glenn Rillerman?
Okay, so to clarify, the majority of the uses on the proposed site plan are permitted, is that correct?
The uses in the conceptual plan that's in the backup for the future land use application are all permitted.
Yes.
The ones that are currently in the site plan and the zoning application, there with the microbrewery and the freestanding.
Right, and when, those are de minimis portions of the actual plan itself. Most of the plan is that what is called flex space, it's the permitted use.
Right. The majority of their conceptual plan shows office warehouse.
Got it. So quick question then back to Jennifer. So is that correct?
Yes, so the majority of uses that we're proposing, including indoor gymnastics and other Cheer Florida, things like that, we can do that. We were trying to get everything that the neighbors were asking for, and that, but we can live with the matrix as it is today, but we would like the opportunity, however planning and zoning want us to work, to try and get a microbrewery on there. I mean, I don't know if we have to go to the planning department to get that done. That's fine.
That's
We're just trying to.
That's not where I'm going.
We're trying to address the community concerns.
So okay, so from the comment perspective, my comments are that just as essential housing is critical and important, so too is business development and commerce. You don't give one or another an equal weight. And this site previously had been the subject of applications which had rather large and rather intense residential developments, 300-plus unit residential developments. Those are off the table. And now we have what is a commerce business-related center directly next to the Florida Turnpike, which is probably the best place you could put one of these things. I don't know how that affects traffic. There's probably be a lot less traffic, but I will state and reiterate some of the other comments and that were made by other board members, and that is, so I have known Mr. Butters for 20 plus years, and I have seen his projects before. He has one in Coconut Creek. And I can tell you without question that the type of project that his company builds is second to none. And his centers are beautifully landscaped, they're beautifully designed, and quite frankly, even though they're rather large, they're pretty quiet, because I don't think that the traffic, you're doing a traffic analysis on a gross square footage basis. It's not always really busy, depending on what type of businesses are operating there. So I fully support this application because it's a business and growth and business development aspect, and I'm certainly confident that the applicant who I know is going to work things out to the benefit of what the residents want, and that is the sort of the service retail, the microbrewery, the those types of things. And I understand that that's not going to happen through some smoke-filled room in a backroom agreement that's going to go through the process. But I can tell you that if Mr. Butters and his partner says he's going to do something, he's going to do it.
Dagmar Ross, anything?
Hi. Quick question. This is still in the Ag Reserve, and we do need to have some preservation. But my understanding for the Commerce Centers, it's first, we have 47 acres. We subtract 16 acres, which leaves 31 acres, and it's not 60%, it's 40% that has to be in preservation. So we're basically looking at 12.4 acres of preservation. Where is that property?
It's on site.
It is
Yes,
on
it's
site.
site.
Cool. It's the lake. And also with the language, it says of the preservation area, 10% is allowed to be used for storm water something, right?
Yeah, the 10% is for essential housing. Commerce.
Okay, that rule only is for EH. It's not for this. So, okay, so their 12 acres is on site. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a question and some comments. Jennifer, can you please put up that your very well drawn out map of the in process and theoretical?
Oh, okay.
State plan.
Okay. 2 months ago, we worked on 5 applications for CMR designation in the Agriculture Reserve. This one wasn't heard at that time. And when it went to the Board of County Commissioners, they sent it through to Transmittal, correct, with no square footage identified. And they keep they said they were going to be working on whether it's done by acreage or Florida area ratio or square footage or having a cap in the agriculture reserve, because we are talking about agriculture reserve, and there were 5 applications we took, and now there's 1 today. And what Jennifer's done beautifully here is shown in process. There are 102.32 acres in process, and theoretically, and she gave us a theoretical idea of what other parcels in the agriculture reserve could possibly be developed this way. It's 210.96 acres. Now, I did some mathematics, and my biggest concern with this application and all of the applications is the 0.45 FAR that they could potentially ask for. So the proposed future land use change, that's perfectly acceptable, commerce with underlying ag reserve, but the development potential of light industrial uses could be 0.45 FAR. So even though they're only asking today for a 0.31 FAR, they can certainly come, and it could possibly be a 0.45 FAR. So if you took the in-process and the theoretical with all combined, with a 0.45 FAR, we would have 6 million plus square footage of commerce in the agriculture reserve, which would be equal to about 6 Wellington malls or 6 Palm Beach Gardens malls. If we went to a cap of, if we went to a 0.3 FAR, we would still, with all the in-process and theoretical, we have a potential of 4 million plus square footage of this commerce that can potentially be built, which is like 4 Wellington malls or 4 Palm Beach Gardens malls. And then, but with a cap of, with a 0.25 FAR, if this is something we could send a message to the Board of County Commissioners about how much Florida area ratio there really should be maximum. A 0.25 FAR would be 3.5 million square foot could potentially be built. And I know all the applications that came through, those 5 applications, were about a 0.3 FAR. So you know that we had written a letter, the Alliance had written a letter, that the 0.15 FAR is what they're allowed now with agricultural uses. And of course, and 0.45 FAR would what they would be allowed as industrial, as this is a commerce. it appears that 0.15 FAR is reasonable because they are already allowed that. They could have agricultural uses of 308,470 square feet. Okay, but if we wanted to raise it a bit, that's because it's industrial commerce, okay, light industrial, I would be willing to go with that. But something has to be done about the 0.45 FAR, the development potential, the maximum that we're allowing all these applications to have.
Madam Chair.
Okay, so that's my and I would like to have I'd like to have Jennifer Morton just respond to that, because we have had discussions on this, and she's got some very good points. Go ahead.
Well, the 0.25 that you had mentioned, that actually was placed on several applications that went to the board for transmittal, and the board did not move that 0.25 forward. So that was not included in the transmittal hearing. The 0.45, I would say most industrial projects never develop at 0.45. In fact, Malcolm was telling me the average is about 0.32 to 0.38, right in the 0.3. 0.4, it reminds me of, in the commercial land use category, commercial low allows 0.2 in the ag reserve, and I think 0.5 in the unincorporated area. Developers aren't putting in, maxing those FARs out. Most of the projects that come forward never even approach the maximum allowed. There has to be a maximum, but there also is an average. And to me, by allowing the 0.45, I mean, if it was 0.4, I don't think we have a single client that has a project that's close to 0.4, but you're never going to hit that. And I just feel like the 0.45 is what's in the comp plan. You evaluate a project on a case-by-case basis. Some have a 0.25 FAR, but you look at the site plan and where the buildings are and the landscaping, and it's that point, at that FAR is really, I think, should be reviewed against a site plan, not, that's why I showed you our site plan, because it's 0.31.
Okay, and at the Board of County Commissioners, they didn't send through the 0.25 applications with a FAR, with a limitation, correct?
Correct.
And they also didn't send any of the applications through with any square footage. So there was one particular person that stood up and didn't have a site plan at all yet, just wanting to change it. And when this person got up after every discussion, that is when they suggested to send them through as not, with no square footage. So we'll see what those site plans are going to be, those square footage of those site plans, when it comes to the concurrency of the zoning application and the land use.
Correct.
Because there was no limitation given. I'm just concerned about the 0.45. We could make a suggestion, or we don't have to. We could just simply approve or disapprove this as it is. But I am in support of the commerce land use change for sure. I am just concerned about the square footage ultimately because of the issues we've had in the agricultural reserve with the commercial. We put a cap on it, then some properties do other things, do institutional, and then they keep their commercial. So there's couple 100,000 square feet of commercial out there that's might never be used, and we've got a cap, and people keep asking for a cap. So that's my issue. But I'm listening to everything everybody says, and it's very
Chair,
intelligent. That's fine. You can talk, Glenn. Now
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. So I understand the concern about the 0.45 FAR, and especially if there's a larger gross acreage. But first of all, we're addressing just this one project and not the other projects. This project has a FAR of 0.31. And in addition to that, there's a limitation that's traffic driven that limits the amount of square footage. Is that not correct? So there's no uptick in FAR above the 0.31.
So it's a
Okay,
little bit,
Well, let me finish. Let them answer.
What, she was going to start to talk? What?
I was just going to say it's a little bit more complicated than that. The condition is based on trips, not on square footage.
No, I understand it's based on trips, but the bottom line is that if you increase the square footage, typically you'll increase the amount of trips. Although in a warehouse situation, you have to understand that warehouses and flex space don't generate people. They don't generate people. They generate space. So from what I've seen, my personal knowledge of the way these things are built and FAR and whatnot, a 0.3 is probably on the lower end of the scale of FAR. In the park in the park at Broken Sound in Boca Raton, the FAR is a 0.4 with a 0.6 with the traffic study. So there's nothing crazy about what's before us. I just think it's a good project, and I also think that the trip generation does limit the size of the project. And, there's a real complex underwriting that goes through in analyzing how these things are done. And if it doesn't make economic sense, then people won't build it. But I don't think there's anything out of the ordinary with regards to something with a 0.31. This is the only project before us right now. Again, agreed with the concern about a 0.45, but that's not what we're talking about.
Okay, and what we've had here, Jennifer, remember our discussions in some parts of the county, they go up to 0.8.
That's correct.
Okay,
More.
but that's in other areas. But I need to disagree with what we are voting on today. We are voting on a proposed future land use change, and I'm reading it right here, which includes light industrial uses up to 925,410 square feet, 0.45 FAR, which is what they could potentially ask for in the future. And they're not going to give that up, right? You don't want to give that up. If you're allowed a 0.45 FAR, you don't want us to say, 0.31 is all you can ever build, right? You want to keep that ability to have a 0.45 FAR, correct?
Well, they'll agree to lower the FAR, the maximum.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah,
But
no-
if
Hi, this is Malcolm Butterskin. We're very happy to limit it. I hear the concerns of the traffic, and we do want to accommodate not only the residents and the county, but we're more than happy to, as part of this application, to limit the square footage and the trips. So there's no
We'll limit the FAR.
And what would you limit it to?
0.31.
to the 0.31.
To 0.31.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the only thing I was going to say is maybe just because this site plan is still conceptual, could we do like 0.35 or
0.35, it would be good, but this board has to, I can't make a motion because I'm chairing it. The board has to, somebody has to make a motion for that, but I think 0.35 FAR is a very reasonable thing to do today, because remember, in that Board of County Commissioners meeting, it was Mac Bernard who was concerned. He asked about according to square foot to the FAR, and then another commissioner asked about maybe putting a cap, and they're still discussing that now. But if we could send a message and showing that the applicant is reasonably accepting it, that would be really good. We have to work toward not paving over the entire agricultural reserve.
And we're more than happy to do that, Lori.
Thank you.
Just as a matter of procedures, it's almost impossible physically to get 0.45 because the amount of drainage required, the amount of parking, the amount of green space, circulation. So I know it's out there, like Jennifer said before, none of these projects, even the most intense project we've ever done in Miami, in Dade County, has ever gone to point. It's just physically impossible. So, but I'm happy to limit it to 0.35 or.
Okay. Well, thank you. But somebody has to make a
And
motion.
I'll make them. I'm happy to send the message and move to approve the application, subject to the existing conditions and subject to the FAR being limited to 0.35.
So instead of FAR, can I suggest the square footage calculation for that, which would be 719,764 square feet?
Sounds like a great suggestion.
In parentheses, 0.354. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the application anymore? Actually, seconded by Sarah Pardue. Okay. Is there any more discussion on it or questions? No. Okay. Can we have a vote? All those in favor of this application with that motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay. The next one is the. Yeah, excuse me. Oh, Sarah. Okay, we lost one of our members here. Okay, but we still have a quorum. We have a quorum down to 5, correct? Okay.
We're not done. Where do you think you're going?
Okay. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Okay. We're here to the BC Commerce Center. Now we're on number 4, regular agenda A, county proposed text initiation. 1, agriculture reserve, TIM amendments.
Good afternoon, Kashid Mahiuddin again. The proposed amendment is modifying the thoroughfare identification map, which again, as I explained earlier, is an important map showing county, state, and city roadways network to meet existing and future needs. Purpose of the initiation today is to provide advanced consideration and receive preliminary feedback from the board. This initiation does not indicate approval. Once it is initiated, if the BCC initiates on February 1st, we will have a full staff report and recommendations at a public hearing later on. Proposed amendment, as requested by Engineering Department, will add several 80-foot right-of-ways in the Ag Reserve area from Happy Hollow Road, which will go from State Road 7 to Lyons. Then we will have Smith Sunday Road from Happy Hollow to Atlantic Avenue. And then we will have Half Mile Road from Atlantic Avenue to 158th Road South. And then we will have a segment of 158th Road South from Half Mile Road to Lyons Road. A little bit of, you can see this on the aerial here, pretty clear. A little bit of history in the Ag Reserve. In 2000, Ag Reserve Master Plan recommended to evaluate removal of Linton Boulevard and or Flavor Pick Road and designate Lyons Road as a rural parkway. So in 2001, consistent with that recommendation, Linton Boulevard was removed from State Road 7 to Jog Road, and Lyons Road was designated as a rural parkway from Atlantic Avenue to Boynton Beach Boulevard. In 2005, Atlantic Avenue was reduced from 160 to 126 feet from State Road 7 to Turnpike, as at that time widening beyond 6-lane is not planned at this time. I will let Dr. Alturk go over a couple of slides, and then I'll get back this presentation.
Thank you. So on this map, we are showing what is driving this proposal. We are not looking for adding capacity to the Ag Reserve area. The existing roadway system does have more than enough capacity for the future needs. What we are showing here is the spacing between existing east-west and north-south roads. Those roads are sparse and very few. As you can see, the distance between Clintmore and Atlantic Avenue is 3 miles. Between Atlantic Avenue and Flavor Pick now is being built as a connection east-west between US 441 and Lyons Road. That distance is 2.5 miles. Between Flavor Pick and Boynton Beach, you have 2.6 miles. And between Boynton Beach and Hypolaxo, you have 2.7 miles. So east-west, Lyons Road is 1 mile east of SR7. So clearly, this area does not have enough roadway network to allow for proper connectivity. So imagine if an accident happens, and that can happen, and it does happen, on Lyons Road, for any driver and or for police or for emergency, they will need to go out of their way 5-6 miles to come around it. It's not feasible, it's not good. So that's what's driving this amendment. And the reason that we are coming now is, if you could go to the next slide, please, Rashid. Yeah, okay. We have an opportunity now to add few roads almost in the heart of the Ag Reserve. And the Ag Reserve here is cordoned by the dark, thick line. So this would allow us to put about 1 mile of roadway, which is Happy Hollow. Smith Sunday is about 0.8 miles, and half mile will be about 0.9 miles, and 158th Road South will be about half mile, for a total of 3.2 miles. And again, this is a generic map showing the general alignment of the proposed roads. Some of them are already in place and we would have to stick to. Others could be, we have flexibility of moving them up or down based on the actual field conditions and feedback from property owners. Next slide, please. What I want to show in this slide is I'm showing all the major roadway system, and we are showing here the level of service on all of them. I'm showing 3 values for level of service. The dark color is the existing level of service. Green is the level of service in 5 years from now, and the red is level of service projected in 2040 based on the existing and or planned or available right-of-way for expanding those roadways in the future and what we expect in terms of demand. So as you can see, all the entire roadway network in the Ag Reserve and around it do not have issues with capacity. They are all under capacity, for the exception of one link only, which is Boynton Beach Boulevard between Lyons Road and the Turnpike. Next slide, please. With this, I want to give you a brief description of our update on the projects that are planned and or expected in the near future in the Ag Reserve area. Atlantic Avenue from US 441 to Lyons Road, which is an FDOT project. This is widened. This is already programmed for construction in 2024, and it will widen the road from 2 lanes to 4 lanes divided. And eventually, they will be able to widen it to 6 lanes, but that will be further down in the future. Then Atlantic Avenue from Lyons Road to Jog Road. Again, that's a Florida Department of Transportation's project, and it's now under design, and I think they are going to be programming construction money in 2027, and this will widen the road from 4 lanes to 6 lanes divided. Lyons Road from L39 Canal to Atlantic Avenue. This road is now under construction by the county, and we are going to be widening it from 2 lanes to 4 lane divided. Lyons Road from Atlantic Avenue to Flavor Pick Road, that will be widened from 2 lanes to 4 lanes. Now it's currently under design, and I believe for that one we have not programmed construction money yet in the current 5-year program. Then Lyons Road from Flavor Pick Road to Boynton Beach Boulevard, we are widening it from 2 lanes to 4 lanes divided. It's under design now, and I think we have money for construction funded in 2026. There's one more. Good, they got it there. So we have half-mile road from Brook Isles Road to south of Atlantic Avenue. That will be constructed as 2-lane road. This came up as part of the approval for another development on the south east corner of Atlantic and Half Mile. If you remember, it's called, I think, Reserve at Atlantic, where the developer agreed to realign or dedicate right of way to realign Half Mile so that will line up with Smith Sunday on the north side. So we are undertaking, the county, our engineering department is undertaking designing and building that south approach of that intersection. Then we have Smith Sunday Road over Lake Worth Drainage Canal L33 bridge replacement. That's further up north. That's a project that is already in the books. With this, I will turn back to Khurshid.
Thank you, Doctor. It is our assessment that this amendment is necessary to improve connectivity, reduce emergency response time for fire rescue, provide alternative routes for general traffic, and reduce travel demand and time and congestion. Yeah. These will provide some relief for parallel segments of Atlantic Avenue, State Road 7, and Lyons Road. We did extensive public notification and we held a informational meeting, about 13 attendees, and all 6 who spoke were against this initiation. Fire rescue is in support of this amendment because it will give them additional travel options, reducing response times. And you have a letter today from fire rescue. They are also looking at putting some additional fire station in the South Ag Reserve, and they believe that having 158th go through would also be very beneficial. Staff, therefore, is recommending to initiate. This is again just an initiation at this time. We'll bring back, if it is initiated by the board, we'll bring back the final report. So the motion would be to recommend initiation.
Okay. Thank you. That completes the staff presentations
We are ready
for right
for any
now.
questions. Yes.
Great. Okay. We can go with the public comment now. How about if we let Mark Perry go first? Is that good? Number 1. For lectern number 1, and Denise Bednar, number 2.
Mark Perry, on behalf of some of the property owners along Happy Hollow from Smith Sunday going west of 441. Unfortunately, this is probably one of the worst locations you go ahead and to have this traffic go. It's a neighborhood that is actually a residential agricultural community. It has been there since probably the late 80s.
Oh, no.
More, okay, so before that. And the thing is, I wish we would have had an overlay, an aerial overlay, to show you that this Happy Hollow Road is actually a private road. It's not a county road. It is not really sufficient in width anyway to provide any kind of access in this area. If there was going to be anything that's going to be happening along Happy Hollow Road, it would have to be through condemnation. So I'm not sure if we really want to be doing that, is taking somebody's front yard, you know, from a family that's been there for 40, 50 years. The other thing is too there is other options that could be looked at for this. There is properties owned by the county north of this location. I think that it makes a lot of sense to have the road go from Smith Sunday to go west of 441, hook up with the Piro location, so you could actually have an intersection effect at that location. I know there's been problems with traffic at Piro. They've had bad accidents. They've had people die at that location. So I think that would be and also something to be considered. The other thing too is if we had the aerial, you could see that at the west end of Happy Hollow on the north side is a development that is going in there, which is on the Mulvihill piece. It's approximately 40 acres. And in that process of going through the approval is the Bednar family were objecting to it along with a couple of other property owners. And through the assistance of Jennifer Morton, who helped mediate resolutions to our concerns, it was agreed by the developer that they would give us a 300-foot buffer on Happy Hollow, and also their access for that development would be directly on the 441 and would not have access, would not even utilize Happy Hollow. Based upon that representation that was worked through, actually with the understanding of with P&Z, is that we would then no longer had an objection to the location. Now, unfortunately, we're getting hit on the side by the county now saying this is going to be the location. And I think that's kind of unfortunate because I know that there were members of planning and zoning were aware of this in these negotiations. And if this was going to be the plan, vendors would have been objecting to it along with other property owners along this stretch. Thank you so much for your time, and please be one I hope you deny. And also, I'm so happy I saw something that history I've never seen before. Dagmar Bras supported a development in the Ag Reserve.
Todd Grand. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Denise Bedner. I live at 9862 Happy Hollow Road. We've been there for 42 years. My husband actually bought the property when he was a senior in high school and I was a sophomore. And he bought it knowing that we would get married one day, move out there, be close to our farm, and raise our family there, which we have. And now we're helping raise our grandkids there. They live in town, but they come out there all the time to ride their four-wheelers and be in the open space. So we would hate for this to happen, to come through our road, which we've helped maintain for 42 years also. So we are very opposed to this and hope you can vote against it too. Thank you.
Thank you. Camilla Szymanski and William Szymanski. Do you both want to speak?
They had to leave, but they're on the corner of Happy Hollow and Smith Sunday. And
They oppose.
Yep, thank you.
I note that. Scott Bowling.
He had to leave as well.
Okay, he supports it. He wishes to speak. He had Happy Hollow, and he did check support. Judy Hill. Judy Hill here? Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon. We are on 9832 Happy Hollow Road, and my name is Todd Grande. And actually, I do support the road. It's a nightmare to get out anywhere. To get across Atlantic Boulevard at any time of the day off of Smith Sunday is an absolute nightmare. To either make a left or a right. There's so much traffic there. I know when they widen it, that'll help that. But to go out of our place and either make a left and go to 441 or make a right and go to Lyons would be a much better way to get out of our area. Plus, when they built all the GL places to the south of us, they never made a road that went through. And I don't want them to make that mistake again. There's no way to get through from Lyons Atlantic to Clintmore. There's no way to get up and down. We have to go all the way around. So I think this would be a smarter route to do it before it comes our way, before all of the residential homes that are going to eventually be in our area come our way. I think it's smarter to do it now than wait till later and miss out. So thank you.
Thank you. Drew Martin.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Judy Hill. I live at 9718 Happy Hollow Road. I have 10 acres there. I operate a small horse farm, and I also live there. I think putting Happy Hollow Road through to Lyons Road would be a travesty for us that reside there. There's only a handful of us, but we've been there for many years, and we own acreage there. There's nurseries and farm fields. We're adjacent to the Palm Beach County Preserve. They bought up the 2,500 acres in 1999 with the bond referendum. So it's a very quiet, rural, agricultural area. And like Todd said, it's very congested. You can't make a left turn in the afternoon from Smith Sunday Road onto Atlantic Avenue. Atlantic Avenue is 2 lanes right now. I see that it's projected to be widened, but when you built all these developments down Lyons Road, north of Atlantic and south of Atlantic, there's how many residents and car traffic that go along with all these developments. They didn't build the roads big enough to accommodate the traffic and the people. So 2 lanes on Lyons Road is not sufficient. 2 lanes on Atlantic Avenue is not sufficient. Flavor Picked is finally going through, which will benefit, I think. Let's build it bigger than 2 lanes and put a traffic light at Smith Sunday Road and Atlantic so we can make a right and left turn during rush hour traffic. It's just crazy. And to have this come right through my front yard with a horse farm is not conducive to my business and my home. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa McEwen? Oh, Drew Martin, he must have left, huh? Yes. Oh, okay. Okay, Linda Smith. Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Melissa McEwen, 1270 Southeast 14th Court, Deerfield. My family owns the 40-acre tract at the end of Happy Hollow Road, Mova Hill Nursery. In our process, we are the other application going for commerce upcoming, and it was really important to our family to meet with the neighbors, understand their needs, and that's why we're working with buyers that respect that request, and we've taken all traffic from that potential project off of Happy Hollow Road. It's a little ironic to see this coming up so quickly hereafter, making it onto a TIM map just the next meeting. I just feel that there are better suited areas than Happy Hollow, as mentioned on county property land to the north, that could serve as the TIM instead of this small dirt road that mainly the property owners and my uncle have maintained over the years. Thank you.
Tyler Woolsey?
Linda Smith, and I dare say everyone knows Drew had to leave, and he would probably be opposing. I am sorry, I'm not even going to speak too much to this issue. I'm just so sorry that you and your predecessors have kind of created a little bit of a monster with traffic by approving all the development today and before, and the future is a question. I'm concerned, and I think a lot of residents are, Browardizing Palm Beach County. That seems to be becoming the next new word. I have a map here, you probably can't see it very well, of the Phase 2 master plan, and it's beautiful, but I'm afraid that's not what we have. I don't know how to stop or slow down the development. We come and speak to you often. Perhaps if traffic becomes such a nightmare, development and developers will feel that it is not as attractive, and maybe they'll go someplace else.
Thank you. And for the record, Drew Martin's card does say he opposes. Okay. Eric Mass? Eric Massey or Mass? Massey. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners. Tyler Woolsey, Urban Design Studio. I'm here on behalf of a property owner for 9415 158th Road South. He actually owns several pieces of property, 5 acre parcels along 158th at the intersection of Half Mile. He understands the purpose of these TIM amendments, is generally supportive, and he does have concerns over 158th as the east-west connection between Half Mile and Lyons. It would cut through his residential properties as well as several other frontages of residential properties on 158th. So I have a letter to submit on his behalf today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Brian Seymour? Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Eric Massey, and I have a property that's on 9924 Happy Hollow Road. I've been there for 30 years, and the road is just it's a dirt road. Semi trucks come down it. I've seen multiple cars going into a ditch because of that. The coming down there, I think, is a dangerous spot, and I'm for it being widened and getting access out to 441. We've got several landscape companies on that road that have large trailers and stuff. That it's not a safe environment. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Judy Hill.
I think she already spoke. She already spoke.
Excuse me. Excuse me?
She already spoke.
Oh, she already spoke. Oh, I don't know why I have a second. Okay. Brian Seymour, you're the one that came running down before and saying.
And I want to start with that.
Oh, my God.
That wasn't him.
I was, in fact, my note, if I can get the clock stopped for just a second,
No,
I want to apologize to Mo publicly.
Okay, good.
He deserves better. I was out of line. I have no excuse for it,
Okay.
and I apologize, Mo. I sent you an email, so you have a writing that I will tell you I was wrong. I apologize to all of you for that as well. There's a disagreement. We can talk about that, but what I said was totally inappropriate, and it won't happen again.
Okay. Oh,
So
thank
with
you
that-
thank you very much, Brian. You're always usually so nice.
Someone called me and said, "Are you doing okay?"
Yeah, really.
So the answer may not have been yes, but that's but that's my problem. That isn't Mo's fault.
Okay, we'll start the clock now.
All right, so I represent the contract purchaser of the Mulva Hill property. For the record, Brian Seymour Gunster, 777 South Flagler Drive in West Palm Beach. Melissa talked about her uncle. This is the property that she was talking about. We do object to this. We worked with the staff in creating the commerce land use for a very long time, and one of the critical factors was access, not just frontage, but access to State Road 7, and this property was one of the reasons for that. We are committed to that. We do not want to access Happy Hollow. In fact, it will remove Joe Mulva Hill's trucks that are currently using Happy Hollow from that road, and the trips will only go out to State Road 7. That was what the comp plan requires. We're committed to that. We've told our neighbors that, as you heard, and we remain committed to that. The other thing was what Mr. Perry talked about, which is the south 300 feet of the property is going to be where the preserve is as an additional buffer. We don't want to take that out. There are other buffers, or excuse me, other preserves that are also, if I recall, to the east. So to do this, you would also have to take other preserve properties out of preserve. Now, if there's a need to have that connectivity, I agree there are other alternatives to do it. It wouldn't require the county to acquire much, if any, right-of-way. And there may be other alternatives that should be studied before this moves forward as to Happy Hollow specifically. So what we would ask is that this be voted no as to the Happy Hollow extension for further study, and we're happy to sit down and discuss that with staff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me see. I think that was the last one, correct? There's no one else here? Okay. Excuse me, you can't talk unless you write a card, but if you'd like to write a card out, you could talk. Why don't you just come up and talk, and then you can fill a card out? Okay, we'll give you 3 minutes. It's fine, we're cool up here.
Thank you, honey. I'm sorry. We're the only ones, all the residential people, they don't want it. You know, everybody runs businesses out there want this. So it's just the way
The residential people don't want businesses want it.
No.
Excuse me. Wait. First of all,
We don't
just
want the road.
please start with your name and your
Bruce
address. Excuse me?
Bruce Bednar,
Bruce Bednar, and your address. Could you repeat it?
9862 Happy Hollow Road.
Okay, and then what? Just make the statement again, please.
We don't approve it, the residents there, all of them. A lot of them ain't here, but everybody that has businesses want this and just ruin the ag reserve again.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Please fill out a card.
All right, darling.
Wow, that's nice. Okay. So we now have questions or comments, and I'm going to start with Dagmar Bross down there. We just been going back and forth.
You know, I'm not thrilled with the size or the FAR of the Mulva Hill property, but one of the issues that we did discuss when that project came before us and everyone else was, you know, let's leave Happy Hollow Road alone. Let's make sure that 441 is the only access point for this commerce piece. I just don't understand where the heck you came up with the ideas of these locations for roads. I mean, a horse owner, an equestrian woman, residents, even somebody associated with the Mulva Hill family has said this is not a good idea. And then somebody writes a letter that has property south of Atlantic Avenue saying you're going to dissect my property. You know, who came up with this idea, first of all? Second of all, what happened to Flavor Pick Road? This is a road that has been, everybody knows. The developments are already developed. They're set back. We have the easement. We have everything we need. It's supposed to have access over the turnpike. It would eliminate so much of the traffic hassle and address the issues that you're trying to take care of. What happened to Flavor Pick Road?
Flavor Pick Road is now under construction. But if you remember that slide, and if you could go back, Khurshid, to the slide where we are showing the spacing, of the roads, and you will see that Flavor Picked is further up north.
I see Lions Road, Half Mile Road, Smith Sunday Road. I don't
Yeah,
see.
this one, yeah. So Flavor Picked, as you can see, is 2.5 miles north of Atlantic.
Right.
And again, that's what I was trying to demonstrate, to show how far apart the east-west connections are. And that what prompts, the need for improved connectivity.
Okay.
And so even with that, and the reason I came up with those ones, the 4 roads that I want to add to the TIM, was because there is an opportunity for us now to put those roads. Unfortunately, the rest of the area, we cannot because they are developed. So on all of those roads that we are proposing to add to the TIM, those would become county roads if it's adopted and done. So the county will take care of them, will pay for design and construction and everything. But the reason that we came up with those ones, because again, these are the only available opportunities for us.
Another question. Jennifer Morton, she didn't leave, did she? Oh. Remember when we approved, I didn't, but somebody else did, the Reserve at Atlantic, where all those apartments are in the daycare center and stuff like that, and we did talk about a road. Is that this road?
That's correct. That's what I said in the presentation. We took from that developer right of way to realign or change the alignment of the south leg, south of Atlantic, which is the half mile, so that it will line up with Smith Sunday. And if we can do all of that, then certainly in the future there will be a signal at that intersection, and that will be a standard intersection whereby traffic on Smith Sunday and or on half mile can easily access Atlantic Avenue. But with the way it is now, none of that is possible.
Okay, and 156th Court, which 156th Road, which is, I guess,
158th.
No. 156th Court, which is close to, I believe, 150. I mean, there are a bunch of nurseries there, and we just approved a CLF a while ago and stuff like that. Why can't we line up? Why are we going to dissect this man's property? We're kind of messing him up.
Yeah, actually, Tyler called me and we talked on the phone. He represents the property owner there. Again, I said that in my presentation. What we are trying to put here is a general location of those roads. So we are very flexible. And certainly, we are flexible to move this road alignment 158th to straddle the northern frontage of their properties rather than dissecting through them.
Good.
We have that flexibility, and we also have the flexibility of even moving, Happy Hollow if it has to be.
Good. That would
Yeah,
be nice
yeah.
to massage it. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Glenn Groman.
So Mo, currently these roads, Happy Hollow, Smith Sunday, Half Mile, and 158th, are not county roads. Is that the case?
Sorry, sir.
So Happy Hollow, Smith Sunday, Half Mile, and 158th, they're not county roads at the time, right?
Smith Sunday is ours,
Okay.
but we don't own any of the other ones.
Is there any way we could pull up the property appraiser's website and zoom in on Happy Hollow Road?
Yeah, we're working on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So can I ask Mark Perry to come back up?
Yes, sir.
Mark, did you have any suggestions as to where you thought Happy Hollow there could be some alternative to Happy Hollow Road? So you mentioned something about county property.
Actually, the county owns property to the north of this site. Actually, a large tract of land used to be owned by the Bowman family.
Okay.
That's now owned by the county and is actually under lease right now with a farm lease, but I know that there could be arrangements made to accommodate maybe a new location.
I mean, to speak to the other commissioner, I mean, it might be used for farm, but the periphery, obviously the property line, wherever it is. So, okay, so there's Happy Hollow Road. So Happy Hollow would not connect to State Road 7, is that correct?
That is correct.
Mo?
Yeah, and that's what I said when I said that we had flexibility, and we certainly have in mind that we could certainly extend Smith Sunday further north until we get to the county property. If you could zoom in, the fields up north, that's county property. And Mark is right, and that's one that I meant when I said that we have the flexibility. We can certainly extend Smith Sunday to get to just north of the canal. There's a canal for Lake Worth Drainage Canal. So we can put that connection between US 441 and Lyons Road there. But the reason we did not want to put it up there is there is an added value of having Happy Hollow instead, because there are properties that now are in use, and there's a good potential in the future that they will develop. It's a benefit to everybody that they have access to a road that will connect to US 441, and rather than us building that connection in an open field where nobody, fronting it that could benefit from it being there. But it's conceivably, if the pushback and the desire is to not impact or include Happy Hollow, certainly we can consider.
Yeah, we have two sets of property owners that appear to be adversely affected. The first along Happy Hollow really don't want a road, and the second group is to the south where the 158th Street connection is. I think, and the folks on Happy Hollow are happy that the road is in its current whatever condition it's in. We're kind of, if the fact that there's no connection to State Road 7 is also, it's like sort of, so where are people going to, so we understand how traffic works in Palm Beach County. You take the path of least resistance. I can see armies of people driving down Smith Sunday and then making a left, and then the next place where they'll be, if they go real fast, will be in the canal.
Well, the reason I showed the map that shows level of service now and in the future is to again show that when the improvements happen, the widenings happen, there will not be any need. Level of service will be much better than D, so people would not need or want to bypass Atlantic Avenue. If you are going to your destination, you would rather stay in the shortcuts, straight shots, and on the major roads. So you would opt to go around and make more turns only if the major road is congested or whatever.
I think that and the other issue that I have is the fact that you would have to, as I like Mr. Perry because I've dealt with him on many occasions, and he tends to be sort of a voice of reason. And condemning that road or sort of doing a taking there, that's an expensive proposition when the county owns land just north. So I'm not really inclined to this is a little bit of an oddball TIM. I mean, it's all kinds of different angles and stuff. No connection from Happy Hollow to State Road 7. The winding 158th through the middle of someone else's property. If the county's got land, it's free. It doesn't have to go through the middle of it. So I think that you should go back to, on this particular one, you should go back to the drawing board on this, because I think you could probably put something together
right
better.
But this is an initiation, and then when we come back with the transmittal, at that point, we could amend the exact location of those proposed roads, and that's the purpose of the the hearings and public informational meetings, and is to get the feedback on from residents and or property owners and on issues. So certainly that's something that we'll be considering. And again, for the 158th road or street, I forgot, sorry. We can easily just move it up so that it will not be dissecting that properties. And what I remember from Tyler, he said that his his client was very happy to see 158 built because that will certainly give them access to Alliance Road and to Atlantic Avenue and to
It
improve
seems
their
in
property.
his letter that he's now changed that position, so. Depending on where you put the road, if you're going to develop that property, you might prevent you might not be able to double load the street, depending on where you want to put it. And you wanted to say something.
Madam Chair, if I can.
Go ahead.
Just wanted to let everybody be clear that thoroughfare right-of-way identification shows a general location. For example, if you look our thoroughfare map, State Road 7 is on original range line, but it is a mile west of it, connecting to 60th Street. So yeah, it's just a general place. When you actually design and do the alignment studies, at that time it can vary.
Done with me, Commissioner?
Okay.
My question is again, I don't know whether the idea is to initiate or not. Do your clients support or oppose the initiation?
Adamantly oppose.
Well, excuse me, but can't we initiate it by, removing Happy Hollow from the initiation?
Well, we could make an alternative motion, but then
Yeah.
we'd have to excise 158th and Happy Hollow.
Yeah,
we could do that.
We could do anything we want to do, right?
Well, not
suggest
necessarily.
we're an advisory committee, and then
Yes.
we're only advising.
Advisory committee. I'll look
Yeah.
at staff, though. I mean, it's an initiation with specific general locations for these roads. So it seems like you would initiate it, and they could come back. They'll be coming back to you, and the roads could be in a different location.
Well, how about we could make I could make a motion, or someone could make a motion that would say that we would initiate it subject to the relocation of Happy Hollow and 158th Road.
I think we could do that, but can you hold off on the? It'd be great to have that.
I'm not making a motion. I just want to hear.
And he's saying yes, so right.
Yeah, that certainly can be an option that we can.
I think that's a very good option. If you're finished, and we'll go on to questions and answers.
I'm said enough.
Great, thanks. Penny Pompey? Nothing. And Marcia Hayden? Okay, Barbara Roth?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Question about timing. What would your expectation be, assuming that we make the landowners and the homeowners in that area not have to have their properties bisected? What are we talking about for relief in this area, time-wise?
We have not looked into it and or had any projections on when we want to be building those roads. At this point, we are concerned about just as soon as possible putting that on the TIM so that when and if any development comes through, we know to preserve the right of way. So it would not be any time within the coming 5 years, that's certainly.
Not within the coming 5 years. We do know there is more development coming. Just for clarification, forgive me, that Lyons Road, slightly north piece, from Flavor Picked to Boynton. When do you expect to do that project?
This one, I think, is on already the 5-year program. It's funded for construction in 26.
Is it 24 or 26?
No, 26.
Because I'm getting some mixed messages.
Morton's checking.
Thank you.
It's 24.
It is
Construction
24.
24, yeah.
Okay, so I think earlier it somehow came out as 26. So because as I've stated, there's just a whole lot of trouble on Lyons Road, and we know. So we're talking 2024 for the section from Flavor Picked to Boynton. And the section of Flavor Pick that we're referencing here is only heading west from Lyons to 441. I think Commissioner Braz, in her question, referenced the turnpike and the flyover, but that's not happening, is it? That's heading east on Flavor Picked.
Yes, that is all. Sorry, let me get you some specifics on that.
Thank you.
Cool if we could fly over an actual vehicle.
That segment is from Lyons Road to Hagen Ranch. It's about a mile in estimated 4-lane expansion. We're looking to actually begin the design process on that also in '24. But that's just a design process. We have not yet programmed construction dollars for that. We're in the process of, we're looking at trying to get grant funding for that road.
Okay, so it is definitely there as a concept.
It is.
And sorry, Barbara, I misspoke earlier. The Lyons Road from Flavor Peak to Boynton, as just Morton spoke, is programmed for construction in 2024, and the segment from Flavor Peak down to Atlantic is construction is in 2025.
Thank you. Someone who contacted me may have misheard that, and I just wanted us all to get it.
I misspoke earlier.
Oh,
in
okay.
my presentation, even I misspoke. Yeah.
It's a day for kumbaya.
Anything else?
Thank you so much.
Okay. Angela Van, anything? And Kylie Harper Larson?
I once had a very wise man tell me that the path of least resistance, which when I showed up at Auburn University, became Occam's razor theory. The path of least resistance is often the strongest choice. And being in agriculture, you very quickly learn that. So I'm going to ask the question again at county staff. You own county land. It's just north of a privately owned, privately maintained road, which if they hadn't maintained it, might not even be in the question. Why have you not put this in the initial initiation? I understand conceptually we're just initiating and we can come back, but you wouldn't see the mounted cavalry from the ag reserve farming community if you had done that.
All right, let me just mention something that we did not want to put in the presentation. I know that the probably representatives of the Mulvihill Hill family who owns that property on the corner of Happy Hollow and US 441 now are opposed to this. Those owners reached out to us a few years back begging us to proceed with this TIM amendment because they wanted us to put Happy Hollow on the TIM and build it. And as a result of that, actually Morton has done a study of how that road will look like. So the reason that we picked Happy Hollow, again, and I said it before, is while it will serve the purpose of providing an east-west connection between US 441 and Lyons Road, its location would also serve access, viable, reliable access for all the properties along that segment that are either in use now, whatever use is, and or future, most likely more dense use. So you get both. And also on the eastern end of Happy Hollow, where it intersects with Lyons Road, there is already a signal there, and there is a school in that corner. So we gain a lot by having that east-west connection on Happy Hollow. And truly, the way we think of it, when I started my career as traffic engineer, I remember my boss used to run around with a folder with traffic counts on all of the city roads. I used to work for the city of Omaha, Nebraska. And all the business people would come to him asking him about how much traffic is this on that road or this road or the other road. And the higher the number is, the higher the value of the property is. So our understanding is putting a road that will be built by the county, connecting you directly to US 441 and to Lyons Road, and improving your connection and access to Atlantic Avenue would be a great addition and improvement of value for your property and your future use for your property. But this is beyond our responsibility to act on, but that's the reason. So when we put it now, and we will consider doing that on the farmland that's owned by the county, we still will get our, purpose of connecting east to west, but we will not be serving anybody. It will be, not serving anybody north or south. It will be straddling along the drainage canal on the south side, and on the north side it will be a farm. So that's why we chose to go on Happy Hollow. But if the push is for and the desire is not to put it there, that's fine. The other option is available.
And you will notice there's a small section of Happy Hollow that has already been constructed when the school came in. So it is at a signalized intersection at Lyons Road right now. So there's a small section of it it seemed natural for that to be the location. A small portion of it is already in place. And when we identified that corridor, we did reach out to the residents as part of the study. Initially, it started out as extending Happy Hollow to Smith Sunday, not to State Route 7. It started out as that, and we did reach out to the property owners there, and we got positive feedback at the time. This is some years back, and we did get positive feedback. So it just seemed like it was the natural location for this east-west corridor.
Madam Chairman, may I say something?
Go ahead.
With all due respect, while I understand and agree with everything you've said, would you please remember that we don't really want to increase the value of all of these properties? This is the Ag Reserve. If you were talking about any place else in the county, I would totally agree. Yes, put the roads in, we have to move the people. But this area is still the Ag Reserve. It's still high foliage nurseries, equestrians, large acre parcels and stuff like that. So let's not be so quick to try to increase the value of these properties. We're just trying to slow things down.
Thank you. Everybody's spoken once already and asked questions. It's my turn, the chair's turn to do that now. Okay. This Piro Farms, that would, the northern road, if you build that in Palm Beach County's land, it does appear that you could possibly line it up with Piro's farm somewhere along Piro, and there could be a traffic light there. It has been. It isn't a problem getting in and out of there. And it appears that it would also help with other properties that are commerce and the Mulva Hill property and all that's around there, because then you'll have a traffic light there and it'll slow some things down and be able to have trucks going in and out and people going in and out. So that appears very, very good. 25 years ago, I've said this before, I could ride my horse to Peanuts and pick up bait and bring it home on the horse. It was practically a dirt road, 2 lanes. And boy, it would have been great if somebody said, move 441, like farther away from my house. But this is the way it is. And so now I can't ride my horse anymore on 441. Forget it. I have to stay within our community. It's sad. But I feel for the people on Happy Hollow Road. I don't want it to happen to them. So I think that is a better, I think it's an excellent idea. So if Glenn would like to make his motion, what we suggest to the county, it would be great.
Yeah, just to add to what you're saying, I understand logic and thinking of that nature, and that's how the staff operates, and you follow the rules, and you have good ideas. Never underestimate the ability of the public to change their mind, and we serve the public and the taxpayers. So my motion is to approve the initiation subject to the relocation of the proposed Happy Hollow Road improvements and the proposed 158th Road improvements.
Is there a second to that motion?
Could I edit it to be a little more concise?
Well, you want to just ask them if they want to add something. You could, let her tell you what she's thinking. What?
So, Glenn, what I was thinking, just to make it very specific
about the motion
is that we remove the discussion of Happy Hollow Road from the initiation, and we substitute that it go to the county-owned land, and that we remove the discussion of 158th Street South to I believe it was 156th Court, correct? And that we are specific to that so that when it comes back to us for transmittal, hopefully it is more clear.
I know, you know, the staff has heard all of our issues, and I think that it's 156th Court. I don't have the specific exact. I don't want to put that in there if we don't know exactly if that's what it is. So I think your motion is great, unless she wants to make a substitute motion. Is that a substitute?
I want to hear from traffic, but I'm going to stick to my motion.
Yeah. Okay. I think, if we leave 158th from the discussion, again, because we explained that what we are showing here is general location of the road. And we on record are showing, and we will come back with the, when we go for the transmittal, we will come back with a new location for it that would not be going through the property of that person. So it will be moved up to go along the northern limits of their property.
Are you okay with that, Kylie? Because they know exactly what our issues are, and it leaves it more open to them to be able to discuss it with the neighbors.
And the relocation, I mean, it's still going to be called 158th Road, and the relocation.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
If I say relocation of Happy Hollow, then it's not going to be Happy Hollow, so it's going to be someplace else.
Yeah,
so.
if you want to call it the east-west connection.
I think the motion
north of the Happy Hollow.
What the motion was to approve transmittal, subject to the relocation of the roadway improvements to Happy Hollow Road
Further north.
and 158th Street. If you relocate them, they're not the same spot, so that's what that means. So I think that fits.
It's enough.
The bill.
I think it's enough. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Barbara Roth. Any further discussion on that motion?
Yes. Forgive me, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Don't zoom out. No, go back to where you just were. Okay, 158th tees off into that development, okay? If you go up to 156th Court, there has been a CLF approved for that area. I believe you want to put a fire station in that area. Is that not right, Lori?
Yes.
The Alliance is approving a fire station in that area.
The county.
And also on the north side of 156th Court, you have something that's a little bit agriculture, commercial-ish. So if you went for 156th Court to 155th Lane and just stayed away from 158th, isn't there a lot less going on?
You can't bypass 441 if you do that. The purpose is to be able to have fire and police
good point.
bypass.
I will be quiet from now on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It's well. Yes, it's well taken. We're fine here. We've got a motion. We have a second, and it's a very clear motion. It is a very clear motion. So, any more discussion on that? If not, can we have a vote? All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for sticking out the day.
We're not done.
Oh, what? No, I know. I mean the people who were here for this from the Happy Hollow. They were here practically all day.
They're happy.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, and then we've got 4 regular agenda, 4B1, it's a privately proposed text initiation, Heritage Farms transitional overlay text.
Good afternoon. Ken Toom with Urban Design Studio. My address is 610 Clematis Street, West Palm Beach, Florida, 33401. I've been sworn in, and I recognize what time it is and how long everyone's been doing the volunteer time. So I'm going to go very fast in my presentation. The only request that I have is I have the opportunity to rebut after public comment. First thing I need to get up on the screen is the Heritage Farms transitional overlay. I didn't realize how much confusion we were going to cause by causing it Heritage Farms overlay. On the agenda, it was confusing that there were 2 items. We internally had called it Heritage Farms overlay. I was speaking with some residents, they were confused, and other folks. So from this point forward, I'm going to call it the Yee and Polo property, so we don't get confused with what occurred this morning.
Before you go any further, please, Ms. Larson.
As you know, Ken,
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, madam.
I must abstain from this vote, and I must recuse myself from discussion because I have a business relationship with a property owner that is involved in this privately initiated text amendment.
Okay, thank you. So we would have 6 here. Fortunately, yeah, we have 6, and try to stay for this, please, everyone. It'd be good to, even though a quorum is 5, correct? But it's good to have as many people as possible weighing in on it. Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Ken.
Of course, man. Thank you, and thank you for your service today, Ms. Larson, and a long service it is. So, on the screen in front of you is the location of the property, and the subject site is here: Cypress Polo and the Yee property. As you know, the turnpike is located here. Hypoluxo Road terminates within 441, and then immediately to the west is Heritage Farms Road. To the south is the Trotting Center overlay, and you're going to hear me reference that a lot today because of its relationships to the property. As you know, I believe it was in November, you transmitted a land use amendment for the Trotting Center overlay for 2 dwelling units an acre. But that's the subject site and the location of the site. What is in front of you today is initiation, the initiation to allow us to move to the next step. All the data and the backup have not been prepared by your staff. What is in front of you today is the opportunity to say, does it make sense to allow for an overlay on the Cypress and the Yee property? And that's in essence what we're asking for. And that overlay is going to be consistent with the Trotting Center overlay for the request that's in front of you. On the screen in front of you, there are really 3 items today. One is the privately initiated plan text amendment to create I'm going to call it the HTO or HFTO, the Heritage Farms overlay, and that would allow up to 2 dwelling units an acre on the subject site. And then it would modify the map series because you have to identify where the overlay goes. There's a series of maps that would need to be modified. And then finally, if the text amendment is initiated and transmitted and adopted, we would also come forward concurrently with a future land use at the same time and a rezoning. So this is the language in a Trotting Center overlay. I'm not going to dwell on any language. This is the language in the Heritage Farms transitional overlay. The language is almost exactly the same except for a few minor changes, and I'm going to walk you through those very quickly. But also I'm going to tell you about the tenets of what's being proposed on this property. There are really 10 items, and they're consistent, as I said, with the Trotting Center, but that's not the most important part. The important part is what are we doing? First thing, from an approval process, the overlay would have an approval process which would require a land use change and a rezoning to be concurrent, meaning that the items would be shown together. Ultimately, we will need to continue working with the residents of Heritage Farms and the other folks in Heritage Farm. We want to have the site plan coming along with this so you know exactly what you're getting. The next item, minimum acreage. The minimum acreage is 100 acres for the Trotting Center. We're requesting that our acreage be 95 acres for the overlay that we're requesting. The maximum density would be 2 dwelling units per acre. That 2 dwelling units per acre would be an LR2 request, consistent between the 2 overlays. The workforce housing, the transfer of development rights, we would not have any of the workforce housing bonus densities, or the TDRs would not be allowed on the site. Therefore, the property would be capped at 2 dwelling units per acre, consistent with the Trotting Center. Location, it will be identified on a map and the special planning maps. The design features, this is probably the most important part of the entire proposal that will be in front of you, and I'll show you a slide on it. It's the transition of densities on the property. As you start adjacent to 441 and go west, there's a transition of density on the property. The property will have the smaller lots on the east side, closer to 441, and then it'll transition to larger lots on the west side. In fact, the specific language says that 20% of the lots on the property must need to be greater or equal to 1/2 acres. In the conceptual site plans that we've been working on, the lots as they get closer and further west become much more larger than 1/2 acre. We're still working out what those ultimate sizes will be. The next one is the expanded buffer. The expanded buffers, what is proposed is a 50-foot buffer adjacent to Park Lane or on the west side of the property, consistent with the trotting center. On the south side, on the north side of the property, this is where we differ from that. We're proposing a 50-foot buffer. It's actually a larger buffer than what was proposed before. And on the south side will be consistent with ultimately what the trotting center receives. The next item is native vegetation in those buffers. We agree 100% native vegetation in those buffers. The access to the property will only be to State Road 7. Today, one of those properties does access to Park Lane, which ultimately goes to Heritage Farms Road. But all the access will be off of 441. We will be required to have urban services. The urban services will be provided off of State Road 7. So the changes, for reference, the changes from what you reviewed last time really are, we're changing the limits, the location, reducing the minimum acreage from 100 to 95 acres, and we're enhancing some of the buffers are getting a little bit bigger. So from a compatibility standpoint, this is the land use in the surrounding area. You'll notice that the majority of the land use is LR2. This is a subject property, the Yee and Cypress property, where the requested overlay is to go. And then this is the trotting center property. All these properties have LR2 or LR3 further south. Now for Ms. Braz, this of course is the ag reserve line here. We will not be going past that. This is the subject site. The trotting center has a transmitted LR2, meaning that has been sent to the state, will come back down for the county commission to adopt it. So it is an LR2 property. And then the properties immediately to the east, particularly Bellagio, have the LR2. But that's their land use density. What is their net density? What are they today? Well, let me talk about transitional zoning first. So what you'll see east of 441 is a consistent zoning side. West of 441, our proposal is to have a transitional zoning. And in real life, the Heritage Farms area is a mix of uses. There are large lots, 1 to 10, 1 to 5, 1 to 2.5. There's all different types of residential and also commercial, residential, nursery, and other uses and equestrian uses within this area. The thought process of the overlay is to create a transitional density between the two, between the higher urban areas, and then transition with a cap of 2 to go from smaller lots to larger lots, potentially 1 to 3 acres here on the west side. So this is the actual real life densities that are sitting out there. You can see a significant variation from 6.65 here to 3 to 10 on the bottom to 7 to 3. And these are the net densities in that area. Obviously, 441 is the line of definition or the line of where things should change. And here to the west is the trotting center, and that's 2 dwelling units per acre. What this shows is that the transitional density going from the higher net densities to the east, converting to the densities to the west, which are 1 to 10, 1 to 5, 1 to 2.5, capping this at 2, with those larger lots being along that western boundary creates a nice transition, and it helps figure out what this property is going to be in regards to the actual overlay. So I'm going to leave you with just a few thoughts. And like I said, I'm going to go very quick today because I know you've been here all day. First thing, this contributes to the preservation and unique character of Heritage Farms. While it's not Heritage Farms, we fully understand that. This is a residential development that will have residential densities, but they will be residential transitional densities, creating that large buffer, separating the neighbors, having larger lots on the west side. It is a minimum 95 acres. We will require a future land use amendment and a zoning to go concurrently, so you know what you're getting. And then this also, in my mind, provides certainty for the large land area that's by Heritage Farms. This is the largest land piece. It's 95 acres combined. From a density standpoint, it is a natural and logical pattern of increasing the lot size and going east to west, smaller ones adjacent to 441 and larger lots on the west side. expanded buffers, the 100% native buffers, creating larger buffer separations, also doing that by landscaping, having the 50-foot buffers around the adjacent, and accessing and having the services from State Road 7. We'll obviously utilize all the available county services and water and sewer, and we will also eliminate any access to internally to Heritage Farms Road by having all the traffic come out to 441. My next slide is thank you, but I just want to summarize where we are meeting with the community. And I know they're here and they're going and the residents or some of the residents are going to speak. We've had 3 or 4 meetings with the neighbors. I will tell you that they have not been productive, but we've been working our way through a process, and I think we're getting more productive on where we are. And I hope that we can continue to work together, not just with the neighborhood group that's here, but also they suggested and requested, and we agree, to go meet with the other neighborhoods and the other community members. Heritage Farm is a very diverse place. There are a lot of unique properties and unique homes and residents in the area, so we need to make sure we're doing a good job reaching out. So that is my presentation today, and just for quick, because I jumped very quickly, I just wanted to show you the slide one more time so you're familiar with the property. And that's the subject site. And again, I have a lot more slides, but I think for today, I hope I gave you enough information to make a decision, and please feel free to ask any questions, and I'd like the opportunity to rebut after public comment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We have staff presentation now.
So Mr. Tuma did a very good and thorough job explaining the request, so I'll just kind of jump to our staff assessment, which is that the proposed text language for the overlay is confined to the subject site only, which provides an alternative density increase mechanism to a tier change. We do support this initiation as it would allow the board to direct public policy. And however, with the caveat that it does not indicate that staff would support the future land use atlas amendment or the text amendment when it comes back for consideration to the Planning Commission and the board in the future. That concludes my, and so staff is recommending to initiate.
Okay, thank you. We have public comment. The first one, Drew Martin, he's not here. He opposes the project on record. Richard Moyrod to number 1, and Michelle Burns to number 2. Is Michelle Burns? Yeah, okay.
Richard Moyrod, 7667 Park Lane Road, Lake Worth, Florida, in Heritage Farms. I'm the one with the nursery and one of the people who has worked with the Trotting Center. I will point out for the record that this transitional density, which is I've never seen anywhere before, was an invention of my wife, Melissa. So perhaps staff should hire her, because this is really a very productive method of dealing with ridiculous, consistent density rabbit hutch developments. Having said that, this proposal is still in the works. The Trotting Center had a minimum 100 acres. There's no reason to go less than 100 acres. These are massive changes, and trimming a few acres off here or there and saying we're close enough won't work. Beyond that, I will withhold any comments.
Thank you. Roland Yee. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Burns. I live at 10301 Heritage Farms Road, and we have met with the developer probably 3 times. I don't even know what to say at this point. From the Trotting Center, it's all snowballed, and I keep thinking everyone's just going to keep developing whatever acreage they can. I certainly don't blame Yee or the Polo Fields wanting to sell their property. That's obviously their right. I was just hoping they would sell to a smaller developer that would go along with what's already in place. 1 to 10 acres, 1 to 5 acres, like Homeland. They could develop a beautiful area and keep it rural and not be overdeveloped with 150 more homes. our area, as you know, is already packed on 441, and it just doesn't seem to stop with the county. It's exploding. I don't object to development. It's just the density. If they would just lower the density, we would not be fighting all this all the time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Roland G. Okay, and Darren Arithapa.
Roland Yee with Yee Farms, 7501 South State Road 7, Lake Worth. Madam Chair and members of the Planning Board, thank you again for allowing me to speak in front of you. I'm here to represent my family to respectfully request the initiation of the now Yee Cypress Polo Transitional Overlay. As I've said before, my family's parcel at 7501 South State Road 7 is approximately 57 acres that fronts State Road 7 and abuts the Trotting Center to the north. The assemblage of my family's property and Cypress Polo's 40 acres adjacent to my west, also known as the Devasta Project, is nearly an exact mirror image, as you've seen, as the Trotting Center, with the Devasta Project being slightly smaller in size. Both the Devasta Project and the Trotting Center share a common property boundary and have similar linear feet on State Road 7 road frontage. Both are sandwiched between two commercially zoned parcels, and directly to the east of both parcels is LR2 density, and 2,700 feet to the south, east of State Road 7, is LR3 density. Both are requesting identical density with lot gradation. Ultimately, both projects have nearly identical text amendment, as you've seen, that have been submitted. One of the few differences, however, is my family's property is the only parcel within all of Heritage Farms that does not border any roads within Heritage Farms, thus having no impact on Heritage Farms infrastructure. My family is a fourth-generation farming operation since 1940, and of those 83 years, over 50 years of those have been in Palm Beach County. As I mentioned before, we purchased this property 39 years ago in 1984. This was well before anyone currently living in Heritage Farms moved into Heritage Farms, and 15 years before the establishment of the county's management's growth tier system, placing my family's property in the rural tier. The purchase of our property was 38 years before the Trotting Center was sold to Links at Lake Worth earlier last year for the sole purpose of increasing density for development. To have allowed a property that was knowingly purchased in the rural tier under speculation less than a year ago to be transmitted to the BCC, yet not allow an adjacent near mirror image property that has been owned and operated for 38 years by a bona fide agriculture business with over 50 years of history in Palm Beach County, the same opportunity is favoritism. This has been, is, and will continue to be a fairness issue based upon previous precedents. To be fair and just, we respectfully request our property be treated as the nearly identical, already transmitted Trotting Center parcel and to initiate our application. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Smith.
Thank you again, Commissioners, for your time and your service. My name is Darren. I own a foliage nursery in Heritage Farms at 6700 Park Lane East. I completely understand the county's need for housing, and with the proposals, we'll have a couple hundred houses coming into the south side of Heritage Farms. In planning this new community, I'd like to ask this board and the developer if you'd consider designating an area where we could have farm stands to sell our plants and our local farming goods to these new communities that are coming in. It would also help kind of reduce the commercial traffic that comes in because we won't have to ship out our material. We could just sell to the local community. In addition to that, it would be ideal also if getting a retail permit would be easier and more affordable. Then we can also serve our new neighbors that are coming into the south side. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Risa McCarther. Again. Go ahead.
Linda Smith, Jupiter, Florida. I'm going to be very brief. This isn't actually in the Ag Reserve, is my understanding, and that's what we usually speak to, but it is just, again, another privately initiated text amendment, and all the comments that I've made before would apply. I don't remember if I marked opposed or supported on the card, but at this point I want to be sure I said opposed.
Yes, oppose.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, and the final card I have here is Melissa Morod.
Good afternoon. I'm going to make it brief. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things that were said that aren't exactly accurate. When the Yee project began to move forward and went under contract, we were contacted by the county, and so was the agent. The agent was directed to reach out to the community and start talking to us. They never reached out to us. Never. I know they reached out to other members of the boards, but they never talked to us. So for them to say that they had an unfair timing advantage is disingenuous. They knew they were moving forward with this project. They were told to contact us, and they never did. We worked with the other guy, whatever his name is, and you know, while I'm not happy about it and I don't agree with it, I don't think that development should be in the rural tier. We made lemonade. I still don't know that I'll not stand up and oppose it in the end. But you know what? These guys had an opportunity to come to us and talk to us, and none of them did. They sat idly by even after the county staff told them to come to us. So I don't feel bad. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me this opportunity, and thank you for volunteering to be on the board. My name is Melissa Moyrud, 7713 Park Lane Road. So a couple of things I do want to point out. So it's been a long day today for everybody, but for the Heritage Farms overlay, we had opposition from Yee in the Polo Club, and now here they are with their own overlay. How can you have your cake and eat it too? So either you're opposing our overlay because you don't want to be in our overlay, or you're doing your own. So I want to point that out. The other thing was, we were not aware of their overlay request. The other thing that we're concerned about as residents in Heritage Farms is the domino effect. And it has started. It started with the Trotting Center, and now we have the Yee Polo. And what's next? So there's more land to the north. So will that be the next one that gets developed? And then our rural is gone. Exactly. So it troubles me that we worked really hard with the Trotting Center. We worked 10 months with them. We've done probably 16 in-person meetings, numerous phone calls, Zoom meetings, community meetings. And here we're just talking to them. We just started, and yet they just come in and basically off of all of the hard work that's already been laid out by the Trotting Center in this community. So I would expect them to do the same for us. In the end, it's the Polo and Yee Farms, and all due respect to Mr. Yee and his family for farming here for 50 years, they get to walk away with a big wad of cash in their wallet. Nothing against that. But I'm still living in this community that I want to preserve. So come to me and work with me. Don't just sneak in the back door for the hard work that's already been done. So I hope that possibly that we can move forward with them, but I'd like it to be a little bit more transparent than it is today. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to give Ken Tuma, the applicant, the ability, you'll have 3 minutes, okay, to respond to anything you like.
Yeah, I can do it in two. I can do it in 1 minute. First
Okay.
thing, Mr. Yee reminded me that he did not oppose to the overlay. In regards to the time and working with the neighbors, fully get it. Look, there's real estate transactions. There were some decisions that were made. Were probably not the best decision. We probably should have reached out to the neighbors early on, but we are where we are. What we do have, though, is we have a lot of time. This is an initiation. We've had 3 meetings. This is the beginning of a very long process. The final hearing for this, if everything goes perfectly, won't be till November. So we have almost a full 10 months, 11 months to work through with the neighborhood. So we have the same amount of time. My request to you is to allow us to be initiated today and to move forward. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to, sorry, Arisa, right? She's the one with the little baby here. You just make sure you speak to something about her saying she hasn't heard from you or something.
There were 3 meetings recently. The comment is, and it's fair, I'm the one who got the email.
Okay.
So the Trotting Center, I have to try to put this in my head correctly. It's been many months ago. Pulte or DeVosta put the land under contract. They then slowed down from where they were going on the process, and then the Trotting Center came in, and the Trotting Center moved forward. At that time, then Pulte started moving forward, and we set up meetings with the neighbors. It took a while to get there for our own internal decision-making process.
Okay, but
you have my commitment. I will do what I know how to do, which is work with neighborhood groups from this point forward on this.
Good. I know you know how to do that, and whatever vote comes out of this, it doesn't matter because this is still going to the Board of County Commissioners. So you should, whatever happens, you still should contact all of these people that feel like they were not included.
If I may address that, so at our last meeting, one of the things that the neighbor suggested was we'll do a full community meeting with the entire group. We're absolutely happy to do that. One thing about Pulte DeVosta is they do a really good job on public outreach. They do. They've done a lot of projects in front of this board and in other areas, and that's one of their directives to me. So that's kind of, timing didn't work out. We're sorry. We'll fix it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll come to the board here, and we'll start with Angela Van. Any questions or comments? Because Kylie is sitting out of this. Barbara Roth, thank you. Barbara Roth?
Thank you to the people who are really concerned there. As a very strong advocate for community involvement, community outreach, I know Ken Tuma's strength in that area, but it should have happened already. And I don't know what the internal decisions were that drove this to come for initiation prior, but, not good.
Okay, we'll go down here. Penny Pompey, anything? Glenn Groman, anything?
If the applicant could come up for a second, I have a couple questions. So, in your presentation, you mentioned that you were doing a 50-foot landscape buffer. Is that around the entire periphery of the property?
On the western boundary and the northern boundary, which are the ones that are adjacent to the Heritage Farms residents.
Any walls or fences or anything like that?
At this point, we haven't discussed the wall or fence, but that's certainly up for discussion when we meet the neighbors.
And any ideas of the height of the potential buffer? Are you going to berm it, stuff like that?
So being a native buffer, it'll probably be fairly heavily landscaped with native trees. In regards to the height of the buffer, we haven't really gotten those discussions, but that's something that we would certainly discuss with the neighbors also in regards to a berm.
And the combined Yee property has no other access other than State Road 7.
The Yee property by itself has no.
I'm sorry. The assembled property has no.
When developed, it will only have access off of State Road 7.
So you're going to have this property, which is basically going to be surrounded by a giant landscape buffer, where now it's just a vacant, flat piece of land. So you're probably not going to be able to see into the property. So I don't know how that would adversely affect the adjacent property owners. It would probably be an improvement on what's there now, because you have a big, giant landscape buffer, and you'll only have access through State Road 7, AK 441. Is this going to be a gated community?
Yes.
And so, any ideas of what the price level of the types of homes or the range?
So the lot size of the current conceptual plans, these are lots that go from that go up to 2 and 3 acres. If that's what comes through, these will be very expensive homes.
Okay.
But there will be smaller lots also.
Got it. Yeah, just a comment on Mr. Yee's comment, and I'm a firm believer in property rights and fairness, good faith dealing, and whatnot. And I think that he should have an equal opportunity to develop and sell his property, just as the adjacent property owner had. Particularly since he's been here, actually farming the land for over 50 years. That deserves a little bit of credit and consideration. So I fully support initiating this and moving it forward, particularly since I don't think any adjacent property owners are going to be affected by a giant landscape buffer wrapped around the property.
Thank you. Dagmar Ross?
You keep referring to the larger lots towards the back. How big are the lots on 441 going to be, and is it all single-family homes?
First, let me address the first question. At this time, all single-family homes? Yes. Lot sizes, we're still working on the lot sizes. Right now, we're showing lot sizes from the entire. I'm going to ask Tyler to come up because he'll remind me of the exact lot size, because I don't want to give you bad information.
Is it 0 lot line?
What was it? Okay. 1/5 of an acre on the smaller lots, up to 3 acres on the largest. Sorry, ma'am.
There is some workforce housing component to this, isn't there?
We certainly would accept the condition of workforce housing. I would prefer it off-site. As you know, Pulte typically does their off-site.
Yeah. So, but as part of this initiation, will we do that at the transmittal, or when we get the application at transmittal, they'll be discussing that?
Right. Those conditions would be at the when you consider the future land use amendment.
Yeah. So we'll initiate without making that, but we know that needs to be a part of it. Okay, great. Can we have I'm just finished with my questions and comments. A motion?
I'll move to do whatever is necessary.
Let's go home.
Let's see, wait a minute, I can do this.
Initiate.
To initiate the text amendment round 24A.
Second. The second to that was?
Dagmar seconded it.
Yeah, I think Dagmar Bross seconded it. Okay. And discussion. I just have one thing to say here, that this Heritage Farms Rural Overlay text, the county staff did a huge job, tremendous job, and worked with the people and all. And I see that this sort of piggybacked on it, and that's fine. Just keep work a little bit more harder with the residents, please.
And we'll change the name also.
Yeah, that's fine with me. If anybody. These things have a different name, all the time. Okay, so with no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Are there any comments from commission members?
Just Madam Chair, just another incredibly fantastic job by county staff.
Yes. Okay, so, any from the executive director or the stand-in, please? Oh, first meeting of the year. So yes, for Whitney Carroll. Thank you very much. Assistant County Attorney?
No.
Nothing. And the planning director, any?
Substitute planning director.
Substitute planning director.
I think we'll give planning staff tomorrow off. How about that?
Okay, great.
How about Monday? Do we get Monday off too?
Yeah, well,
then we are adjourned.
Honoring Dr. MLK Monday.
That's right. Yeah.